That said, I'm going to single player, load game. And we are now back to our save being called just one day, or like just space age, as opposed to space age, I made a mistake. Because the I made a mistake is when we went to the volcano planet, and it ended up being a one-way trip for the ship. Alright, okay, no problem, Dragon Repairman. Thanks so much for the 7-stream treat. You have yourself a good time. So where we left off, we are on the Lightning Planet. And it has been an interesting planet that has lots of implications. The catch we're running into is, at first, I was making this whole bus that would go up here. And the idea with the giant bus is that I could split off the blue circuit boards, I could split off the red circuit boards, and I could start building out my factory like main bus style. But even as far as we're going with some of these islands out here, these islands are nowhere near remotely big enough to accommodate a main bus. That said, I've come to the realization that the supplies this is giving me is basically made for rockets, which is exciting. We also realize that I'm ripping up this salvage here extremely fast, and that down here, that joker down there is 15 million scrap, as opposed to all these other ones are a couple 100,000 here. So the answer there is I need to get down to that planet. My suspicion of what I should do is build out this area down here for processing the salvage, and then use this as our primary source of salvage. Just build a train station up here, use the elevated train to like bring it over here wherever I need to, and all that. Now, if you're wondering what the danger of this planet is, if you see where I've moused over this, these are lightning towers. If I walk outside of this area, you'll see an icon up here that basically means I'm in the danger zone. That lightning strikes often, and it hits pretty hard. We deliberately let ourselves take a hit or two, and it was enough that it basically fully depleted my shields and barely hurt me. So it wasn't enough that I have to worry about getting, like, instant killed, but it's bad enough that if I'm running across, like, I can cross this deep oil and everything, but I'm slow when I do it. It's bad enough that if I just tried to run across that, I probably died. This system up here needs to change in the long run. You can see stuff is getting past it, which we don't want. And I think about it in hindsight, I should probably make that into a passive provider chest, so if anything is in here we can use, they'll snag it from the box. But, so for right now, we just did a quick and messy, shove the stuff through the belt slowly, yank it off. This is ultimately going to need to change to using splitters. And what we're slowly doing is anything that is in surplus that I get too much of, I'm putting it right back in here to get other materials. That's just what I'm going to have to do in the short term. And I am working on setting up our logistics to be able to make the handful of things I need. The big thing right now is the inserters we were low on. Where are you taking my inserters to? Yeah, and that drill just ran out of material. Okay. Alright, so I do think some of the priorities I've got right now is one priority, get the train stuff going. With the train stuff, I could scale this up. The other thing I need to do is start making the actual materials we want to make on this planet. Oh, I've got more salvage. Oh, and I've got 43 of you. That's fine. Because I've got these buildings here. And they let me make new things. So that's all just normal assembler stuff. So electrolyte is one of the things we can't make yet. I mean, we can make yet. We are not making yet. So yeah, so it looks like the superconductor, the electrolyte, and the supercapacitor and superconductor. These are the three that we need to make. We aren't making those three. And for right now, we're going to do this the messy, lazy way, where I just use logistics. Which is probably not the greatest move here, but I just want to get them producing at all, and then we are likely going to need to scale this up. And that scaling up is where we're going to start seeing the limit of our logistics drones. Okay, so we'll put you on superconductor duty. You're going to need space. Oh, weird. I appreciate and also hate that. So if you didn't see what the issue was there, what that's going to do is it actually lets me pass the oil through the building. At least it appears to be that case. It's like this requires light oil. So it's got, yeah, it's both ways. So literally I could put them in line with each other. The problem is, it's not a straight line, which I definitely hate. Okay, so I can reverse it. All right. Yeah, so I have to, like, wiggle the buildings back and forth if I go to do that. Yeah, no, I got it. We got the flip. Hey, Thrill, how's it going? 15 stream streak, I really do appreciate that. So, let's see. So we have the electrolyte recipe, which is the heavy oil, the helium solution, and the stone. We've got the supercapacitor, which is electrolyte, and the superconductor. So basically, I make these two to make that one. Fair enough. So you're light oil, you're heavy oil. Alright, so light oil is here. Heavy oil is up here. So let's plan to do a bunch of these, because I'll probably need a bunch of these. Oh, you are going to be a complicated one. Alright. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be a mess. Because this is the first building we've had, it accepts 2 different fluids and it puts out a 3rd fluid. Now this one is a troll. Yeah, this is like, I've got 1 fluid input on one side, 1 on the other. It also needs stone, and then it puts it out from either side. The good news is all of these are back and forth. Like, these 2 won't matter because it's 1 and 1. But these ones I could pass through the building. Oh, but do you know what the worst part of that's going to be? I'm going to pick this up just to demonstrate. The worst part is, let's say I set you to go make this. Alright, let me flip that. Actually, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to run to... No, actually, that makes sense. Never mind. I was overthinking the problem. The problem was fine. Alright. So. Let's give a little bit more space. Actually, it won't matter because these are larger than those. Okay. You know what? That's actually be easier to put that here, too. Give a little bit of space in between. Accidentally pick up the building. That's a key component of this process, by the way. If you don't accidentally pick up the building, are you even playing the game? Okay, so you are going to need a bunch of stuff. So these materials I'm going to logistics in. The liquid I'm not. Because, I mean, that's fairly straightforward. Why not? Okay, so there's going to be your heavy oil for right now. Actually, I already know I'm going to want to expand this, probably to have like 3 or 4 of those. So let's go ahead and give it space so we can do that. Alright, and I will need a couple of these. So I can attach you. Alright, so you should be good, where now I just need to get you some requester chests. Am I already making the requester chests? No, I am not. Should I be making the requester chests already? Probably. But with that, we can start getting... Oh, you take 5 modules. Interesting. Because with the module ones, each one of those, when you fully upgrade them, are like, to rares, like 1.6 or something like that % of a better one. And so that gives you a bunch there. I can't remember what the quality 2 were. I think they were 2%. But that would be able to get ourselves like, oh, and that's not upgrade. I think upgrade was like 3.2 or something like that. We could potentially start getting this like a 1 in 5 chance of just getting the good outcome. So the hard one's going to be getting that fluid down here. That'll be that challenge. Yeah, so I think I want to just basically get this set up first, and then once I have it set up, we're going to start trying to do fancy stuff. Okay, this will actually work. Yeah, I should be able to sneak this around. Okay, then I'll have to come over here. I think there's room. There is. Maybe. Yeah, there's room. Okay. So grab some more iron plates. We can put down some straight pipe. And that'll be good. Cool. Alright. Just trying to get these hooked up, because I feel like these are going to be a bottleneck that I'll need to address earlier than the other ones. Okay, so you're over here. Alright, so with that, we've got the fancy stuff there going. So now it's got everything but the stone input. So we can go ahead and say stone here. You there. You are going to need a provider chest because you need more green circuit boards. Alright. I have no context to how many of those I need. Here, we're just going to toss all of those in here because that's the first thing I've been able to use them for. Okay. So I've got that happening. I'm suddenly realizing you need copper plates, which means I'm going to have to destroy probably copper wire. Thinking about what I got available out of the trash. Either copper wire or maybe the frames. Either way, we could get there. Wait. Yeah, you need stone. Cool, so you'll get stone. Now, after that, I need storage containers. For whatever this solution is. I have no idea where I'm going to want that. You don't have a ton of space over here. I could probably put it here. And I feel like this was ones that I don't sweat the connections at all. We just plop that in. I'm not going to bother doing the programming saying, hey, do you have less? Does that have less? Does this have less? Basically, if you got fluids to spare, put them in. Okay, so we're now making whatever that liquid was. Electrolyte, was it? Yeah, electrolyte. And in a moment we'll be making those once I start getting copper, which will be interesting. So, the ways I can see getting copper is for the green circuits to go back in to get the copper wire, and then when the copper wire gets too much, putting the copper wire back in to go into the salvage to become copper plate. The other one that might also do it is our frames here. I want to say these are also made with copper. Yeah, those are, and they're actually made with a lot of copper, so that's probably our better bet. So put some type of limit on how much of that we can have, and that when we exceed that limit, shove it into the line to be salvaged. The same as we've been doing. Grab a wire, run it between there. Enable, disable based on the frame. And saying if we have more than, let's say 1,000 frame, start chucking it on the line to be ground up. Because I do want to actually keep a decent amount of frame on hand. That does mean those are gonna chill for a moment. Research-wise, yeah, so research, I don't get the science until I get this. And then I start getting the pink science. Lightning collection unit has a wide area to generate power more efficiently. Gotcha. Yeah, so it seems like what's going to happen here is we're going to unlock the pink science. And once I unlock the pink science... Oh, that's just the last thing here. Yeah, the pink science, Rail Support Foundation allows you to build rail across the deep parts. Ah, so... Okay. So yeah, so going from here to here is fine, because I can go through that shallow area, but these deep parts I can't build an elevator. Alright. So, let's double check on what particular stuff I feel like we really need to be logisticsing. Because we're going to keep the logistics limited to just this area. Just right down here. Because if I start putting logistics out farther, it's just going to be a bad time. And the other things we had with the logistics we could do, because I want to say there's a couple things that we were able to get. I thought there was like a rail gun or something like that. Maybe I just haven't unlocked it yet. Yeah, I'm not sure when we... Oh, I bet you we unlock it after the next thing. Yeah, so get the lightning collector, which gives us more coverage range. We get the electromagnetic science pack, which looks expensive as all get out. We get a Tesla ammo, which is for whatever the Tesla is. We get mech armor, which is absurdly expensive, but pretty good resistances. I can only, like, literally, if I try to send it, I can only make one of those descend. But it starts with a 10 by 12 grid. And if we were to upgrade it to its max, we can get up to a 15 to 17 by grid, which is just absolutely absurd. Could have sworn there's railguns. Maybe it's later tech. Yeah, so railgun recipe. Oh, okay, so we have... Ah, there's going to be a bunch of different plants, because we don't have quantum processors. Ah, and that's made on the planet we're not able to go to yet. I understand. So, like, the really fancy stuff I won't be able to get to yet. Alright. So you're just doing your thing. You're making your liquids and all that. That's going to take a little while to get copper. So I think what we are going to set up here is I am going to start setting up what I need to make rails. Because we are going to need to make the airborne rails. So the first one should be straightforward. It's just going to be an ordinary, boring rail. Let's get power poles also on this list. So I don't have to keep crafting those by hand. Probably the requester and all those chests as well. What do I need for the chests? Green circuits. And green circuits means green circuits and or copper. There we go. Sorry about that. Because I do think ultimately the way you make this planet work more efficiently is literally we're just going to go ahead and I don't know if I have sticks. Oh, right. This isn't hooked up doing anything anymore. We were doing the cement. We're gonna have to get that going again. What is happening back here? I guess a bot got destroyed trying to repair that. That's fine. And we have been running into problems with our bots cutting across this way, as always. I cleared out most of this, but, ooh, you're actually starting to get some ammo. But I did choose on this planet to upgrade well over 3,000 things. So as a result, it's mostly stuck. Slowly fixing all that. Ooh. Are you done? Cool, our stop got finished. But yeah, so it is slowly replacing literally every single belt and inserter in the entire factory to be upgraded. It was a terrible idea that I shouldn't have done, and it's perfect. Yeah, so it doesn't look like I am making sticks, so I probably do need to go in here and set up one of these to make the sticks and all that. So you'll end up being the sticks. You'll end up needing to be the ramp up. Right? The ramp up will need to be one. The elevated one will need to be one. We will need the refined concrete as one. And I believe the only things I need from that is I will need water. And then there was another material in here I had to worry about. What about you? Am I getting too many batteries? No, we're fine on batteries for right now. There was something else. Do we? I believe we get concrete block just as... Yeah, we get this just a normal result. So that's good news. So that, yeah. So those four should get that all online. I will need to make do in the meantime. But that's okay. And then the requester chest and the provider chests, just in case we have stuff missing, because we probably do. Okay, so power. Alright, so next up is going to be you. I don't know how much of that I want to make. Because I just realized I need to make all of these have limits, or they will consume literally all of my goods. Okay, so we've got all that going. I'll need to bring water over here, which is a little bit tricky. I do have water right here, though, from the looks of it. I think that's water. It's currently out of supplies, whatever it is. Yeah, so that's the water line. Yeah, there we go. So that is the water line. So if I put down some pipes, I should be able to bring that down to the reinforced concrete, and that should take care of that. And it would appear that power is having problems again. Cool, water is all connected. Yeah, so, like, it's the same problem I've been running into again and again and again. Just my bots just cutting across here. I haven't found any way to tell them, please don't do it. Um, and I could disable the roboports up here, but the moment I do that, we're into problems. Hopefully, I will... Yeah, like, once I get enough ammo in this gun, I can start popping this nest. This nest is just out of range. What are you still building down here? Maybe they're repairing the wall? The good news is the bots are being replaced as they're being destroyed. So constructed bots are continuously getting swapped out as this all goes on. It's just, needlessly to say, slowing everything down. How are things going? I just hate seeing that signal again and again. Things seem to be going alright here on Volcanus. Our drills all seem to be happy. Nothing's running out. That drill ran out, but that's fine. We got more enough drills keeping that all happy. Same deal up here, so we're all good there. No. I keep doing that and then being like, why can't I control my character? Oh, right. That whole thing. Ooh, I'm not producing steel boxes either. Okay, so for that, I need iron plate. I'm basically out of iron plate, in case anyone's keeping notes. Well, that is unfortunate. Where are you going? You keep making the inserters, and they keep disappearing, and I'm not sure where they're going. Do I have, like, a box of inserters way up here somewhere? Meanwhile, you're done here. And the rest of that water hookup could stay right where it is. You are done here. You won't be getting any more materials. Okay, you already have your logistics, so you're done here. Because this was where I was trying to make, like, a main bus strategy, and it was just not enough space. Like, I looked at it, just like, there's just nowhere to fit this. Like, I could spaghetti this all I want. There is just not enough room. So we'll have to deal with something else like that later. We can grab you. You're just holding solid fuel. That solid fuel, I am going to do stuff with that. And that's going to be, we're going to be converting it all to rocket fuel. Just stop destroying my bots. Yeah, so I need a couple of chemical plants here. That'll be something to add on to the pile of things I need to make. Okay, so that's for the concrete. We've got the rods. We'll want to go here. Take this here. Set you to only do one stack. You're not going to get anything done until this is finished. And that is waiting on green circuits. Yeah, and right now we're just taking the extra fuel and just feeding it back in there. Which is a bit wasteful, but it is what it is. There's a requester chest. And one here. And one there. And grab that. Give it power. Cool, so that should get the steel box, which should start getting us more requester chests and all of that stuff. So I do believe I should have all that basically able to start producing, which is good news. I still have no idea where those are going, because this is all built here. Yeah, plastic I'm not running up too much of. Ice I'm genuinely struggling on. Power is starting to be a problem. Because when the power goes out, all of that backlog's here. So I need more accumulators. We did have those up here, but they got moved. Oh, wait, you're not on a passive provider. That needs a change, or it won't do literally anything. So you have... Yeah, so you can grab your stack of those. And right now, I'll just manually shove them in here. Once you get some green circuit boards, we'll be good there. Force you to go along. That's not what I need in here. Okay. So this will automate that. Same deal, only make one stack. Meanwhile, I need to go put a provider chest up here. Get her out of more scrap under another drill. Which, like I said, is proving to be the immediate concern, is just the speed I'm depleting this is pretty bad. But that's why we're making the railroad, is we got a really good node, it's just not quite in reach. So you gotta get that sorted. You need to be a provider chest. And you need to be underneath the logistics here. Which means a bunch of red circuit boards and some gears. I put the spares back. Okay. So I can put a drone port up here. Oh, I have 50 accumulators. So I have more than enough to do all this. I just need to put them down. Where are the drone ports? Did I not make them? Oh, they're there. That's fine. I'm just going to shove it here. Alright, so that'll take care of that. Accumulators. Let's get these all happening. Because that's one thing I'm learning about this planet, is just the amount of accumulators that you need is completely obnoxiously high. Because they actually seem to get pretty okay power out of the lightning rods. It's just, it's inconsistent power, so you just need a little bit of that going on. And unfortunately, while we have oil everywhere, we don't really have a good supply of water. We get the water from the chunks of ice, and that's okay-ish, but not really good. Yeah, so if you look at this, those do get powered up pretty quickly with the lightning, but then we just gotta wait it out when we don't have the lightning. So that's the whole thing. What are you giving me? What's going on? Oh, you're giving me more accumulators. Alright, you ran out of more junk. Alright, so getting to the point of the next row, I think. Alright, how are we doing down here? Grab a couple more requester chests. That'll do for now. Put a provider chest here. There'll be plenty of those for right now. Alright. And you need a provider chest. So we get pretty close to having this network set up enough that I don't need to sit here and worry about it. Okay. Then get this crap out of my inventory. I don't need it. This is stuff that's been collecting here because I've just been going and going and going. We'll probably hold on to the rest for right now. Okay. So with that, we should be able to make our elevated railway system soon and all that. Let's see, you forgot how to set up trains the years you have been gone? Oh yeah, no, we've got a really advanced train network now, but there was definitely some stumbling and fumbling around the entire way to getting it there. Okay. So I've got that, and the good news is I probably won't even need that many drills on at our location. And then, like I said, I'm gonna probably bring, like, my, I'm probably gonna build a train station down here somewhere, and just plan on making this a ton of recyclers. And that's gonna be the point where this isn't gonna be sufficient. Because we're gonna need a faster conveyor belt. So we are gonna have to do the thing where I'll still have the providers and all that, but I'm gonna put splitters to, like, pull all those materials out, so that it can take all the time it needs to catch up between recycler processing. And then, you know, we'll have to have the loop be able to feed back into it. But hopefully that'll help a bunch of this. What are we still missing? Right, copper. And the copper should solve itself soon. And the way the copper is going to solve itself is once this box hits 1,000... Yeah, once it hits 1,000, it'll just start junking all the rest of it. And it's already at like 750. And once it starts junking it, that's going to become a really good supply of materials. Because this should break down to plastic steel and copper plate. And very large volumes of copper plate. Which will mean I'll need stuff like that in the network. So let's go here. I'm going to go ahead and pull out these ones to give myself more room. Yeah, this section here will just go away. And we're going to run up here. And I'm just going to get this back down to 1 stack for right now. I'm not going to worry about trying to build it out completely. That should be enough to bring it back to 1 stack. I also need more lightning rods. These are doubling up, so they're not really helping anything. They're kind of approaching this and just covering as much area with the lightning rods, because I don't know if it's like the lightning has an RNG on where it hits, and if you happen to have it covered it helps, or how that all works. Let's also see what we can do down here. Got some more lightning rods down here, so let's go ahead and... No, that's all pump stuff that we don't want to deal with. Get those 2 lightning rods on there, see if that helps with our power. Yeah, so you're waiting on those copper plates. You're making your fluid very slowly, I'm noticing. And I'm guessing that's entirely because of the holmium solution. Go ahead and bump you up to like 100. They'll tax the logistics, but that'll keep that moving as well. Okay. Yeah, just going up one by one. Yeah, these here aren't cheap. That is one thing I'm observing. The airborne railways are pretty costly. They won't be a long-term problem cost-wise, but they're pretty costly. It'll also be good when we get our increased steel, because it does look like our steel is falling behind. It also looks like my wire will be another one of these ones that we're going to have to shove back into the machine. Okay, apparently I didn't actually need that tower. Okay. So what we're going to go ahead and do with you is you're going to be another one that has instructions to check your box. And then once you have over 1,000 wire, start chucking it in for processing. Oh, right. That's a little teeny oil patch. That's fine. It doesn't matter. The point is to feed stuff back in there when I have a surplus. But yeah, I know our main factory, like we look at this, it is a substantial train network. A very substantial train network. Ignore all the blinking. I've upgraded way too much, and it's just taking its sweet time to get it done. Like, we're upgrading literally all of the belts to the maximum we have available right now, and it's just absolutely struggling. Oh, good. So most of these inventory crates are still not full. Weirdly enough, we have... Ah, that's science that we want to have to grab manually. Actually, we could probably get around that as well. We can go to our labs right here. And what I could probably do, because it won't even need to be like one of the ones on the end or something. We could probably go here and say, hey, requester chest. Yeah, so, yeah, right here. Any science you might... Sorry. Any science you might see, just request them all. That way, if any science gets shoved into a requester chest, just drop it on in, because it shouldn't be in a requester chest. That means something has gone wrong. So that would be my science cleanup. Yeah, so you're basically waiting on concrete, and concrete is basically waiting on water, and the water is basically waiting on ice. Ice is waiting us to have more throughput on our scrap, and our scrap is waiting on us to have more overpass, and our overpass is waiting on for us to have more of the things I need that for. So what I can probably do as an interim solution is we could probably get power... Ooh, can I get power over there? It probably needs its own power grid now I think about it. I don't think we'll be able to bridge the power across this oil all the way down there. It's going to need its own power grid. That's fine. I've got 50 of these. Am I producing the lightning towers here? No. What will it take me to make a bunch of lightning towers? Copper wire. Fair enough. So I can go here. Just give me all 23. Okay, so the plan is going to be to... Well, actually, I should probably manufacture drills as well. That's fine, we can do that. But the plan is going to be basically to put down the bunch of drills and just have them feed into a bunch of boxes, with the intent of then going through and just grabbing that stuff and, you know, bringing it over manually. Okay, so we've got all that. We're good here. Right, we're using the crap conveyor belts because making the good ones here is a little bit of a problem. I probably need... Yes, we've got our inserters up here. We don't have the conveyor belts going. So that'll be... Well, you're gonna need... We'll deal with this a little at a time. I'm trying to avoid going really hard on this stuff here. I don't envision this plant... I mean, I probably should. Just for stuff like inserters and all that, I'm trying to avoid getting too heavy on it, because the more and more I strain the logistics, the more and more obnoxious this is going to get. And I keep saying, I'm only going to do this much, I'm only going to do this much, and then I hit the next snag, and I'm like, well, I need this, so I'm going to go ahead and do that too. Put these crappy ones in here, and you're going to be the red quality. Okay, and I want the last one, but they require lubricant, which is up here. I'm just going to put this over here. It'll be less efficient for the drones, but I'm just going to go ahead and put the blue quality circuit boards right there, or blue conveyors right there. And just deal. Okay. So yeah, so over time that should get me blue circuit, or blue conveyor belts. I'll also need the underground ones and the others. But I'm also now realizing I don't have enough stuff for the assemblers either. Which is just my ongoing problem. Okay, well they'll work on that in the meantime. I really can't wait for these to be full. That's at 8:30. That's right about to start deleting blue circuit boards, which still pains my soul greatly, but also is just the way this planet works. You get all the rare stuff, and you get none of the not as good materials. So you just have to go up there and mess with that. So you're 13 million, you're 15 million, you're 11 million. Yeah, none of those are close enough that I'll be able to bridge electricity across. So I'm going to run over here. And I'm going to put what I can for a power grid on this island. With the intent of covering that whole area up with drills. And then using a train up here to get that crap moved back over. It's going to take us a little bit to get those raised trains set up. Alright. Picking up all the wreckage, and then I'm going to start weaving some other goodies over here. Let's get you covered, and you covered. Basically just covering up as much as the island as I can. Alright. This will be a whole bunch of those over here. I will need to connect all these towers over here. Probably enough room to get another set of those down. Okay. So, that should help with the power over here for a minute. Oh, you're not covered by the power grid. Let's get that fixed. And then we'll be waiting for drills here. I have been wanting to pick those up, but it is on the middle of all this. Let's go ahead and put a couple more power towers down here. They're not needed, or lightning towers for the lightning protection. But we are going to be using a decent amount of power down here, and I just don't see a way we can handle that. I do think the stop is going to be right here. And it literally is going to be always one that just goes up and over here, because I can't put conveyor belts across that. So we got to make it work. But once I wire that up, we should be good for a pretty long time so far as scrap goes. Okay. Yeah, so you've only got a couple of those being made. You're waiting on concrete. Concrete's going as best it can. We can go ahead and chuck those in here. Chuck that in there. Chuck the steel in there. That's just waiting on water. Go and put those in there to get that out of my inventory. Toss the gears in the box. Toss the wire in the box. Toss the stone in its box. Alright. So I'm going to need another one of these with some brains behind it to delete the concrete when it gets to be too much. So with the concrete, let's say 2,000 is our limit. Hey, Packball, how's it going? Yep, so now we're just going to be deleting a bunch of concrete blocks as well as the salvage and all that. I should probably also go over here and just shove another box just somewhere on the line here. It doesn't even matter where. And just say, hey, take all the salvage we grabbed. Just feed it in there. Meanwhile, we don't have construction bots in the network, but I can start planning my stuff out. So let's go ahead and grab our train. I forgot I do not have my blueprints here because that's just the way it works. That's fine. I say feeling like I really am not happy about it. Because, you know, that's the way it be. It's fine, though. So we'll end up having you there. There will be a train, storage, train. We're going to make it an end-to-end train. So we're going to go ahead and go here. Sadly, it won't let me line these up, but you get the idea. We're going to have the inserters, we're going to have the drills they're going to shove in. It's going to be nothing we haven't seen before. Is it smart enough to say... Yeah, so it's not smart enough to differentiate, hey, I need to be raised or not. Okay, so let's see if it'll let that go ramp up. Cool, there's our ramp up. How do you work? Okay, so it's smart enough to, like, just put up the pylons or whatever it needs to get over here. So we can just say, hey, I want this to come up here. You can put that right there. I need you to ramp back down. Can't tell that's even connected or not. It doesn't look like it. It's not. Check this end as well. Alright. And then we can go over here on this side, and we can put your train station on this side. Yeah, so like I said, the plan here is for the train to just go back and forth, back and forth. Pick up ore here, move it over here. And for right now, I could shove it into that, but the ideal be is I'm going to make a dedicated salvage area. That's just going to be a giant grid of salvage things. Dump out into a conveyor belt. That'll be probably the point I need to start putting the splitter strategy where we say, like, okay, you here, and have it put into a passive crate, and then you here, put in the passive crate. So that way we can actually ramp up the production speed a little bit and deal with that. And it could even be something that we can do some stuff to try to accommodate a higher flow. So like say gears are going way too fast for one inserter to keep up with. I can put the splitter off there, and I can put 2 or 3 sets of inserters down the line, and that should give me what I need. And let's check all this. Yeah, so that should be covered here. I'm under the impression that that'll be safe, and we should have coverage there. What did you miss in 10 words or less? Factory grow. Lightning strikes. Train. Okay, and you are stopped over Volcanus. Your ammo's doing fine. That's good to see. Epoch is stopped over this planet. Its ammo's doing fine. It has nothing to do, but there's there. Probably Doomed is still doing probably doomed things. Volcanus, is there something I should be working on in Volcanus while we wait for this planet to shore up? So got another one of you that's running a material. And you're just churning away. You've got more than enough tungsten. You're basically getting stuck on the production of the metallurgic science. Ah, I see. So one of the things that we're running into right now is it is getting this from there. Let's go ahead and give you an extra arm here. And one here. Because that should speed up the production. Well, that's honestly close enough. I could just drop you there and that'll solve that. There. Just trying to help the throughput of the orange science. Now you're waiting on the tungsten carbide. Because now you're going faster and it's just consuming all of it. And you're struggling because of the carbon. The carbon is producing as fast as it can. So we can help out this by saying, hey, make more faster, please. And then have you give me an extra one every once in a while. Okay, so that should help the throughput a little bit to get us a bit more orange science faster. Because the goal here is to try and get that thing so it can produce relatively steadily. Which might just be, I need more of these. Which is fine if I do. Hey, Darkstrider, how's it going? Can probably make that work. Yeah, I can make this work. Because you need what? Let's hold off on that. I don't have a good angle to get this over. That's probably fine. I don't think the orange is holding us up anyways. So we can just let that do its thing. How are you doing over here? We getting our stuff built yet? Yeah, so you are getting more of our rail supports built. And a lot of our actual rail. So give me those rail supports. We don't have the drills yet. Go ahead and give me that rail. I'm gonna run down here. Do you... Yeah, no, you already have that set to queue up to bring stuff in. Oh, you don't even require rail. You just require the supports. Yeah, so you're waiting on steel and concrete, and a heck of a lot of it. The silly chaos ride, but you're assuming the regular chaos cookie is already here? Yeah. It be what it be. Okay, so we've got a couple of these. Where did it go? I literally just... There you are. Alright, so I only need one more of those for now. And then once I get one more of those, we could tell it to stop making those for a while so it makes the ramps. So it's just a little bit more concrete, reinforced concrete, not regular concrete, with a little bit more reinforced concrete and get that going. And as you can see, it's just slowly getting that water up. The water's our bottleneck, and the only way to speed up the water is to just salvage faster. And we're not... Oh, this is not helping at all that these just ran out of material as well. And we can go ahead and go here. So little by little, we're just trying to get all that salvage through here. But the hope is once I get this set up, we should be just good to go. Oh, I'm going to need to make the rail stops myself, aren't I? Iron plate, iron stick, and circuit boards. Well, that's an interesting problem to have. We have a throughput problem on the belt. So this side, I could probably let them go as fast as they want to go. So the way to fix this would be a splitter, but the problem I have with that is just room. I can make that work, though. We can put the splitter over here. Turn this belt this way. No ingredients. Can you not process blues? There we go. I was about to say, it's like, I'm sure you can process blue circuit boards. I see no reason why that would not be acceptable. But yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, we just got this junk going in here. Okay. Should be good for all of that. You're still just... Literally water's your only holdup. You're trying your best. And that's causing the red to overflow and start being deleted. One thing I could also do is let's get our rocket our rocket fuel starting to be in production. If we get a rocket fuel to start being in production, that should help this a bunch. Since we are getting a bunch of green circuit boards all of a sudden, let's grab a stack. Go to our gears. Gears are actually struggling, which has been something that has been a problem up until now. Oh wait, it's not you. It's assembling machines. Which assembling machines are another one of those ones that we're struggling on. And are fresh out of iron plates. Just one problem after the other. Okay, so you're gonna need to also be wired up to dump your extras. Like, I'm anticipating a lot of this to just be stuff that's just like, hey, with the Sky platform, all this stuff that is very costly to make on the initial planet, the blue circuit boards, the red circuit boards, the green ones, maybe the batteries, but at least those circuit boards and the light frames here, all those things, just start deleting them all. You're trying your best. But yeah, no, if I can get the assembler set up for the production for the other stuff. So I need to get the assembly machine, which is waiting on iron plate, which we're hurting on. Go right up to a tier 2. And that is literally just waiting on more iron plate. There we go. Alright, because we're trying to get our assembling machines online, because we're probably going to need more of those. Let's start trying to automate that process. Cool, so I'll start automatically making the first tier of assembly machine. And then we'll get the second tier going, and then the third tier going, and yada yada. We still don't have any ramps. We do have the last of those, so for right now, I'm going to clear your list of requirements, because those are pretty expensive, and so they're definitely worth me making. Alright. Cool, so now if I make the 2 ramps up and down, that should give me what I need for the railroad to get over here. Honestly, I don't even think this will be one that'll need very many trains. It might need more than one stop. Like, I could see this being a back and forth, and then that being a back and forth. Maybe I can get over to this one. That one's tricky. I either have to go all the way up and around and down, because I can't go through the deep stuff, or the other way. That island down there is looking pretty big, but that's okay. I have a radar dish, right? Did I get a radar dish? I thought I got a radar dish. If not, I should have one. Okay, so for making the next one, I will need 2 of the assembly machine ones. We are out of power. Once again. Yeah, so that seems like they're not recharging fast enough right now. I guess they're getting there. Yeah, they're getting there. There's just a little bit of ramp-up time. Man, it's so many accumulators. Alright. That'll be kind of the big one, is once they get to the point where we're making the science, that science is going to use accumulators. The science is one I'm going to want to see what I could do to scale and not use the logistic drones, because the logistic drones for something I need to make at large volumes will be a bad time. And that'll be a thing. So I'm trying to keep most of that down here to where I can make those superconductors. And then my hope is I'll be able to like take all this and just wire it all up together, not have to worry about it. So there's another drill again. Keep that functional for the time being. You're not wired. Say 2,000. There we go. So after it drops that off, it shouldn't drop off more. Yeah, so we're deleting more concrete than we meant to. That's honestly okay, though. Yeah, so getting the copper plate through here now. That probably does need its own box dedicated to it. So it's planning to get that on here. Cool. Then grab all of you. Drop you here. Okay, so we've got that on the network for now. That's another material we've been lacking. And you are waiting on just regular old concrete now. Which is probably starting to be a logistics drone availability problem. No, I mean, it's saying there's 135 of them available. Okay, there's that. That's you going through here. That's you going through here. That's you going through here. Honestly, I'll just drop the rest. Oh no! Don't do that. Give those back. That's a done goofed. Give back. Just give it all back. Using the wrong controls is a bad idea. We could probably drop the bricks in here. Okay. No, and the batteries and the solid fuel. Okay. There we go. Definitely did a done goofed on that one and actually dropped all sorts of goodies in there. Yeah, so you're just waiting on concrete. Reinforced concrete, that's just gonna take time. You're set up right. Yeah, you are. Interesting, I'm not seeing you actually grab it from this, though. Here, let me help you out. I'm gonna be a Logibot for just a minute. Get those ramps built. It's the wrong thing. Get those ramps built. There we go. Cool, so that should keep that for a while. We disabled that one, so now it should feed into this, and that should probably get me my 2 ramps. We can go over here. You still don't have a second one of these going because of steel plates, which we're hurting on. But you are working on limiting that. Yeah, because right now we're using so many gears, we're no longer getting the steel plates on a meaningful capacity. We're only getting the rare steel plate here and there, which is a problem. But the salvagers are my only source of material, so I can't go and just toss down a miner and get it straight. I gotta just deal. Okay. And a big part of that is we are starting to build these belts, and they're consuming my materials. Let's go ahead and make them bring me the blue belts. So we don't have to fuss with it. And that water's... The water's such a big issue. It'll be really nice when I can escalate this so much. Because the thing, like I said, what I'll probably do is make all of these recyclers down here, this whole area, pipe it up here, and then instead of having this recycler batch here, this is where we're going to go say, okay, blue circuits over there, there's a bunch of things to pick you up. Okay, red circuits pick you up, green circuits pick you up. So kind of the same idea, but give it way more throughput. We'll also want to go around then and figure out what I'm missing to be able to make the other science, which is waiting on our supercapacitors. Which, now I think about it, yeah, so you're actually making now. Yeah, so you're actually producing now. So we are at the point we could take that and say, hey, you need to make supercapacitors, and we make those in the electromagnetic plant. And then the electromagnetic plant needs to be made in an assembler machine using those materials. I will need to get one of those set up. But we should be able to get one of those set up. For me to get the higher tier one, so I need a little bit of steel, and I need a lot of that. So let's go ahead and go to our steel box. I have enough steel, now I just need a bunch of iron plate. Like, no iron plate is getting through there right now. It's just all being consumed. So the good news is we're getting more drills. For the moment, I'm going to keep putting them on this side, because I have a feeling we have problems getting that train online. Yeah, so the inputs on these can be as fast as we want. The outputs, I gotta be careful. I'm kind of constrained on how fast I can make them before stuff causes a problem, because the inserters can't grab stuff quick enough. Alright. We can go ahead and drop you in here. Alright. So that should help. Yeah, so now we're basically saturating the output. And like I said, I kind of can't really speed up the output very much. We're going to run into problems on that. Oh, that is good. I actually do have pipe on my list here. We'll definitely need to expand that. Okay, so I got 2 of those. So that just... Okay, so literally I should just need gears to make this happy. That one just needs some metal plates for circuit boards. Okay, and now let's make another big one. Alright. That'll be one less phase I have to do by hand. Let's try and keep the assembly machines going. Because those are the ones that are going to keep it so I don't have to, like, manually make all this. Alright, Simplex, you had yourself a good lurk. Thanks so much for lurking. Okay, so we're producing these now. We do have all those materials on network. We're just going to have to wait. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to have to make the speed modules, then the big assemblers. And then that'll take care of our assembler production, little by little, which will still be good news. A lot of these are going to take a minute to catch up, these conveyor belts. Once we do start having them get backlogged, we should be good. The other thing I need to do is over here. Yeah, probably right down here. What do I need for that science again? So we need the superconductor recipe. Alright, so right now those will get flown in. And then that'll be that. And this is the stage where I'm going to want to say, alright, here's where we're making our electromagnetic science packs. Alright, now let's go and, like, once I've got, like, 4 of those set up to be able to produce, okay, now what do I need to make all of these without logistics? Because we're leaning on logistics for that, but these I want to be higher volume than the logistics will be reasonable for. And once I've got that set up, that's when we are going to start being able to do much better things so far as not having to juggle all this crap. And you're still killing my bots. And still slowly upgrading everything. We're going to finish a whole planet in the time that they're working on upgrading this. So if you look at what's happening here, they're just carrying gears and conveyor belts that they're picking up, and they're slowly making the replacement belts or just running them out there. So they're honestly doing so at a relatively fast speed. It's just queuing up literally the entire map. Ooh, wait. Can I see... Somewhere on here it's got marked that it wants the green belts. I saw them for just a second. We'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, so I've got two green belts and 2 others, but I don't know if there's a way I could even check that. Alright. Yeah, this... Like, what we'll do with the other one is we won't have this weird space in between, and we're just going to smash the recyclers against it onto a belt to figure out about what saturation that belt can handle from the recyclers. And we'll probably end up needing to have this, like, 4 splitter belt thing that will just move forward and just shuffle it off the side. By the time those finishing upgrades, all the blue belts, you'll have green belts unlocked and automated? Yes. It is what it is. Like, technically, I already have what I need. No, wait, do I have what I need for the green belts? I would if we weren't stuck on the yellow circuit board, like the yellow science. Like, everything here is bottled up by the yellow science. So let's go ahead and pop back over, because your yellow science is hanging because of, green circuits, which is hanging because... Right. That was the whole thing of start process. The good news is, it looks like the conveyor belt... Ah, no, there's like one more segment, well, 2 more segments of belt here before this gets done, which is the whole thing that started this chain. Also looks like our iron production is not where it needs to be. You're still fine there. And we do have train on the way here. It might even be, honestly, at this situation, You're not on the other network? Wait, I'm still not doing the iron pickup on the other one? Okay. Stations. How bad is this? Alright. I can start switching this over and improve the throughput on our iron. But this is one of those ones that's been scary for a while. Okay, so iron pickup. You should be fine. Enable trade limit 1. Do this. We are going to go ahead and get this swapped over. The good news is, as high a throughput as this is, we should be able to make this not that painful. So there's iron drop. Station. Iron drop. Grab you. Rename you. There's no train already here. So get this one on the same network as the others. Oh, wait, no, wait, no, wait, no, wait, no, wait, stop, 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 abort, abort. No. Iron drop. Oh, that's not gonna happen soon enough. Be quick, because I accidentally called the wrong train. And it's a real problem. It is a real big problem. It's a real, real big problem. So when the train arrives here, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to set it over to manual, and I'm going to go tell it to go to that other stop before anything else. Because we do have a train on the way, and it shouldn't come here. Wait, did it stop showing up? Oh, it did. It did fix it. Okay. The problem is I think the train is now stuck somewhere on the track by itself. Who knows doing what? I'm really scared about that issue. Well, if it is absolutely full... Yeah, because it should be absolutely full. If it's absolutely full with those structures, it'll go to a stop to pick up, be unable to pick up anything, and all that. Let's see if we can't figure out what train that was. Well, that's the stop. I'm looking for the train. Okay. So you are a problem. Because it did manage to pull this far out before I canceled it. So what we can probably do to fix this is, as a temporary measure, we can use this old trick. Which is I find the stop here, that's the structure, and I go, oops, train is unstuck, and put it back. Alright, so crisis averted on that one. Because that would have been really bad because it could have potentially have mixed up 2-3 different stops materials. And that would have been awful. And that was because I clicked on the wrong stop. Cool. So that's another one done. And I'm just trying to fix my stops while we're waiting other stuff to go. And I do have to watch that when we're switching that I do not already have a train at the stop. If I already have a train at the stop and it's not empty, that is a problem. But luckily, we consume so much iron so fast, that's probably not an issue I gotta worry about. And I can explain what I'm doing here and how, like, I can explain how my trains work here in just a minute. I have to get all this switched over. Iron drop. Hey, Snowball, how's it going? Alright, so we got 2 more iron drop stations to rename. And once I do that, if I have a train full of iron sitting there, then what I can do is I can go through and just manually send it on its way, and then it'll get fixed when it's done. I'm doing good. Just working on the lightning planet and cleaning up some stuff on my starting planet as well. Cool, so it does turn it on automatically. Cool, so let's go to our train that is this one. So good news, it is on its way already, and that's perfect, because if it's already on its way to doing that, I can go and grab this train. Alright, it stopped. We switched that to manual for just a minute. Go to that last station, that was our iron plate pickup. And you now get a new name to put on the system. And now let's track down that train that we did just stop. And you're all empty. So you now go into the cargo group. Alright, so now to explain what we've got going on with our trains. So, with what we've got, how goes the space DLC? Pretty good. We finished, we've finished the volcano planet. Like, I'm still there doing stuff, but I have unlocked everything I can on that planet itself, and now it's just shipping science over. We're making pretty good progress on the lightning planet. We're just waiting for some stuff to craft, so I'm fixing some trains in the meantime. But yeah, so the logic we have for trains is all of my train stations where something gets picked up are named item pickup. And so the way the logic works in Factorio is when you have your train and it has, this is the station I go to, it will go to the nearest station that is accessible that has that name. So if I make 4 different stops named iron pickup, and it goes, okay, it's time for me to go iron pickup, it'll go to the nearest one that is, like, the station is enabled, that it can path to. So that's good news. So by making all of my pickup stations named item pickup, and it just so happens to go to the iron stop, which is perfect, which is what I was already doing before. So it'll go to there. And so what happens is now all of my cargo trains will just go and grab the nearest buy resource. The magic happens here in our go-to stop, which is it will check, and if it has a full cargo or has cargo, and it's not actively doing something else, it'll go and do this, which is to go to a stop that the catch is that little green icon there is a wild card. That what that wild card does is it checks the first slot in its cargo and says, what item is here? And it will go to that train station that has that item, or that, like, it'll be that item space drop for its name. It'll go there to drop off. So, to give you the context, we go to just whatever's the nearest buy item pickup that's available, which I turn them on and off based on if they have enough available resources to make it worthwhile for a train to go there. Train goes up, fills up, and goes, okay, what's in my cargo? Okay, I'm going into that cargo space drop as the name of the station, and it does that until it's empty. So in this case, when it checks that wild card, it's going to find iron plate. And so now if we check on our list of stuff here, and look at our stations, it's actually doing it right now, so you didn't have to go and find it. So you see the name of the station it's looking for is iron plate space drop. And so it'll go to the nearest available station that is iron plate space drop that is enabled. And so basically my trains are now just cargo trains, and they will just go anywhere they're needed. It's always the first thing in the cargo, not the most numerous. I believe it is the first. We can actually check that wild card here in a second and see what it actually says. But yeah, so now it should pull up to a station here that it goes, okay. We check that station name, iron plate space drop. But yeah, we can double check what that was for its name. I can just go here and say wild card. Item parameter, special wildcard signal. When used in the schedule interrupt, it will match the first item that passes all wait conditions and replace the signal with that item. This also replaces the rich text tag with the in the target stop name. Yeah, so it just basically it says the first item that meets all conditions. So I could choose this and say, hey, it has to be a normal quality item, any quality item. I could do stuff like that to give it some rules. But, yeah, I'm not doing anything special with it, just look for the first item. And that's how all my trains work. So you'll look at my train network. Right now, I've got 28 trains that follow those rules, and I've got 6 trains that don't. What are my 6 trains that don't now? We have that's a liquid, that's a liquid, that's a liquid, and that's a yeah. So we've got 2 sciences. We've got the electric smelters, which has been sitting here because it's been full, and I've just not dealt with it. Oh no. Yeah, no, that's just not available. That's actually, this is the perfect time to switch you. Hey, you're a cargo train now. Have a good time. You are now the electric smelter icon. Drop. And now I can go to our electric smelter pickup and rename you to item pickup. And now that's using that logic. So let's check our other unassigned trains. So yeah, the military science, and the problem is I accidentally made way too much military science. Like, if we check this train station, it currently has 187,000 military science in it. I'm basically done with military science forever. But that train has a whole load in it, and its destination has a whole load in it, so... This is just the situation we live in. Yeah, and then this one's also, like, in a weird limbo. We're waiting on to drop off purple science. So I've got the 2 sciences, then I got liquids, and the liquids just need to be a different train, and I haven't taken the time to make a fluid rule because none of them. Do you have 7 train schedules for liquids? Yes. I have cargo, and then liquids eventually would be on that same system, but a different schedule, so that they go only to the liquid ones. So instead of item pickup, I might call them liquid pickup. And then, you know, I'd probably still follow that same format of, hey, you know, just check, like, what is your cargo? So, like, the drop would follow the same interrupt rules, but the pickup would have to be like, hey, only go to the stations you're eligible to because you have different cargo containers that can carry different things. Alright. So let's see here if we got any of these assembled. We did. We got one of those assembled. And you're waiting on the smaller assembly buildings, which are waiting on those. So let's see if we can't bootstrap that up for a minute. We're just deleting everything, but just taking time. Well, that's another problem. So I need to do this. This has been overdue anyways. Yeah, we're just consuming all those gears. Once we start having a situation where we're not blasting every gear in existence, a lot of that's going to settle down. We're just not there yet. And we're almost out of scrap in this spot. Which you do have more scrap on this island. It'll just have to pipe it in for you. Back to alert. Laptop half crashed. That's no fun. Ooh. Ooh, did you actually get those done? Cool. Alright, well in that case, I am going to turn that back on, because I will want those later, in the event that we have a problem. But with that, I should be able to finish the railroad track going between the 2 islands, and building out the train stations and all that. Because I build out these train stations, then I have the opportunity to do, Alright, there we go. If we, build up these train stations, then I can get, like, basically as much scrap as fast as I can get it off of here. This is 15 million scrap. I'm not going to be able to fit, or, so 11 million scrap. I'm not going to be able to fit very many drills on it, which kind of sucks. But, that'll be a whole thing. But what needs to happen here is I'm going to need to make those train stops. Which that's when I'm not going to bother even automating. We'll just manually do it. Here, you can have some scrap. So if I want to make those, honestly, it doesn't require very much. It's just going to be some green circuit boards. There we go. That's enough green circuit boards for 2 of them. And we're back to iron plate. And unfortunately, there is just no mining iron plate. Literally, we're just going to keep scrapping stuff faster and faster and passing it through. There's no point in me adding more scrappers onto this line, by the way, because if you actually look at it, this belt is saturated, and if I speed up that belt, it's just going to get past the claws, and that'll present its own problem. So we're just kind of stuck. Actually, give me those gears. I'm going to manually feed one of these. Give me plates. Yeah, because I only need 2 of the stops. Then I need a train. And what I'll probably do for the train is I'll most likely just put down an assembly building. It doesn't even matter if it's a good one down here. And then basically just say, make a train. And then not worry about it past there. Okay, there's this side. And then we can run down to the other. Yeah, so I could actually do sort of kind of along the lines of what we had started to do with the ribbon system. Alright, so I've got those both online. Where we're trying to do the ribbon system, I could kind of do that same idea, just none of the assembly along it. Just basically have you go this way, start filling this box. If you hit any overflow where the inserter can't hit, catch up, you dump it into put it back into the recycler belt, and we can start working on it that way, and that should help. Honestly, for you. Have fun in the machine, man. Alright, so how are we doing over here? We still need to get that. So you're waiting on this. You just need a couple more iron plates, and it does have to be iron plates themselves. Okay, grabbing some of those iron plates to try and feed these themselves. Yeah, so many of these are just not keeping up. Cool. So that should give me the one to pop it over to this one. That'll let this one run. That'll give me the 2. And then I just need the speed modules. And with the speed modules, those should be relatively inexpensive to make. We actually don't even need to worry about it. Alright. Next contestant on the long list of problems. For right now, this one I'm going to go ahead and tell it to be the trains and not worry about the other stuff. Because I do need the trains. This is going to be a little bit of a weird one that I will need 2 engines, and I think to make it worthwhile, we'll want 2 of the cargo cars. Because it's an end-to-end train, not a loop train. So I need an engine on either side to pull it. I'm not worried about the train being particularly fast. I don't think that'll be very important. We'll see where we can go with that. Okay, so you're getting plenty of circuit boards and all that. I know steel's another one we're hurting on. But that'll be really good once I get that online, because like I said, I'll be able to go down here and just massively increase the number of recyclers we've got going until we can start saturating belts. And then using the splitters as a way of organizing should allow me to basically do what we're already doing up there, but at a much, much faster rate so I can get my materials much quicker. Because right now, the slow speed of this belt is our bottleneck. So in the meantime, let's assume I'm going to have all the way over here to work with. So let's start going, getting you set up. So you are going to filter out blue circuit boards. Cool. And then we're going to skip 2. And you're going to be red circuit boards. Cool. And you will be green circuit boards. Cool. Because the idea with this is I would go right like here. We'd have the provider boxes and hands. And then most likely I'd do something like this, where it would say, hey, you have a priority go that way. And then if not, you'd have the conveyor belt that feeds right on through back into the recyclers. I'm going to wait on that because we might be short on other supplies. And that's not an urgent one. Okay, so after those, let's go ahead and set up filter for plastic, because that's another material I know we've got. So there's plastic. We have... Yeah, so let's see what up we... batteries. I'm trying to prioritize first getting, like, all the valuables out of here. We have the batteries. We've got concrete. But basically, we're trying to build this so we can scale it up now. Get us off this handful of recyclers where I'm stuck at the belt speed. And so you can take each one of these, put it on this thing, have just the overflow be able to just dump it right back into the recyclers, and just basically make it go as fast as we can on the blue belts. Until we hit such a point that one blue belt isn't enough, or we hit like a production speed where it's just like, no, really, we're just wasting materials. Alright, so you're still working on that train. How's that coming along? You're still waiting on engines. Do we actually have the engines made? No, the engines are waiting on the pipe, and the pipe is waiting on our iron plate. Story of my life. Interestingly enough, I have a smelter, and I've got iron plate, like, there, or the ore there. We don't get that enough of the material to really justify it, but you know what we could do? I might willing to just ignore that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, that this is going to sit idle 90% of the time, and just say, you know what? Just manually feed it. If you get ore, just in you go. So you are going to be set to the logistics of iron ore, because that seems to be the only one we've been getting so far. And with that, we got iron plate being produced directly. I think the only time we get the iron ore out of it is when we break down concrete, get the block, and then break down the block. You are all but spent. Alright, so we got one of those. If we get a second one... Cool. That gives me another one of these. Alright. So now we can automate the process of those being produced. No, I can't. I need the speed modules. You know what? I'm willing to manually feed that for a hot minute. Because if I manually feed it, the stack of my speed modules here. Then that'll be good. Cool. And then we can go control left. That's not what I wanted. That's what I did. Alright. So that does mean we'll have automated all the way up to getting the good assembly building. So let's go ahead and put that on our, just give this to me list. And we're just trying to patiently wait for this stuff to happen. You're making your plates. It's about to run out of iron ore again. Can I help make that train happen? I mean, you are plugging away at this. You actually are making progress. I did see that you brought another engine down here. How many engines is a train? Don't be that many. I don't remember. 20. That's terrible. Okay. That sucks. Great. Well, hopefully pretty soon we'll start consuming less gears, because a lot of the other stuff will be made, because the thing that's killing our gears right now is those conveyor belts I automated. But I'm not using that many, so it should gradually sort itself out. I say as I'm immediately like, oh yeah, we might as well just do this part. When? Basically. Do I have a construction drone? Hey, construction drone, I've not been using you. For the moment, hop in my inventory. I've got a completely reasonable mission for you. Have you ever considered disassembling an entire city by yourself? You just don't want to? Oh, you know what? I can't get it to do that. Only when you're really angry. It's not going to do that because my armor is powered by solar power, and the solar power sucks on this planet. So I'm going to have to turn off the run fast thing and just let this sit here and slowly charge. Can we get a shout out for Belinar, by the way? Another fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Also been playing a lot of Factorio lately, so, you know, a lot of the same good stuff going on here. Okay, so with this, right, so this should slowly fill up on its own. Now that I've got my leg things turned off, my logic drones need to be turned on. You spent like 3 days building your new spaceship. Nice. I can 100% see how that happens. Yeah, I don't want to put the drone down there. I'm thinking with a construction drone, I don't want it to run around and do its own thing. Yeah, so it's still at 0%. I mean, it does warn me that the planet gets, like, no power. So we'll just go ahead and turn that off and just let that do its thing. Hey, give me those. Do its thing until ready. Ooh, hey, actually. Hey, do me a favor. Do not make more of those. Just hold that in your inventory. And you can pop down here and say, hey, take those. Okay, we did get the shout. Sorry, I missed it. But yeah, absolutely fantastic. Also been playing. Yeah, no, this is our second play we've been doing so far. It's been a lot of fun. We're just trying to... Let's see, ran into a problem that you couldn't feed stuff in from your central hub. So you had to design better systems around that. Yeah, so that's, what I'm expecting to do here is what we're kind of working at this point, is I want to expand our salvaging operation here to accommodate where we're going to get more. But that's just going to take some work to get that done. And that's what this is about, is going to put all of these recyclers over here, feed it in by the train, and then use this whole area for sorting. And I think that'll be enough. But I gotta get that set up first. Because then my plan is to basically have a row of splitters down here that'll pass them back down for all the stuff that's overflow. And it'll still be doing logistics, which is going to be a hot mess, but not really much I can do about that. I can probably start to move those down here, even without the train hooked up. The other thing I could do is I could start getting these boxes set up. Oh, no I can't. You're eating them all. They still don't have my first train because they're waiting on motors. But yeah, so like, for right now it's been steel and That sort of stuff going on. You're emptying already, right? Yeah, so every time we get like 2 more of those, you're gonna go ahead and pitch those in there. That gives me a decent amount of steel and copper plate and all that out of that. Okay. That copper plate is actually piling up way too fast. Which is a little bit of a problem. Because I can break that back down to copper ore, but that doesn't do me any good. What else can I make with copper plate? Because I know I can make the copper wire. So I don't... So using solar panels, what else here doesn't make sense? So I can make that a low density... Ah, the superconductors. Right, so once I unstuck the superconductors, that should help. But I will need to start discarding that as well. And we're getting that because we're starting to tear apart the structures. The light structure things. And we still need to set up the chemical plant down here for the rocket fuel. Right, it's not a chemical plant. It's one of these. Yeah, you're good there. Let's go ahead and get you set up for making rocket fuel. It's going to be inefficient because I am going to just do the thing where we just smash a thing in there and let the logistic robots take care of it until I'm better suited. This is one I want to scale ultimately, though. Here, I'm going to make it worse. I'm going to jam it directly against that. Yep, and you take all you need, friend. Here, I'm even going to go sit here and say, hey, you know what you want in there? You want literally as much as that box will take. Go ahead and put a solid 2,000 in there. That's what you want to do. But so you really want to build on an asteroid and scoop next that occasionally that just flies between planets and drops stupid amounts of iron and copper or knows to remove the need for mining? Yeah, well that's, I think part of the idea is that's the idea behind the lava planet, is it's, you know, quote-unquote unlimited metals. I think the idea is you just get a silly amount, but then there's the cost of, you gotta put in a rocket and launch the rocket, and the rocket ain't cheap. So, you know, that's a problem. Alright, so we're making rocket fuel over here. Let's go ahead and just say, why not you go ahead and feed one box into the other. Siphoning a resource from multiple planets, all achieve more goals. Well, yeah, no, I think very genuinely the idea with the DLC in the long run is you do go to each planet has their own science and their own very special resources and all that. And you genuinely do just try and set up where you are able to extract those resources from the planet, send them up to your ship, take them back home, and build everything back home. Also, vice versa, you could take your resources from your main base and then move them out to the planets, or both. But it is those things that definitely seems like there's some back and forth as intended. Let's check that to see that can actually carry 2,000, and it's not going to be endlessly doing this forever. Yeah, you say 2.4. Alright, let's tell you just 1,000 now. We got that initial flood. That should stop her from doing that. But that way, where we got all this solid rocket fuel building up, or solid fuel building up, we're going to slowly turn that into rocket fuel. We're going to swap you to be that, and put the passive one there. So that way there's a buffer. Because I just want that to continue building rocket fuel to just delete the solid fuel, because that's one of those ones that keeps backing up, having more and more and more, because I'm just not able to do literally anything with it. Okay. Just double checking. You have a limiter on you. Cool. You have a limiter on you. Excellent. Good news on all of those. And there's even more of this. That's fine. They'll eventually get rid of it. Okay, so we're hitting the point where we've stopped consuming. We've stopped consuming enough gears that they are getting back around, and we're starting to get our plate. And that's probably because a bunch of these things, like the drills, are starting to stock up. The really big consumers, which are these conveyor belts, those are getting sorted. Yeah, so we're actually starting to get the engine units at a relative pace. So like I said, I do need to get 2 engines for what we're doing, because I need to end it. But the idea is one engine brings it to the left, one engine brings it to the right. We need to get that online in a big way, because the area here is getting pretty low on ore available. What are you complaining about down here? Oh, right. And I don't know how to cancel those. It actually says my suit has some power. Go forth, little robot. Do my work for me. Do my bidding. Bring me junk one piece at a time. I forgot about that part, actually. Still faster than me doing it. All right. Just pulling up more of these ruins for the material, so that while we're waiting on stuff, I could just get more material to toss onto the network and let that do its thing. Okay. Plus, I got the buildings out of here. Alright, turn that roboport off again so it can recharge. I can go ahead and rip up these ruins down here. That was part of the fun with this one, is you start like processing the recyclables in your inventory. There's like blue circuit boards. You're like, wait a second, hold shift to cancel it. Gotcha. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is go right up here and say, hey, there's more scrap. Have a good time. Hey, provider chest in the end. Actually, we can go to the individual ones. Hey, man, have some stone. Hey, man, have some gears. Have some steel. Put those in the trash slots so you can do your thing with them. Have some green circuit boards. Have some red circuit boards. Have some wire. Grab all of that stone that's just like that. And let those get fed back into the machine, because those will give me iron ore to make more iron with. That they thought it'd be fun to climb on top of the cargo ship for upgrades in Satisfactory. Yeah, that ended like expected. Yeah. It do like to kill you. Okay, so we've got one train. I need a second one. So we got 15 more engine units. That'll give us our second train. Once we have our second train, I will need the cargo pod. We will also need to get them fuel. Now, fuel should be very difficult here. I can't imagine there'd be anything I need to worry about too much. Oh, we should probably put you here and here just to make sure it's fully covered. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is we've got this rocket fuel going on over here. I have a pretty good supply of that stuff now. It'd be an awful shame to just, you know, not use it. So let's do the thing where we use it. All right. Oh, I had set to like give me 100, so we can give those back. All right, cool. I'm trying to avoid grabbing way too much conveyor belt and having that be a thing that's just consuming all the gears again. All right, so now I can go down here and say, hey, you, my friend, seem like you'd really like some rocket fuel in your life. Okay. And you are almost ready for the next train. Then I'm going to switch it over to the cargo cars. And then once I've got those, I should be all set up to move the drills onto the little island that's got 11 million salvage as opposed to our little couple 100,000 that's down to almost nothing at all. And we can get that sorted. Yeah, because this is getting pretty close to just spent. There's almost nothing left up here. And I have let them continue to make more train tracks and all that, because what I figure we'll do is if we run to a problem where we just, because of how small the space is, we just can't drill it fast enough, I could just name all the pickup spots the same thing, give them logic, and one train should be able to just pop back and forth to do that. You know, eventually, yes, it would make sense to add extra trains on here, but for right now, I am willing to bet one train can back this up pretty badly. Wait, what are you upset about on this planet? Oh, I got one of these that's upset about. Let's go over there, deal with it, and get back here so I don't have to deal with it whining all the time. Actually, don't put that in that. You can put all these in the garbage slots, because those will just get consumed after a little bit. And then the scrap we could just shove in one of these. Alright. Once we catch that up, we'll be all good there. Let's take a quick look at those. Let's you suspect your death crate is at the max height, which is out of your reach now. I think when you in Satisfactory, when you die in that type of situation, I think it will put it inside the boundary where the last place you could be standing is. I don't think it'll put it on the top. It'll bring it down to, like, the first level that it can get to. I believe that's how it works. I don't think I've been able to successfully get a death crate to be in the sky at any point. Alright. So you are actively consuming the tungsten as fast as we're making it, just about. I mean, there's a little bit going through. More than likely what it probably is this thing has probably just got here to start picking up. Oh, we need to go back and check how that's working over on here. Because that's one of the things I've been concerned about is the spaceport overfilling with those goods. Because we had that problem previously. It doesn't look so. Like, it looks like we're fine. That's good news. How about artillery? How are our artillery doing? Are we ready to start cleaning up? You only have one shot, so your answer is a solid no. You are not ready to start cleaning up. You're at 5, so no. And you're at 5 as well. And you're supposed to get like another 10 in your box, so no. And that's just, right now, because we chose to upgrade everything, we're still just completely stalled on everything. It is waiting to put down 1.5 thousand bulk inserters. 1.5 thousand bulk inserters. It's either underground or it's way above you. Gotcha. And somewhere on here, it is saying that I've got some conveyor belts to upgrade to a higher tier, and I'm sure it's just like one spot accidentally overlapped. Okay, it says, hey Rual, can you explain your rail network on the first planet? I know you run single direction tracks. Do you have turnarounds? And can you explain the signals for the train crossroads? You're trying to do a factory the same way. Okay, so let's start with the intersections, because that's kind of straightforward. Basically, when you look at the intersection, the way in, I've got a chain signal. The way out, I've got a regular signal. So what that does is this signal says, okay, I'm either going out here, here, or here, because that, you see the paths that go to each of them. And whichever route it goes, it says, okay, I can go that way. And if not, it'll wait here. And that's just so you don't have a train sitting in the intersection. Now, we can make this better by having like go over, under, and all sorts of stuff. But this is passable. The downside you run into with this design is only one train can be passing through the intersection at any time, even if there isn't a conflict. So if I have a train going this way and a train going this way, they should be allowed to go through, but because that's one block, that is a negative of this design. There are better designs. Now, let's see what else you had. Turnaround points, I do have some. They're not many, so like this is a turnaround point here. And there's not much to say about it. It's a turnaround point. They're just signals. They aren't really put in a good logical way. Most of my depot locations, you'll see I have like a full extra thing. That's what that's there for, is so that trains can, go up. It'd be go up, pop in, come around this way, and continue on or whatever. We have another depot down here somewhere. I've got 3 depots, I'm remembering where they're... Yeah, we got another depot around here. I don't actually have that many turnaround points. I probably should have more. But the worst case, since this is a square, if there is a train that needed to turn around, if it had to, it really could drive like the whole way around the square, turn around, and come back. It shouldn't have to do that, though. Now I think about it, we probably have more places we could pick up. But yeah, there's ways I could change this to have less of an issue. Like one design I've been experimenting with on my other side, I don't actually want to place it down there. Let's go to the planet we're on. The planet we're on. So one I could do is, are we outside the bot network up here? Just a little bit. That's fine. Basically, instead of having the cross at the square and all that, put a roundabout and have them come in and out of the roundabout. So you have like a circle that like sweeps in and out each side. There's stuff you can do with that. But yeah, that's when you can look up just train designs, and there are people who have come up with all sorts of wild intersections that have almost no points of conflict and yada yada. So let's go here. You're being changed off that, because now I need the cargo cars. And we'll change what you're putting here. And then I just need 2 of those. Those should be cheaper on materials. In the meantime, I don't need these motors. Get those out of here. Go ahead and take the steel from me too. And the circuit boards. And the cement for that matter. But yeah, no, the other design I've been experimenting with is I was able to figure out what I was doing for my old design. And it was going up to the intersections. Basically what I would have is I would have... I'm trying to not let the logic bots try to fill up my inventory. I would have kind of... Pretend those are train tracks. And here I can actually show it this way. So it'd have something like that, so it'd be 2 on each side, and these would be far enough that I could make them make like a little X so you could switch in and out of lanes. But the magic was when I got to the intersection, the middle 2 lanes would go through the intersection. The outer 2 lanes would collapse into the inner 2 right before the intersection. And then the idea of whatever that would go from there is you would go and have like the intersection do all its stuff. But if you had someone who needed to drop something off in that segment, so you have the plus here and the plus here, and there's the 4 lanes going in between, if they had to drop something off, they would cut out to the outside lane to get to wherever's appropriate. Otherwise, they would, they would stay in that middle lane, just based on the path being shorter. I believe with that one, I was using roundabout-style intersections, where, again, you have, like, the roundabout so anyone could turn back to wherever they gotta go. And then you'd have, like, the sweep on and off lanes for anyone who had to make a right turn, wouldn't even have to go into it. But, I gotta redesign those intersections. I don't have a sample handy because I haven't made those in a while. Alright. So we're waiting on the cargo train, which is just waiting. It's interesting. Like, I find it fascinating that with what I'm dealing with here, the thing that's my actual bottleneck, the thing that's actually causing me grief, is just iron plate. Just plain old iron plate. Okay, can I get one more drill on here before it's all done? Probably get 2, actually. But yeah, so we're down to this, like, last teeny tiny little bit. This is about to fully exhaust. We've got most of what we need. I just need that cart set up. Because once I have that set up, it's okay if a lot of the other stuff doesn't work. Even if I have to fill it up with, like, just 1 or 2 inserters at a time, that's fine. Stop! Like, why would you go this way? What I need is this to actually have a decent amount of artillery shells so we can just open fire and start cleaning up. They're just killing all of our construction bots because there's no logic you can give them worthwhile. I still have 297, so I'm not really worried about it. It's just really annoying to me. Like, there's not even something for you to repair over here. You're literally... what... Yeah, so you are on your way with repair tools. I'm assuming down here somewhere is what you're doing. You finished the circuit... Oh. They finished the conveyors, but they ran to a problem there wasn't enough. You seem like you need to be filling up more often. Well, no, that's less than 4,000. So that shouldn't be a problem. You let it run. Move the repair tools? Well, the repair tools are needed everywhere. The problem is I need repair tools up here, and I need repair tools down here, which means the logic is they are going to cut from one side to the other. As long as I've got a big group of nests in between, you're going to have some number of bots who just do that crap. It is genuinely one of those things that I wish you could, like, give your bots, this is a no-fly zone. Go around, or that they would generally follow the path of your stuff. I would much prefer that logic. Because it is one of those things, it does make you kind of keep your base mostly a square or circle or whatever like that in. Because the iron is the first bottleneck until it becomes copper, a bigger bottleneck, until it becomes iron, a bigger bottleneck. Yep. Like, they're all just... What are you trying to repair? What is damage that you are all... Okay, so you have this one spot, and it is being attacked. Like, to be fair, it is getting damaged. But, other than just tearing down half the bot network... Well, and I don't want to tear down the network, because that'll be just that wall falling down. What I need is I need my artillery shells in stock. And they're being manufactured, but right now the Logibots are just really struggling. Yeah, because what do you need? You need the calcite. And the calcite gets delivered here. And there's none there. And actually, let's take a look at Hope 1. Hope 1 is our one that delivers the calcite and all that. It might be what I need to do is go to your instructions here. Cut that way down. I set that to 4,000. Let's say 2,000. So half as much. And let's go to Volcanus, because I'm assuming it's close to getting its next delivery. Yeah, because I believe it delivers in groups... Just stop. You're just wasting materials. The good news is I can destroy that nest. If I get the ammo, I can destroy all those nests, so at least those ones stop dying. They'll still die when they cut across here. But the problem is, even if I jump in the tank and I remote control it, I can't really go outside that radar range without having problems. And you're just all waiting for inserters. Which I'm assuming those are getting held up by gears? Or circuit boards? You never see Novus? I mean, it's... Yeah, Novus is the starting planet. So secured? Oh yeah, no, I used to do a lot of Death World runs and all that. And so that similar setup you have at Death World. Just Death World, you would not let yourself have that open spot in the middle. Okay. Cool, and with that, we go here, we cancel all your stuff, trash the unrequested. And you don't need to be this anymore. So, the next thing on our order of operations I would probably want for this is we could either go for the recycler and start scaling that up, or we can go for this, like, complicated building they've got here. Probably the complicated building, in all honesty. So I can go there, get that set up. You only want to have one stack now, because I need more of those. Alright, so with this, we could start getting our train set up. So we get you, and you. And the engine pointing the other way. So what needs to happen now is I do need to bring this over. Do I have steel boxes yet? No, we're working on it. Let's change you to only carrying 10. I don't need that many. Yeah, so you're gonna start making that. That'll be a big one for us, because with that, I can start making the stuff to get the new science, and then we'll be wanting to scale up the new science. Honestly, for right now, this is probably not going to be a great solution. I'm sure I'm gonna have to, like, move it around and all that. Okay, so we do have a train that is now going to be able to go back and forth. It'll be simply... I should name these stations and just say... your name is... Scrap Drop. And then the other one's name is... Scrap Pickup. Fair enough. Your instructions will be to go to Scrap Pickup. Wait, what? And you will stay there until your cargo is full, and you'll go to... Oh, I see what happened. Your Scrap Drop. Scrap Pickup. Okay. So we go to Scrap Pickup until you have a full cargo, and then you go to Scrap Drop until you have an empty cargo. And why was that red? Seems fine. What? You're actively sitting at it. Does it need like one more tile of track or something? Or is it facing the wrong way? Ah, there we go. It's on the wrong side. There we go. Scrap. Pickup. Yep, that's on me. Okay. So yeah, so now sit there until it is full. And so that train will go back and forth obnoxiously fast. Obviously, we're not actually loading it quite yet. Yeah, no, it was just I had the stop facing the wrong way. And it's just sitting there idle, so it won't need more rocket fuel for right now. Surprisingly, as hard as that thing's going, I'm not seeing more rocket fuel getting down this conveyor belt. I do guess that is pretty slow production speed. Alright, chat. So bear with me, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to go ahead and quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, but thank you so much for tuning in, I'll be right back.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
I'm gonna have failed this like at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Great Architect. Excellent news. The wonder has been built. Completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Great Architect. Excellent news. You did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Glorious Empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great Architect. The Emperor, I regret to inform you you have been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay. I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent. Perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there.
Bully, 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 bully.
I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. Take an F1 car. Yes, they look fast when you watch them on TV compared to watching them in person. All right, and I am back. We just kept the game running in the meantime because it's just getting the materials. I don't really see a reason to not keep it running. Okay, so let's go ahead and see. We've got another drill that is out of scrap up here. And we can put down the drill over there. How goes Zappy Planet? Zappy Planet's going pretty well. We are just getting to the point where I'm going to be able to produce another one of these things. And that should get me the super capacitors. And I believe I'll need like one more of them after that point to be able to make the new science. Which is the big thing for this planet, is the new science, and then those capacitors you use for a bunch of stuff. So that's going pretty well. The home planet, we're dealing with nests that when I get back to the home planet, we're clearing this out and walling this off because I am tired of watching my construction bots die one after the other, just because. So I need to get that sorted. Oh, you know what? I might be saving ourselves a bunch of upgrades. Hey, how much ore do you have in there? That much? Alright, so you're looking to see if I have more than 500. Because you know what's getting shut down? That whole stop. And as soon as it's done with that, I can pull up the rest of this. And then this whole stop is just done. This coal node is finally tapped. We still have plenty of other coal nodes, but that one's been overdue to get yanked for a while. The catch is it's not in drone range, so I'm gonna have to fix that, which will just be another thing to have my construction drones do for a while. Oh, you're just going to take a while. Hey, I mean, alright. Set you to manual for a minute. So you just keep doing your thing there. I'll need to remember to bring that back over. Yeah, so let's just sit there and fill up. It's gonna take a hot minute for that to happen. Volcanus is doing fine. We were getting pretty close to... Okay, it just sent off. Yeah, so Hope 1 is on its way home. And it's bringing with it more tungsten and all that, so we can make a lot more shells. I did lower the amount of orange science it's waiting on to ferry back and forth. Honestly, you know what I'm going to do? This is probably a mistake. But we'll see if I drop that down to 1,000 how it goes. I'm just trying to figure out how much we need. Hey, very last Lordy. Thank you so much for the 200 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you again for that, and I hope you've been enjoying the advertisement preview. Well, sorry, that's not the something. Thank you so much for that support. Brain. I didn't actually get much sleep last night. My brain is too into this game, and it's not being very helpful. Yeah, so thank you so much for that support, Lardine. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so that should give me more artillery shells back home. And we get those more artillery shells back home.
Yay. We appreciate you, see. You the best.
Thank you, Elson Adventures, for the 100 biddies. I do really
Choo-choo.
appreciate that as well. So thank you so much for that as well, and all that good stuff. Those are gonna need to get deleted soon. Okay, we're making progress there. We're almost to the point where I'm gonna try and switch this stuff over. We're so close. I'm just kind of waiting on these boxes, and those are being consumed by here, which that's full, and that's full. Right. Whoa, you want 75 boxes? No wonder that's taking forever. Also, today's your birthday? Well, happy birthday, Lardine. Usually you receive stuff on your birthday. You don't give stuff. I do appreciate it. But I mean, I feel like you got this one backwards. But thank you so much for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. But happy birthday. I do hope whatever it is you have chosen to do on your birthday and all that
Yay.
has gone well and all that.
I demand cookies. Give cookies.
You are a cookie. You demand yourself? Kind of a weird choice there, man. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the reason I was like deleted the message, and it took me a moment to realize, like, oh yeah, like people don't kick off that bot command too often. For those who are new to the channel, I've played a lot of RimWorld on the past, and it's fine when people make like the occasional cannibal joke or whatever in RimWorld, but it kind of got tiring after a while that those were following me into every other game, even where it made no sense. Like someone being like, "Oh, Factorio, guess you're gonna have to eat people," and you're just like, what are you talking about? What's wrong with you? And so rather than like make some big rule saying, hey, we don't talk about or whatever, I set it up so the bot would just automatically do a thing where when people talk about it, it just replaces it with tacos. Because I mean, seriously, why would you want something other than tacos? But it used to be like all the time. Are you done? Yeah. Okay, so I may have goofed on you. Alright. Temporary thing we're doing. For this train, we're gonna take this train and we're gonna say coal drop. And I'm going to manually send this train to a coal drop. Because I just realized okay. So I need to wait till something needs coal. And then we can set that up. Okay, so it actually did get its interrupt in. Because my fear is if I don't manually send it to intervene, it was going to take that coal and go to a pickup spot. And that would be really bad. It would just be really bad. So what I can probably do, let's go to other places that we bring in coal. We got you. Hey, come on over. It's not the train I needed to do that. We probably have another coal drop up here, I'm guessing. Yep. Cool, so we've got you set up. So this train station, it's gone now. Its services are no longer needed. Keep the power for the tower there. Alright, but I am going to have to sit here and do this. Cool. Does the other worlds so far have enemies to fight, or how biters expand the nest? No, they all have their different things. So, like, the volcano planet, we had the worms, that they stick to their territory, and they'll leave you alone until you start building on their territory, and then they get all angry and they destroy whatever you build on their territory. But they won't attack, they won't come after you. You have to intrude on them. And only when you do intrude on them do things escalate. But, we haven't been to the fungal planet or whatever, and then this planet has no life on it that isn't us. So you get kind of the idea on how all that's working. So meanwhile, let's go back to Novus, because you should be done emptying out... Oh no, where did that train go? Groups 3... Coal drop train, let's check you. You are picking up... I don't know, so we're going to take you off coal drop as a setting. You're getting circuit boards. We're going to let it continue to build up the circuit boards. Once that's done, I'm going to put it back onto the cargo train thing. Because I just wanted to go ahead and have it do its quick pickup there real quick. And all that stuff. But yeah, so I probably want to go through these intersections and rearrange them. The big problem I have is the intersections now, if I change their size, it's going to break the entire network. So that's good, so we're getting our green circuit boards dropped off. Okay, so you've got that. So you're now in the cargo train group, and get back to doing your thing, man. Cool. And did you already get that thing set down? Yep. And then that should be enough to pull up everything at this stop. Yep, and that should pull up everything up here, and it'll be good for a little bit. Cool, cool. We have 2 artillery shells on this gun. We have 5 on that one. I believe I have 3 of those. And this one we've got 7. So open fire. Alright, unfortunately that's all the ammo it had. And it is the thing, I want to set these up in some way that I can kind of configure them to be like, hey, turn the gun on when you have like a certain amount of ammo, like turn it back to automatic, and then turn it back off once it drops below a certain amount of ammo. Okay, and you're ready to fire as well. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have to figure that one out. Yeah, the good news is we are now actually making the ammunition. But we don't want them to fire one round and then wait, and then fire one round and wait, because the nest will start to recover health, and we'll just start to strain our defenses. But it might do something like say, okay, when there is 20 rounds in this box or whatever, turn on the inserter and then use like a timer or something that says, okay, well you run that for 30 seconds. A belt sensor and a time delayer. Yeah, there's a couple different ways to go. One option I have is there is a trick where you can use lights to store information. And so what you can do with that is you can use the light as a bit. And so what happens is once this hits 10, you turn the light on, and then you use something else to turn the light back off separately. You can also use a couple of the different combinators and all that. Let's see, we have power switch, constant combinator, selector combinator, decipher, arithmetic combinator. Yeah, there's different ways you can do your logic to like store stuff and all that. I was hoping I could just do it by directly, like, plugging one into the other. Like, be able to just connect those over and be able to say, hey, read this. And just have some, like, variable, like, between these two things, like, how much ammo is there. Like, that's the deal, is I need a way to turn it on and then back off. But the issue is if I set it to be like, hey, check to see if it's got 10, then, you know, a whole thing. And there's even ways I could sit there where I have it where it says like, oh, check for this amount, turn it on, and it starts like dumping it all in the box, and so it would just turn it off because some, like, its on condition gets lost, but it just takes time. And meanwhile, you're churning away at the ammo. Actually, now I think about it, we can even set you to take literally any quality of the ammo. Oh, right. It's annoying in that I can only request one quality. If you set to any, the request just doesn't work. It's a choice I understand. There's like, okay, there's probably some programming reason for it, but also... Yeah, so we are already 100 inserters down. We are working our way through. It's fine. How are things going here? So you don't have that made. It's probably waiting on the reinforced concrete. Yes, it is. That's fine. Thank you to the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I'm assuming you're waiting... Oh, so you're waiting an actual, just like straight up concrete. Yeah, that's interesting. Do you not have enough of that? There's plenty here. And nothing can, like, nothing's killing Malaji bots here. We're keeping them all on one island where they don't go out and get zapped. Okay, and you should pretty soon stop. You know, let's go to these manually and say, hey, you know what? That's just too dang many. You only want 25 now. Give me 50 of those. Actually, take those back. There. And same here. That's way more than I need for this. Cool. Alright, so we've got those set up. So we can start getting our train hooked up and all this sorted out. Because we've been waiting on that for entirely too long. Alright. So that's kind of what I figured was going to happen. I know I set you up to go on this side. Let's set you up to go the other way around and give you a good amount of distance. Because if we do it that way, I'm still going to bring the stuff up here. I don't have to fight with it. I'm going to go and grab all this rocket fuel. take it around to the other side, and then I can get this hooked up to have the drop-off side, and then we'll start working on getting the pickup side. We could definitely use way more rocket fuel. Alright. Yeah, this is good because... that's just gone. Okay, put all the drills down. Okay, that's fine. We're working on it. Alright, so first off, before we even worry about getting to the next location, just get all our inserters here. Put you there. We can worry about unloading from the other side in a minute. So first off, we've got this side set up so when the train arrives, it can remove stuff from this. Let's grab a bunch of those drills, bring those over. And as I mentioned, we'll end up getting this. I probably can set up more of these. So we got the blue circuits. What else do we want to pull off of this? So we'll have the solid fuel. That's a thing we get out of here. We have... oh, right. Yeah, I'm gonna have the... we don't want to bring that down yet. It's not feeding in there. It's gonna feed in the recyclers over here. Okay, so let's go down here. I just remembered I need the drills. Let's grab a stack of our drills, go down over here and drop some drills down. And we'll bring whatever extra drills back so we don't massively make too many. You found your death crate. You place pics in the game channel on the Discord server. How bad is it? Let's see. Satisfactory? Yeah, it's up there. Right, so I'm assuming it was just... was it just inside the range of the end, or was it, like, just outside the range? Because I vaguely remember that I was only once able to get myself in a position where I could not retrieve my death trait in all of the betas. There was one where I managed to jump way, way, way down, and I like didn't die from the fall. I was like on this like lip underneath, but I couldn't move out from that without taking damage. And I think I even managed to recover that one, but I just had to do some real weird stuff. We're just waiting for the lightning so I can cross to the other side. So I guess while that's happening, Hope 1 is back over Volcanus. Already filled up with more stuff. And we're just filling it up with materials. Okay, 2,000 is the amount I set it to go up to. All right, I was going to be like, please don't make that much. Okay. So I'll get those next rockets ready. Then pretty soon I will have this. Yeah, so it definitely seems like we're able to get the other supplies much faster. And we have the same problem where the bots are going back into their demise. You got 4 shells. I can fire on these nests and take out a couple. Probably not. Well, I mean, we'll do it, because 4 shells should be 2 nests worth. And we can check you. No more ammo yet. And just 1 shell. Alright, because eventually I want to get those so we're getting the ammo fast enough I can just pick off those nests where they're at. But yeah, when we get back here, I'm going to clear out this area. We're going to wall off here just to make the base vaguely squarish, because that should stop the constant death of the construction bots. All right. It's hip to be square. All right, we got our 2 lanes that I can put on this 11 million scrap. No, don't do it like that. So the containers would be over here. Here, we could do this to make this easier for me to space. Okay. Alright, so with that, I'm actually going to have some really high throughput. And we can try and get it all set up on this side as well. That's fine, that's close enough to maxed out. Honestly, I don't think it's going to go any faster anyways. I don't think this serves any purpose. And the reason I'm saying that is these crates on this side, when they're full, is going to be more than the train's worth. And I just don't see it being a necessary thing. Okay, so you're gonna fill up. It is happening gradually. Well, that's that. It's outside of range. It's just more buffer. That's bummer. Hopefully, you didn't have too much stuff in it. Well, that's not helpful. The amount of accumulators you need in this are absolutely ridiculous. Okay, well, hopefully that works out fine. Alright. Oh, wait. We're still in a lightning storm. Don't go out there yet. Yeah, so good news is, with that now, that train should just go back and forth as needed. And bring us the scrap, and we basically have all the drills I can fit on that thing going. So there's a very good chance, if I want even more ore, I'd probably need to send up... Basically, I'd probably need to have, like, a train go... Well, this one's hard to get to, because you're gonna go through shallow, so I'd probably go over here, and then maybe this would go around to get that one. If I really need it. They could just have the same name. That's gonna be a very costly endeavor. It'll probably be something I want to do long-term, but short-term we should be okay with what I got. Eventually I'll be able to landfill that, and that's when I can start just connecting things and making life easier. Alright. So with this, I'm not going to be expecting the world as far as how much capacity I can make happen. Alright, so I want to bring it pretty far over to this side. And then we'll split it. Yeah, we'll split it. Later on, I can choose not to split it if need be. Alright, so we need to go grab ourselves some more conveyor belts. But the intention is to take a bunch of those recyclers, start moving them down here, and then add more. That way I can go and have the recyclers feed into a system that is much more efficient at getting this all sorted out. So let's first go ahead and yank the last recycler or two off this side, because as you can see, it's just not even getting anything anymore. There's just not enough throughput. Okay, so let's get our first recycler set up. So here's you. So you'll need to be set up there. And you here. We've got you all configured. Cool. So yeah, so with this, that starts our whole process. Alright, so as you can see, that means my solid fuel is going to be down here now. So I can go right here and say, okay, solid fuel there. We apparently need to bring a RoboPort down here. That's totally fine. Cool. So you get the idea. Solid fuel starts going in here. The next step will be to have that loop by to go back out. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright. So now, little by little, I need to start taking these down and moving them down below and getting it so we can just start maxing out this at a much better rate. And as we do that, I can open this up more and more. Alright. So now I've moved those, I can go up here and say, alright, so the next contestant appears to be Gears. That is backing things up. So I can go up here and say, alright, filter, Gears, okay. Get you on there. Same deal. Pull these things up. Run them down here. And just continue to expand this process a little bit more. Because with the way I'm shifting that all around, I'm going to be able to do a lot more so far as just throughput on that whole recycler system. That I should be able to get this to the point that this belt is going at full speed. And still managing to hold up. Alright, so we've got you. We'll need the blue circuits and all that. We can actually... Right now I'm kind of ignoring getting all that squared away properly in favor of just getting the next one set up. Okay, so we still have steel and wire. Go here and say, alright, and you are now steel. And real soon, these all bottom out. Yeah, so you have 4 point something K. So they actually have a couple thousand left on them. So what I probably want to do is reroute these down to the other ones. So let's work on that, because I can reroute that and just get the last little bit of that out of here. Yeah, so I'll just do this. And then just like that, this will all start running out. We can start yanking it all up. Okay. Yeah, so those are about to exhaust their materials. And then I can just yank this whole area up. And then we still have, like, the ice to do, and we still have a couple other ones. And then we should be good. Yeah, so we're just straight up done with this side. We deal with all that up there in a minute. Okay, so in the meantime, let's grab the recyclers, keep the pattern going. Yeah, what's going to be really curious is when I start getting to the point of saturation with this, I'm probably going to need dedicated recyclers for... Like, what I'll probably do is I'll have a set of recyclers here doing this. I'll probably have a separate set of recyclers, like, either up here or down here. That will be for all the stuff that comes back around to shove it in there. Just so that it does split the difference versus just all being salvaged all the time. It looks like there's just a couple bit of solid fuel that went through the recycler a couple more times before it was finally done. Alright, so with that... Now I do have all these boxes on storage still. So that's just storage here right now. But we can deal with that. So it looks like we've got wire as the next one. For things I'm not handling yet. And then we've got stone. And now we've got ice. Oh, right, this one stupid spot here. It's fine. There's just one spot here. And that one little spot right there is just a tiny little, like, 8 spaces of that. So you need ice. And that'll need to be sorted. And then we'll end up moving some of those. Okay, so with all this, we are working on getting it all through. These are all getting backed up. Let's go ahead and put down our other recyclers here. Okay, so I need to start moving provider boxes. Alright, you are my wire box. Congratulations, wire box. You're gonna go wiring. You are my steel box. Let's get you set up on steel. You're my concrete box. I am splitting off concrete here. We have the gears box. Okay, and so more of this needs to be brought up. We have our stone box. I'll get to the concrete box. You have to make sure all those are in tenor range by the time we're done. So I don't have the regular iron plate or this split off. We do have the blue circuit split off, so let's drop that one down. Then grab the red circuit boards. There, and get you. We have the plastic. Yeah, don't worry about trying to go farther. We have the batteries. The batteries are already chock full. And then once we get this, I need to start getting the thing that's going to cycle the materials that we've already got back out. Okay, so we've got all of these set up now, except for this one up here. So I'm going to go ahead and just yank the rest of this off the network if I can, and just put the stuff in the appropriate chests as able. So you're going to be green circuit boards, you're going to be plastic, you're going to be solid fuel. We had batteries were up here. We have the light frame I haven't split off yet, that's going to be up here. Yeah, so those ones can be fine right now. Okay, we can go like this. So there's our ice on the network. We can run down here to the solid fuel and drop you off. Okay, so let's see what's next on our list. We have our splitter up here. You'll be the light frame. Because this will also open it up for when I need to deal with stuff. That's fine, we'll deal with the copper in a minute. When I need to deal with stuff that I can literally just pop it in and that'll be alright. Alright, please take the copper back. And you take my frame back. Okay, so we can take this. Yeah, the next one, you are going to be that redstone stuff, whatever that was called, that one. Cool, so right now we're not seeing anything new on the grid at all. That's what we want to see. Needless to say, we got to work on that. But what should happen is as these fill up, we're going to need to bring it down here. We do have the inserters going full speed, but what I like to see is that this is going almost as fast as it can. This should start to clear up as we get things leveled out. If I have to put multiple inserters here, that's fine. But now comes where we're going to have to do a little bit of other stuff going on here, which is a means of feeding this back in to be scrapped a second time. How much does it cost me to make a recycler? Those weren't that bad as I recall. The recycler is... So I need concrete, gears, and blue circuit boards. So I'm going to go ahead and say, give me some of those. Give me some of these. Give me some of that. And you still need the concrete. We need more steel. Cool. And we'll go for one more. So a nice even number. You need a little bit more steel and a little bit more gears. Okay. Now it's con, right? See what you did there. Cool. Alright, so the plan with this is we are going to bring the scrap stuff back around and have another line of these that is going to scrap it and then put it on that belt. So let's grab these again. I didn't really give myself enough room here, which is a little bit of a mistake. Because if I try and feed it on this side, it's not going to work. So we can go up one from here, pull that down. It's fine. I'll just put them in line. Manifold style. It's not the best way of doing this, but it'll pass. Okay, so we'll have this go up one, yank that down, bring the power around it. Put a gap in between them so I can have 1 feed on one side, 1 feed on the other. Okay. So you feed in from this side. So what I'd want to do is bring this up, bring you past, and bring that down. And that should cover my bases. And then we bring this up and merge it right back in. So this is the we got stuff that we don't need, please destroy line. So for this, I should be able to just bring you right over here. And then you're going to be in areas like this where it'll say prioritize the right lane. So straightforward. If there's room on the right lane, you put it in the box. If there's not, it goes right back out. So there's an out lane. And for the moment, I probably do have enough splitters, actually. If I choose to copy this, will it keep the settings? Alright. We can make this work. I'm gonna break all of these lanes. And I'm going to copy that, every one of the ones down. Oh, right. If I copied, it's not going to actually place it, is it? Oh, well, okay. Yeah, that'll work. Because I copy it just to give it the instruction. That way, when I place it, it knows what to do. All right. Cool. So now the real catch is going to be how I'm actually bringing this through on this side. I could just bring it out and down that way, but that, you know, that probably is not that bad. Because if I do it that way, sure, it costs me another one of these. Like, I can go like this, and then down. And I'm going to want to use splitters. Right now, I'm just trying to take that as far as we can. Oh, I should have saved some. Okay. We can probably do here for a moment, because that's not going to be overflowing much yet. Not till it plays a little bit of catch up. What I probably need to do is get our setup over here. Did you not make any of these yet? Oh, you're gonna be waiting on these. I didn't make any of those, did I? Let's see. So that's just green and red circuit boards, if I recall correctly. So yeah, just give me a stack of those. I actually have a bunch of those. Give me one stack of those. You can just hold on to these for right now. Give me a stack of these. Oh, I forgot how painfully slow those are. That's fine. So I'm going to make a quick thing of the quick inserters here, just so I can get one of these built. We'll get one of those for the quick inserters, one of those for the underground faster belts. Oh man, I think I have to go with the whole tier, because did we... Oh man, I didn't even do any of the undergrounds. It's fine. Get these being made automatically first, so you don't have to pocket craft them all. Okay, so we can grab you, drop you in there. Thank you. I just realized I have a bunch of these, so that'll be for the speed up. And the 3 of those. So we can go here, speed up thing. Alright. And so for you, you're going to be a regular underground. Cool. You're going to be a regular splitter. Cool. You're going to be a red underground. Cool. You're going to be the next splitter here. Those are backwards. You're the red splitter. Cool. Okay, and I'll need 2 more of those. And then when we get those 2 more of those, I'm going to take all the way over there to... Sorry, I'm going to take the 2 over there to get the blue conveyor belts made, so I could deal with this. We're only starting to get our very first things under here. It looks like we are starting to overfill our gears already, which honestly surprised me. Are you even connected to gears? Yeah. How did gears get down here? Right. Yes, they've already got the solid fuel backing up into here. Just gotta wait a moment for things to unstick. And we'll add this in the pass it back through. Alright, and you'll end up... Go ahead and toss you there. It's fine, they'll get there. Alright, so we're getting this worked out. It's gonna take a little bit more. Do we already have our next one of these? Yeah, I got 2 of them. That's how many I need. We're gonna run over here, get the underground belts and all that going. That's gonna eat up our gears and some of our parts for a little bit here. It's just the way it is. I wish I'd give myself more space for this. It's fine. I can work around it. So, passive providers. Requester chests. You're the underground. You are this. Turn those around. Put you here. Grab the pipe. Cool. Okay, so with that, we'll have all the different levels of, these being produced. And so now I can go up here and say, hey, requester, give me all of the blue belts. And the power poles. Alright. So with that, I should be able to get this thing going again. It'll just take some doing. But, right now we're not having any meaningful overflow. That's not true. I actually have one thing that is overflowing right now. I just need to get the one underground thing here moved over. So we could start taking anything we don't use and just shoving it right back through. Give me that back. Oh, don't do that. What do I need for a lightning tower? I need a little bit of steel right now because I made a big mistake. Where on earth is my steel? Okay. Please hurry. I done goofed. Okay. Much better. Alright, I'm probably already making those things somewhere. Okay, so what I need to do now is I do need to just get that underground. We're waiting on that. It should be here momentarily. In the meantime, you actually did finish. And for you, I know you need the materials over here. So for you to make the superconductor, so you need the electrolyte, the superconductors and all that. Alright, so I'm going to plug this in just to get it working. And then, like I said, this is the one we want to scale in the long run. You're slightly off-center, because of course you are. That's not the right recipe. Okay. And like I said, this is the one I'm going to want to come by later and be like, no, I need more, I need more, I need more. Which will take a little bit, but that's fine. Supercapacitors, I have no idea how many we need, but we'll go ahead and get it on there. So let's see what we got going on. So we've got... Yeah, we've got all of that. We got that in bulk. What are we waiting on for our... Oh, we have now unlocked the new science, which then makes everything available. Including a much better lightning collector. So, the new science, what do you require? You require accumulators, superconductors, electrolyte, and the Hallam whatever solution. So right now, the Hallam solution's up here. This is down there. And are you also in this thing? Yeah, the electromagnetic thing. Alright, so we'll deal with that soon enough. Yeah, because you are waiting on concrete, you're waiting on reinforced concrete, everybody's waiting on reinforced concrete. You are waiting on conveyor belt, which is being produced right up here, which is waiting on plate. So basically, we're at the point... Alright, so... Which one of these is going to not overfill anytime soon? Plastic will likely not overfill anytime soon. Just to unstick this stuff. Because with that, now I should start getting myself iron plate back into the system. And with iron plate back in the system, this is where we're going to run to our next thing where I'm like, oh, I'm not filtering that. Let me start filtering that. So grab this area of these. Expand it over here. Okay, so we have two things now. I need to go here. And G will be for the block. Pick those up. And then U will be for the iron plates. Alright, so I think we've once again got everything currently being produced on there. That'll start to break down to other materials. We can get there when we get there. But yeah, so that's got everything unstuck. It is going basically as fast as it can. And honestly, in the short term, it might just literally be we just let this thing run. And then each time it gets stuck, we fix the next thing. Our power went out. That's because I'm probably pulling up, like, I'm pulling up these accumulators as we're going. And by pulling up the accumulators, I am creating the problem of we are getting power stored, and then I'm immediately yanking the thing that is currently storing said power. Alright. So set that there for the next thing. It'll probably be copper plates. Because we're just not using those. Alright. That's fine. Then the plan will be, again, anything we're not using, we just shove right back into the machine. And basically destroy it. Like, break it down to smaller materials, destroy it if there is no smaller it can go. Alright. Yeah, this is the one that's struggling because of water, but that's because we had everything shut down for a while. Meanwhile, oh, I never put you on a splitter. Prioritize the left lane because that'll empty first. Yeah, so genuinely, I can probably add even more on here. If we decide to make the stuff for the scrappers. I should be able to add way more onto the scrapper side. Or on this side. Which we could do by just going right here for a moment. I know, I picked it up. It's fine, just chill. We're gonna put 4 more of these down. Just because I can. Gonna put the scrapper production on here as well. Scrapper, where are you? Cool. Yes, that's a pretty expensive thing to make, but it's materials we all get locally. So it can just be one of those things that I just build this out farther and farther. Until this belt is going at full speed or this thing is saturated, either of those, we could just keep adding. The next thing to do, so the other thing I can work on is we could begin production of the rocket. Because we basically unlocked the materials that are here. So what we're looking at now is just to try and get that all online and do its thing. It does feel like this will be the one plant I can't really leave construction bots to just do their thing with. Alright, so let's get our rocket silo on the list. We are producing all of those. Because then what we could do is I could put down like 2 or 3 pads, and then we can just make it a thing where it's like, what do I ship up? Blue circuit boards, red circuit boards, green circuit boards, the light frames, all those really expensive materials, just ship them on up. Yeah, so they're getting that all picked up. You do have a construction bot here. We also have the construction bots are supposed to get built here, built and put in. Have we been getting any construction bots? I thought we did automate them. No, we didn't. That's the problem there. Alright, well that's another thing to add on to the queue. Because I don't need tons of them, but for when I leave, I am going to need some of them. And I do think this is one of those planets that the bots are going to be very limited use. That it will be a thing that periodically I'm just going to have to come back and deal with it however it goes. Okay, so logistic bots are trying their best. Alright, so I already know we are going to get copper. Go ahead and plan for that. For the moment, just to spare me the pain. I'm going to do that. I am going to want to have it go in the overflow lane and be done with it. Okay, power failed again. Same plan. Right, those are too far. I don't want to deal with it. Just more accumulators. Okay, let's move this around as well. Gonna bring it way over here. And then merge it in. That way I can build more of these. Okay. So we can just get even more on this. Because sooner or later I'll hit a capacity that I can't handle. And then there'll be all that. I did notice this plant seems to be where I can make the quality 3 modules. Which I'll have to see if I have to craft that locally. And ship it over. Yeah, no, it looks like literally... Okay, those are the same materials. Oh, no, that's number 2. Processing unit productivity. What have you done? Don't give me this. Yeah, so this can be made... Yeah, this can be made on any planet. It just requires the superconductors. Which I'm assuming will be when you can start breaking stuff in a big way and just making oodles and oodles of high-quality stuff. Alright, that'll do. Because once you get past there, it's going to be a little bit tricky with the drone port. Which is fine if I do need to move it. Alright. Cool, and we got another one of these to connect the next one. Alright, so as soon as I get the next underground, I can go ahead and pass that over. And we'll eventually start getting iron ore and possibly copper ore. But you get the idea of how this is all supposed to work. Meanwhile, let's change your position because you're already overflow. Get these copper plates out of existence forever. Take a bunch of this random junk I keep picking up. Get this out of my inventory. Put that there, they'll put it right back through the scrap machines. Cool. So we are making good progress in getting this all sorted out and unjunked. Hey, Bad Space King! Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And you gambled on magic packs, lost it all. Oh no. Did you do Magic the Card opening session? This isn't what you should have done. Also, I really need them to sort out getting me another underground belt so everything doesn't remain completely borked. Open a box of Mystery Booster too for fun? Gotcha. Well, as long as you had fun with it. We're working on... Well, first of all, for those looking for openings of Magic Pack cards games or like indie games, Bad Space King does do a lot of indie games, but doing some special events, Man-Eater and Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem recently. If any of that sounds good, you'll want to check all that out. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. We are currently doing some Factorio, where we are doing the new DLC where we have more than one planet, so we are juggling between those planets. It's like this is your regular old, you know, Factorio world doing its things. We got a planet with lava that's doing lava things. We got a planet with electricity that's doing electricity things. And it's been a lot of fun so far. It's certainly been interesting in that the game does keep requiring you to adapt to new situations again and again. And it has been interesting in the different challenges I've had to run into. Why are you struggling with these? Also, power. Please stop struggling as well. I need you to... That's not where that goes. I need you to be stable. You... Actually, I didn't need you in my inventory at all, is what I need. Alright. But just like the power on this planet is just... more electricity, more electricity, more electricity. Because basically there's lightning strikes, so if I'm not under these lightning towers, you can kind of see where it's... a little bit where it's outlined in kind of like that lightish blue. If I don't stand under there, I can get zapped by lightning. So I gotta power my factory by lightning towers. And there's no natural resources on this planet. I gotta pick up trash, and then feed trash into a recycler, and take the absolute chaos it spits out the other side, and just make it work. Alright, I'm gonna steal one of these undergrounds again on something that's not backing up. Which is what this is. Because it spits out just random garbage, It does what people refer to as sushi belting, which is where you get a little bit of everything on your belts. Generally speaking, sushi belt is considered a really bad thing because it's very hard to manage. So what I'm needing to do is, this is what they're all spitting out for me. I gotta unchaos that. And there is no, well, make this one make iron, make this make whatever. That's what's inside that machine that it's making right now. And it's gonna go where it's gonna go, and I just gotta make it work. So that's all this is designed to be, is just a filter. It'll also destroy items back down to their base components, you know, with some loss. It is a vibe. Alright, well, stone's backing up. I know that one's gonna be one that backs up. Plastic will take a while to back up. Alright. Because basically anything that overflows, to keep that belt from getting stuck, I need to put it back in the machine and feed into these. Even if it ultimately just deletes it, I just need it to not get stuck. And then meanwhile, what we're working on is, I am working on getting our research online and all that. We have been unlocking the new stuff on this planet. So you're still waiting on refined concrete. Why are you so expensive? So you stack up to 20. You stack up to 10. And you need the iron rods. And the iron rods need the iron plates. With what we've got now, this should sort itself out in time. Where we will slowly get the materials I need, and they will filter through. Ah, our gears don't have an underground again. We'll pick up the batteries. Like, I've got the undergrounds are being made. They just haven't quite arrived, so I'm trying to just, like, juggle stuff. Because what's happening is we gotta wait for these belts to be made, to make the undergrounder here, to make this undergrounder, to make the blue undergrounder, then they'll deliver it back to me and I can hook another one of these up. I probably should make some lights. But we'll get there. And you're slowly filling that up. Oh, how goes our effort to get our rocket going? Okay, so we're waiting a little bit more on some electric engine units and then some steel. And then we'll get a rocket silo for this planet. And then the intention of the rocket silo on this planet is we're just going to, you know, get the science, get the superconductors and all that. And honestly, this planet makes so many blue circuits. Like, I'm just excited about shipping back entire cargo ships of blue circuits and not dealing with it. Yeah, so that belt is near saturation. Versus all those blue circuit boards. And with how much storage I have on that ship, we should be able to do some pretty fun stuff. The thing that's going to be a challenge on the other side is I'm going to have to make it so our rocket silo can offload all this junk. That's my big fear. Now, one thing this does let me do is I could put a recycler down here, and if this ever backs up, we can deal with it on this end. But yeah, because this is going to ultimately, we're going to want it to do those. You're going to need the electromagnetic science. We will want... Well, actually, we probably only need the helium plates. Let's... Yeah, let's go here. So that's you. So helium plates... Yeah, so I can only make the electromagnetic plant on here. So the helium solution... I can make here. So I could ship the helium solution and have the whole thing scale up, because shipping the electrolyte sounds like a terrible idea. The alternative is I could just bring the superconductors, make the superconductors over there, because the yeah. So supercapacitors and the superconductors I'd probably need over there. Yeah, supercapacitors and superconductors need to be made over there as well. Okay. And we can make stuff like the Tesla gun. I will have to get... Oh, that's going to get interesting. Yeah, so it's implying what I'm probably going to have to ultimately do is get this helium plate and take it on to a different planet. Ooh. You're gonna give me worse logistics to deal with. Yeah, so want that, and we'll want this as well. Put the helium plate in here. So basically, this planet, we want way more materials than the other one. And all those are gonna need to be much higher amounts. Like, we'll set it to all of these to be 20,000. And the idea behind that is I can set it to 20,000, and just when the ship gets over here, I don't even have to think about it. It'll just drop every bit of it has on it. And then it'll be a matter of how much I load up on the ship. Alright, so we've got that going there. And that'll be just another thing to deal with. Let's check on our artillery guns to see if we can't do any clearing. You have no ammo. You have no ammo. You have one shot. That's not useful. What is your deal? You're once again out of this. Alright. So that's looking like tungsten, and that needs to be adjusted on the amounts we're taking over in Hope 1. Hope 1 is my ship that goes between the lava planet and this. And we can adjust how much it requests. So in this particular case, it is seeming like this is a reoccurring problem, this volume here. So let's go ahead and say here, hey, you know what you want? You want 4,000 of that. You really want a lot of that. So you're going to go ahead and collect more of that, which we did just prevent it from leaving. That's fine. But if we go back to the surface, then we'll probably see a whole army of bots carrying, where are you at? Trying to see where we drop these into a box. For logistics. Yeah, so we've got plenty there. Yeah. Not in orbit. Not an orbital network. But you are? The junk planet, like the planet with the Grand Master of Marvel Universe, something Jeff Goldblum. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, so this should be fine. Like where it's saying you're not in orbit yet, it's saying you're stopped at Volcanus. Waiting for rocket to arrive. Okay, there we go. We just had to toggle it off and on again. So yeah, so they're loading up the rockets right now. So we're going to send up my goods, which will arrive here in just a moment. Because basically I'm telling them to bring a crap ton more of this because we seem to be running out of it pretty routinely. And we certainly don't want that. Ooh, actually. Hey. Go ahead and make that 2,000. It just launched off 2 more rockets. I wonder if we start giving this, like, a delay. Like, instead of approaching this like this, just basically say load up as much of this as you can. And then add, like, a wait time or something. To just keep it going back and forth. Because honestly, you're sitting at probably 3,000 now. It's fine. We'll make that 4,000, just to keep it happy. Well, that's 4 to 5,000. How much do we currently have on here? We have the full volume there. We're basically waiting for that. So it's 1,000 per rocket. How much do you have down in the surface right now? You have about 2,000. So you're gonna go ahead and get these 2 rockets built at the same time. So I am gonna go ahead and request even more. Because I figure there's no point in me doing laps here when we can go ahead and just have it, like, bring all of it. Alright. This is gonna be a real thick rocket. Man, I feel like we should probably have another weight condition here. And then just go this way. Like, and just basically say, hey, head out. So, like, if any of the goods tops off, maybe it heads out. Yeep. Because it's also fine, I guess, if it just sits over here for a long time as well. Alright, so it continues doing that thing. You are just waiting on the electric motors there. This all looks like it's going swimmingly. I'm actually getting the things to connect to fix this, so there's yours sorted out. So if you overfill, you're good. There's yours for if you overfill. Same here. You're good. That'll never overfill, but just in case. Same with you. Same with you. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay, and you're out of materials. Alright, so I believe we've got all these lanes, so if anything overfills, it dumps it right back in here. So you'll see we got like a bunch of like random gears and stuff that we didn't have the capacity for. That gets shoved in the machine and it breaks it down to like a level lower material. Some of it will just destroy outright, which is like the solid fuel that doesn't get used, it'll just destroy outright. Stuff like iron plates and copper plates, because it can't bring it down another level, it'll destroy it outright. Well, it'll roll the dice to see if you get a new one, but in the absence of that, it will destroy it. Okay, so our power did fail again. Okay. Checker power grid. Yeah, so it is getting these full. Like, I don't need more of the lightning rods. It's just there's enough time between storms, I just need so many accumulators. Alright, did we get any of the things I need to continue stuff progressing? We did. I got you. Because with that, now I can start producing the science. And the science is going to need both those fluids, so let's go ahead and grab you. You know, plunk you down in between here. Because step 1 is just make the science at all. And then after we've got make the science at all satisfied, then we're going to work on, okay, but now, like, make it not bad. Yeah, so that pipe's up there. You will just need a requester chest and all that. Cool. And you just make as much of that as your heart can take. Alright, so I'm going to need some iron plate, which good luck with that. That's always been a huge bottleneck. How close are you to done? Getting pretty close. What? We are actually getting enough... Whoa, we are actually getting enough ice? How is that? There's no way. That's a lie. Okay, well, I mean, with this, I am down to expand our productivity with this. It actually has enough space, it'll just hook up right as it is. I get more water going. So another thing I can do here to help out is... I'll probably have to do this. We can go ahead and put some speed modules in there. And say, like, really send it. Try and increase the amount of water we're getting. And our power has once again failed. I keep adding more and more of these, thinking it'll be like, no, it's gotta be enough now, right? Okay. Alright, I need another one of those. And what do I need to make more of the power towers? Or the lightning rods? Copper wire and steel. I don't think we have those automated, do we? I really should, honestly, at this stage. Be just another thing on the list. I'm gonna add that onto our list to produce. Cool. Alright. Yeah, so good news it is processing all that. I was just surprised. It's like, wait, I'm actually making more ice than... Or like, the ice is actually doing a thing. Now, it's unfortunately not making nearly enough to keep up with what I need for the other area. But that is what it is. I can go and like rip this up and put even more of these down. And just let them go. Alright, so you're waiting for me to have more pipe. Which is waiting for me to have any iron plate whatsoever. Give me those. Alright, that should be enough for me to do my job. So I can pop right here and say, hey, you know what? You want to have that connection right there for the electrolyte, or whatever that is. And with that, I believe we will be officially making some amount of the, electromagnetic science. We are officially producing it. Let me go ahead and grab some green and some red circuit boards. I say, looking at the green circuit boards, and getting literally none. That's going to keep being a thing until these blue and red start to overload now. So that's just not something you need to worry about, I guess. We'll just have to wait. That's fine. That's those things that'll be like a big delay for a little while, and then it'll be just good. Alright. You know, I could pop up here. You under a lightning rod so I can keep building up more of these. Hey, Cerise the Mage, how's it going? Oh, sorry, I'm misreading names. My apologies. Long Target, thank you so much. It's just your name was the same color and I had the glare right there, and it's like, oh, that's the right length. Not even remotely close to correct. Not even on the same planet name-wise. So, you know, there's that, I guess. Alright. So we're waiting on you, who still needs some more motors. So the silo is going to take 200 of the electric motors, so we got those going. Yeah, I just looked up and the names are about, like, it's a very similar color. And it's just, you know, I caught it, it's like, right length, right thing, that's probably right. Yeah, no, you're all good, Lurking. Wasn't trying to call you out, Lurk. So I already know we are going to get another material on here that I haven't accounted for yet. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this row here. They're going to go. You're going to go. And... oh, I got pipe there. Let's not mess with the pipe. Cool. That's more of them. That's it, you're bored with candidates and waiting for more solar panels to be made. Want to see if acid on stream can power, or acid to steam can power steam engine? It can't. But acid to steam to water to steam can. Excellent. Alright, so for you, you are going to now be the iron ore. And same deal as with all the others, I'm going to bring it over there. I'm going to chuck it in a box. Because that's when we when you have our brick get overfilled, then that will become this situation. Cool. And we can grab this and just shove it down here for right now. If I see anything show up there, that means there's something I've got unaccounted for. Alright. You're going as fast as you can and processing as fast as you can. So the blue circuits are going to be the first one to fill up. Out of the circuit boards. The ice is full, which again is remarkable. Am I making good progress with the water? Because we are consuming that for a lot. Oh, that's not the one I wanted to pick up. No, we should go down here to where the drills are at and top this off in case it isn't already. That's fine. Yep. So we are making the pink science very slowly. We're up to 42. But it is happening. We are doing okay on the electrolyte. We've got that all going. We are maxed out on lubricant, maxed out on heavy oil. Light oil, we are not keeping up okay. This is running as fast as it can, but it doesn't have the water to keep running. So there's our issue here. We just need more water. Unfortunately, the only way I get water on this planet is by getting ice that we get from scrap and then using that ice to, like, melting that back down into water. So let me grab these accumulators out of the way. I'm going to put down a bunch more chemical plants, or however many I can make happen. And then we can go from there. Mostly just trying to replace what I already got down there. Cool. Alright, so I don't have any more of those. I might need to set up another thing for making the chemical labs. How are you doing? Still not a whole lot of forward progress in that. Got you, and you actually are collecting that block. Each time I build one of these, that's that many more resources it's going to take till we hit the next thing being able to be made. Alright, so we want to go ahead and get the chemical lab. Alright. And the logic bots are doing everything they can right now. Trying their best to keep up, trying their best to keep everything rolling on a good times. Get that all staged to being able to set up another one of these. Oh yeah, those are waiting on the green circuit boards. Alright, and that's another one done. And you three are down to your last little bit. And then we can get that out of here. Alright. The interesting thing is, those recyclers seem like they're going to be highly abusable. That what I'll be able to do is potentially build those recyclers back at the home area when I'm trying to quality stuff up. And if I don't get the result I want, I just throw them in the recycler and try again. It'll be very, like, I'll lose a lot of materials doing that. But that'd be one way to deal with it. But the other thing is to get our way up to the tier 3 stuff. And then we can go from there. None of this really matters to the moment because all of it's waiting on my yellow science. But with being able to get all these blue circuit boards into the rocket, then suddenly I'm able to do a whole lot. Which is one reason I'm trying to get the rocket built now, is I do want to get it so I end up with like 1 or 2 rocket pads. And I can just be like, give me all the blue and red and whatever circuit boards, just send them on up. Take your time, I don't care. It's all good. And that's our concrete. So that'll start getting broken down into brick. Which is up here. And right now we're actually using that brick, but pretty soon that brick is going to be surplus. And when we start getting to the point of that brick surplus, we'll start getting the iron ore. And the iron ore we will take to that one smelter over there and start processing that into iron itself. So it is fine. And more we're going to have these materials that we've got sitting aside. We'll have enough that I don't really have a need for them to be manufactured anymore. Yeah, so they're still making all of our conveyor stuff, but you'll notice those are basically full now. So that should settle soon as well. This science is going to be slow. That is going to be a problem. But my hope is, if we look at what that unlocks right now, I don't get it, like, it's just this bottom row here. These two it unlocks. The rail support foundations, it unlocks. These two, like, it's got a row of stuff here it unlocks, so there's a lot of it's really good stuff too. But I've got a ton of other things we can research, and then we have the unlimited research of just more range, more shooty, all that. But once I get the blue circuit boards flying back home for me for freezies, well, not for free, just doing trips, moving those blue circuit boards, that's gonna relieve so much on the network I have back home. That'll be good. While we wait for that to sort its thing out, we could check on you. So you're stopped over the planet. You're still waiting for rockets to happen? What's going on here? You've got 2,000 there. And you're configured correctly. Trying to get you to send them up? Not in orbital network. Here we go. So it should be sending those 2 rockets up now with all that extra stuff. And so there's going to be a completely unreasonable amount of stuff we're bringing in. Yep. There goes my delivery. Yeah, I wonder if there's an easier way to... I'm willing to bet there's going to be a way we can add interrupts that says, hey, if I don't have this much back at home, go get a delivery. There's probably a way we could facilitate that with the interrupts as opposed to what we are doing. Okay, so we should be happy now. Yeah, I've got plenty of that here. We've got plenty of this here. We got plenty of this here. Yeah, because you want 4,000 or more. So we do have everything. I don't get why we're not moving, though. Oh, we don't have any fuel. Why do we not have fuel? So we don't have water. We don't have ice. Ah, we've hit a point. Okay, now I see what's going on. Well, that's not how that's supposed to work. That saved it for 1 second. So the problem I'm having is right now this is overflowing. There. We have temporarily unjammed it. We'll definitely need to fix it on the other side. Oh, you know what you can do to fix this properly? We can have you go like that. So that this always can put itself on the belt. Soon as it manages to cycle once or twice. There we go. Alright, so you had to make a minor correction. Let's go ahead and go to Epoch. Because Epoch has that same design flaw, as you can see here. So we need to turn this way. And turn you that way. Oh, you don't have any spare. Okay. That's right, you have no spare belt because we dropped it down to the planet. I'm sure we can shave some belt off. Yeah, so that's just to get things on the lane nicer. That's not actually needed. There we go. Yeah, so with that, we should be fine. It is struggling because it's just taking its time to try and do the reaction, but it is keeping the engine online at least, because that's the good news about having only that one engine. I could actually do a lot before stuff starts to break down. Okay, so let's pop back off that. We do not have the rocket done. It's still... Let's check what's holding up the electrum... Oh, it's going to be the green circuit boards. I don't even know why I'm asking. We already had the electromagnetic plant going, all that. That's fine. We got all these other things are made. We're basically just about full on conveyor belts and all that. These are all slowly starting to back up. Do we have any of the chemical plants have gotten built? It's always the greens. Yeah, no, the problem with this planet, specifically when it comes to the green circuit boards, is the only way to get green circuit boards, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream, is to basically break down your blue and red circuit boards, which we're getting pretty close to doing, but that's been the holdup here. What is going to happen is I have got to use the restroom in a big way, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, but thank you again for tuning in. Alright, Train, I presented you a nice large target. Excellent. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so... Back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. I only lost one time the entire time I played the last time. Come on. I know I'm at 0%, but I'm right here. Aw, come on. I got over the hill, too. I was right there. That said, ho, that is what you don't want. That is the exact way that trees betray you. Luckily, I always keep my finger ready on shift. I'm off by that.
Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Okay. Oh, none of these are great choices.
No, those are both real bad.
I know. Alright, and we are back. Okay, let's make sure that actually unmute. I've had quite a bit lately where I push the unmute button. It's like, yeah, still muted. Alright, so let's see here. How are we doing in this? We're still waiting on green circuit boards. That surprises no one. You are almost full. Like, this is counting up slowly, and it's going to be one of those things that it's going to just, like, loop over. And the moment it does, we're just going to be swimming in green circuit boards. And then meanwhile, these are actually getting to the point where they're starting to back up. So, one thing I am going to need to do is this. Keep that belt flowing. Yeah, we might be reaching a time where I need more recyclers back here. And we have construction bots finally, so I don't have to hover here the whole time. So just like that, we have increased recycler capacity. I still don't think that's keeping up. Well, you know there's a solution to that problem, and the solution to that problem is more. And at that point, I don't have room for more without moving stuff. All right, so let's see here. We have 5, 10, about 16. So what I need to do is where I've got that little loop around so it splits it. So we want that about 8. So 4, 4. And the reason we're doing that is so half goes on this side of the belt and half goes on that side of the belt. Yeah, so as you can see, there's a lot of materials we're starting to get extra of. More than likely what I also need to do is even back here, let's do a little bit of belt balancing. Just keep things from backing up. Cool. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and chuck this back into the system as well. All right. But yeah, okay, so now we have enough gears rolling through there real quick. We should start being able to get more than enough iron plates to do things with. So give me those. We're also done with these. Let's go ahead and say, hey, you know what? I don't need those drills either. And with that, I should be able to... Oh, wait, never mind. I wasn't waiting on that. I thought I was waiting on the iron plates. That's fine. What we're waiting for is a couple of chemical plants, which are waiting in green circuits, or the rocket, which are waiting in green circuits, or these, which are waiting in green circuits. I'm sensing a pattern here. Yeah, basically we're stuck until this thing's done. So let's work on our other planets in the meantime. Yeah, so we got Hope 1 did successfully deliver its cargo. Let's check to make sure you didn't completely gridlock with everything popping out of here. Love to see it. So we're getting plenty of the orange science, which is always good to see. We're getting plenty of the calcite stuff. We're getting the tungsten. That should get us more artillery shells, which is always good news. Those are being produced right now. We are waiting on the green circuit boards. Let's see what's going on, because we haven't checked those green circuit boards in a while. They're struggling because of copper, it looks like. We just don't have the copper. And you are picking up copper already. So it definitely looks like we have the capacity of copper. More than likely what I need to be doing is up here at this stop. What is your requirement? When you drop below 4,000? Alright, well, let's change our rule then. 8,000. I've got one of these that's staying way slower than the others, and that's what the holdup is it wasn't coming back. So that should improve the green circuit board production here that was weirdly getting stuck. That's fine. The good news is we are making progress on getting all this stuff upgraded. We only have 1,200 of those left to do. We got Epoch here, who's the one that's coming to this station. One of the other things I can work on in the interim is we are currently working on one of these that's going to be going back and forth from here. So let's go ahead and do this and rename you. Oh, you know what's going to happen? Don't save that. Let's pull out the space map. So we've been here. So you give me 100%, 120% solar in space, 200. Okay. So going back and forth with here, we should have plenty of power on our current one. That's the one where it drops off a lot. And that's an interesting thing. Alright. So, okay, so what the point of that was, is we want you to have a new platform to start being built. So we've got Epoch, we've got Hope 1, we've got Probably Doomed. And so we need the next one, which will be the Aluminum Falcon. I feel like I'm putting too many L's on that. I also know aluminum isn't a material in this game. I feel like that's got too many L's on it. Aluminium. It's fine. It's a silly name. If it's misspelled, it's an even better silly name. And then meanwhile, we can go to Epoch here. We can make a new blueprint of Epoch. And turn around and we will create that blueprint. And the reason I'm saving that blueprint is because our old Hope blueprint has that design. Actually, we've made multiple changes now I look at that. But it's got a design flaw in it. It might even be worth my time that once we go to design the ship on the new one, oh, you know what? When we go to get the other platform set up, we'll probably take this design here, but this section here I'm going to tear apart because we have a new reaction we can do on this that's got better output kind of deal. And that should help. Because then I can have the possibility of having multiple outcomes. So I could go and like make a section over here to just because it's one of those ones that like the reaction doesn't guarantee me just the one or two outputs, which is the negative, but it gives me a higher yield of everything. So it just means I get more goodies, but then I gotta do more cleanup with those goodies. Space platform Aluminum Falcon has shown up. Alright, so do not auto-request missing components. Grab the Epoch blueprint. Alright, so the catch here is we've got these new things. So instead I can have the Oxide Asteroid Crush, which just gives me the asteroid chunk back or ice. Or I can have these ones that crush it and have a chance of giving me a little bit of everything. Which is interesting when we think about that. So that means anytime I crush an Oxide Asteroid, I have an 80% chance of getting something back from the looks of that. Which means for every chunk that goes in, I have a 1 in 5 chance of not getting something back versus going each way. But that's not taking into consideration if I use the production modules, which let's make sure I can actually even use those on this thing. Because if I could use... Okay, so I cannot use it on intermediate. So that's interesting. So what this could be done, what this could even be used for, is right now I've got this overflow kicking it out the side. In case we have like a heavy discrepancy that I'm getting like one type of asteroid in a much higher frequency than the others, I could have the three of them up here, and if one of them starts to back up real bad, then it starts putting all the stuff into the other one to try and get which one I'm missing. That's going to be a little bit of work. I think that's not relevant for our immediate problem. So I think we just leave this the way it is for right now, which is like that. And then what we ultimately do is for when we go to do our one that's a farther voyage, we'll probably have to design a brand new platform. So in the meantime, you apparently are already requesting stuff, even though I told you not to. You are not going to go to that planet, but the other stuff could just happen. Cool. So you're going to slowly start getting built. That's fine. You know, well, no, because I would still need the scrap, which still has to go in here. And we basically have enough stuff going now that we are running at the speed that these are emptying. So, I mean, we are just kind of waiting for this thing to do its thing. That's fine, whatever. Give me that belt. Alright. I have a bunch of drills in there. It's just a couple drills. Yeah, so we're getting our iron plates finally. We've got our ice. We're getting our copper plates. Yeah, thing fills up so fast. At least for now. You're right there. Okay. Because even expanding this over here, I can't really do anything till we get those sorted. And supercapacitors, and those are also being held up by green circuits. So literally everything is being held up by green circuits. Let's see, could you send more than one ship to a planet to help with throughput? Yeah. I could send more than one ship back and forth, but usually, like, I'm gonna have to make the factory way bigger before that becomes a concern. So for, like, this planet, it would be me expanding the number of rockets we've got by a lot. Let's go to Hope 1 again and adjust your amounts. So we still have you set to 4,000 of these. Available on planet. Yeah, so you're set to 2,000. That's fine. Available on planet. And we'll set you to 2,000 as well. And available on planet. We'll drop you back down to 2,000. Okay. And your bottleneck is now the rockets, which isn't super surprising. Did I actually make another rocket silo here? I did. Well, it's not really what I wanted to do, but that's fine. Okay. So I don't think we'll actually be able to handle this many. But I'm down to try. Basically, I'm trying to stage it so I can get 3 rockets producing at a time. So yeah, so you need, yep, those are the 3 ingredients you'll need. Alright, so with that, what'll end up happening is we'll have 3 rockets being built up at any moment. All 3 of them will try and support it, so that we spend less time hovering there. It's fine. It was probably honestly a waste to do that, but eh. You're so close. Is there wire in our iron plate? No, our iron plates are basically right at where we need to be. One thing I probably could do, this is wasteful, but this will give me a little bit of an influx of circuit boards. Hey man, you know what you want in your life? You want a stack of drills. Why are you not picking those up? Ah, you're missing one tile of belt here. There we go. So we just took our surplus drills. We're just breaking them down to circuit boards and that. It won't be that many, but it'll at least be something. Which should give us a little bit and hopefully get something unstuck. Yeah, they're scattering to make all the different recipes. And they're already gone. Well, no, I'm sorry. Now they're already gone. That's fine. It made me feel better that I contributed something while I wait. Let's see. So what I can work on is I'm just sitting here. So I'm going to need more train stops for this. I'm going to need the new science train stop, so we can go ahead and get this. So let's, I can't do it from here easily. The book situation here kind of is really annoying. Alright, so grab you. Okay, that is our new science. This is our superconductors, supercapacitors, the new plates that we need, and I think that's all the new materials we got from this planet. Then go here. Start hooking up all of these. So they're already strained robots who are trying their very best to catch up. Could be even more behind. Meanwhile, we could go to about here. All the way up there. And get this side of the rails done. Then grab our train signals. Okay, so you can just work on building that out. We will need another drone port. Let's see, you love seeing the crazy way it tries to auto-complete the track? Yeah. What are you sending up? Oh, right. You're building that pad up here. So this is Aluminum Falcon is getting its stuff. Alright, that's fine. So those all daisy chain across. I will need to take conveyor belts that go up to all these things, which I did not leave enough room for any of that. Well, that was a goof. That's fine. 3. Alright, so in the meantime, we have 4 materials coming out. This would be incredibly wasteful. But that is what it is. Okay. So I've got that one. Before I forget, we're going to want to rename those stations so they don't put themselves on the grid. Actually, no, it shouldn't matter because they won't have enough materials to become available. Alright. Cool. So with that, those all be hooked up. Yeah, so you need to have... Okay, no, it didn't take the name over, so we're good. Well, weirdly, it named them all Delsky. What are you supposed to have that... I'm sorry? How are you working right now? You have the name Delsky, which shouldn't put you on the train network. And you are getting these materials... Oh, I think I know what's going on. They've been taking it logistically directly from it. So your item pickup, that's fine. You carry... Where are you at? You carry that. Make sure that's actually configured. Okay, so that's actually configured for this. Alright, so we're going to go and take you. Use filter. You're going to have the pink science. Use filter. You're going to have the pink thing there. Use filter. The superconductor. Pink filter. And the supercapacitor. Cool. What would you recommend on the first trip to Volcanus? So the thing that I've found is all of the planets you can just go there and manage on that planet. It wouldn't be a bad idea to bring some solar panels and to bring some accumulators just to get yourself off the ground. Otherwise, if you wanted to bring some raw materials just for like some assemblers or whatever, like just like very basic factory stuff, all of that will help. Wait a second. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, no, we'll say before we go and hit the next planet. Don't warn me what to expect in those next planets, by the way. I am trying to learn this as we go. But so far, the other planets I have been able to start perfectly fine. But I've also been saving before we start heading to each planet just to be safe. So far it's not been an issue. Okay, so we are in our very last stack. Okay, I'll now tell you about the death and mayhem that awaits you then. I am expecting the green planet to be a rough time because it very much heavily, from what I've seen, it seems to heavily imply that I need to kill the things there to get the resources I want, and we'll have to figure out what we gotta do to do that. But that's all those things. We'll take a peek before we go. All right. Yeah, so you're doing fine here. Did we get a chemical lab? We did not. That's fine. Like I said, we're right here that in about 50 more blue circuits, we're just going to start getting lots and lots of red and green circuits. And then when the red circuits also fill up on top of that, we're just going to suddenly go from no green circuits to just swimming in them. Oh, Gleba's definitely the hardest one. I mean, I figured it had a strong combat orientation from what it looked like, because they were like, oh yeah, there's marsh, there's all that. I noticed it mentioned a lot about stuff spoiling on it, which I assume is going to be completely and utterly obnoxious. Alright, and we're officially gonna be grinding up blue circuit boards as of now. Well, once this lane gets full, but that's fine. Like, this planet was the one I seemed to be able to take all the time in the world to do stuff. With the lightning, it's a never-ending resource for power, so power is literally, like, unlimited on this planet without any real effort. You just gotta get the initial setup. The salvage is a little bit of a pain just because it's on other islands, but it does feel like you just don't have to worry on this planet. Like, there isn't a way you get yourself stuck. Versus, like, the initial planet, technically, you'd have to try hard, but you could get yourself stuck by just getting so much, you know, just letting the biters ruin your stuff without fighting back. And the green circuit boards are feeding in at speed now. And that's just with what we're getting out of the blue circuit boards. And the red will come much faster. But the point is, now we're going to be able to get our chemical lab to fix our water. We're going to start getting all these different buildings that have been getting stuck because of lack of green circuit boards. Suddenly, all that stuff that's not been moving should start going again. Like, there's our first chemical lab being built right now. And there's stuff I could have done, like reduce the amount of blue it would hold on to before it started going, but I actually do want the blue, so I didn't do that. Okay, so grab another one of these. I'll go ahead and even make room for it right now. There we go. We do want the speed modules. I'll worry about that in a minute. Alright, because that'll pick up our water production. So you can see, like, it's undulating. We just want to go ahead and keep building that up as best we can until it stabilizes. Okay, we got another 7 chemical plants are already built. So just go ahead and build 2 real fast, because that's, I think, as much as I'm going to fit up here. And then, honestly, I think if I built more than that anyways, we would hit a point where I probably wouldn't be able to sustain it, even if I wanted to. I can zoom into these real fast and just say, hey. As you get speed modules, go ahead and toss those in there. Yeah, I don't actually expect to be able to sustain this. Especially with how I am forcing the robots to do this way. A good chance... Yeah, no, we're already getting way ahead of it. You can see where we had that surplus of ice, and it's just burning it down. That's fine. I didn't expect to be able to sustain it, but that will get us a lot more materials and all that. Alright, so we are using the green circuits fast. Ooh, you're getting stuck? Ah, I see. I see, I missed one. There, we got you fixed. So we're now making too many batteries. And just green circuit boards all day long. Yep, and we're starting to make our rocket silo, which is good news. Yeah, you're doing your thing, and you're doing your thing. Alright, so we are going to be shipping those out, so I'm no longer going to have a limit on them at all. Just make as much as you can. Yeah, so our logistic bots just absolutely boosted up to maximum output. And you are down to 640 something there. Now, one of the things that is going to also happen here in just a minute is we're very quickly going to get this rocket silo going up. And once I get the rocket silo going up, we will likely start to take a bunch of these, like, blue and circuit boards and all that, and start shunting them off to the side. Just for the purpose of sending them up. Because I do want to get that going. But we will want to get science happening way faster than we are. That's those things that, like, I can get this all set up and then leave the planet and do remotely, especially this planet. Like, getting the construction bots to some places is probably going to be difficult on this planet, just because the lightning. I imagine that if they're crossing, they'll get zapped. Maybe, maybe not. But there's no enemies actively coming after you. It's just managing the lightning. And with 15 million or 11 million or whatever it was salvage here, yeah, 15 million or whatever it is, that node will last for as long as I need it. The only thing I could see doing is, you know, coming up with ways of getting more capacity to do more recycling to get more blue circuits faster, which is certainly worth considering. I do kind of wish that we had an option on the platforms just to be like, keep sending stuff up of this list until I'm full, and then go. Oh, you know what I probably do need that we can work on real fast? Let me grab a couple more of these. Three's probably plenty. And I'll need the pipe as well. I probably need to up our rocket fuel production. They did so well with the different biomes and scenarios in different places. Oh yeah, no, they all have like a different pressure, a different situation, like just not even the same concerns at all. Okay, so we can go here and just say, you know what? Oh right, it wasn't a chemical lab. I keep doing that. For some reason, the rocket fuel, I just really wanted to be the chemical lab. So let's chuck these back into here. They already have the other ones. They've taken out one of the worms yet? Yeah. I took out one of the big demolisher worms. Okay, so I can grab you. We are now having power problems again. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. So how do I want to deal with this? Do I just... I mean, I could literally... Let's just be wasteful about it. Okay, so I need a regular inserter to make one of the long inserters. Okay. Basically, I'm just going, you know what? Just chuck it in the box. I don't care. So I need... just a couple of those. And you can have the rest of these back. Alright. Because what I'm doing over here now is I just want to make lots and lots of rocket fuel. And I'm just going by a strategy of saying, you know what? Just put it all in these passive crates. It's fine. Build up a giant backlog of it. It'll be okay. Oh, right. This one I'm not using the actual thing, so even if this just goes until that's full, that's fine by me. The worst thing is I'm literally not using that for anything. It's fine. It could just sit there and just go for it. I could probably even go here and really increase the throughput of this as well. To get more light fuel faster, but I actually don't really care on that. We should get more than enough to handle a couple of rockets pretty easy. You are almost about to make my silo, and I've suddenly realized I didn't ever make quality modules here, and I probably should have. It's fine. Is anything getting to the end of the line? Nope, we're good. We are officially getting a little bit of iron ore, though. And the water is definitely not getting ahead in any capacity. But that's okay. We've got this going. Because the idea is I want to get these rockets so that we will be able to potentially launch more up. Okay, so let's also get this power improved. All right. Just the sheer amount of these is not reasonable. I mean, it's fine. But there's just something that feels wrong about putting down, like, this many accumulators. Just like a handful of, like, the little lightning tower things. Alright. There. So I put down a couple more rows, another one of the lightning tower things. Because, yeah, they fill up, and we're up to 2.4 gigajoule. It just seems like every once in a while there's a long gap in between the storms that we struggle a little bit with. And you're down to 222, so you're basically pretty close to spent. You're getting really close there. Got all these I need. Honestly, let's take all of these off of being auto-filled. Because I'm guessing pretty soon we'll be ready for more. Ooh, you're actually getting to the point where you're not keeping this thing saturated. So we might need to get more throughput on this. I'd mentioned this was fine for right now, but I probably needed to do more with it. We're at that point where I need to do more with it, which is pretty easy. I'm going to go to this side. We're going to tell it to empty out. I'm going to bring these together. I don't have a splitter on there. Glad I noticed that before I left, and then the train just stopped working. Okay, so let's put another one of these here. Alright, so plan is straightforward. What I need to do is you no longer go through the splitter. You just go right in there. And you just go right in there. So now we've just basically made it so instead of being one conveyor belt going out, we have 2 conveyor belts going out. Not that's needed, this lane is getting backed up, but I noticed it wasn't staying saturated along here. So we just basically increased the throughput on this side. I probably need to increase the throughput on the other side too. Oh, right, there was no real room for that because I really needed the power. Yeah, it's probably okay. If not, it's still probably okay. 7 more and we get our rocket silo. And then once we get a rocket silo, we will be at least able to gradually, you know, get everything up to the thing. So then the real question is that we go to Epoch, and we go to your requests. Let's get all that cleared out. So we will want, wait until all requests satisfied. Cool. And that we have circuit condition, the ammo on the circuit, which is, yeah, the ammo on the circuit is over 700. That way we leave with enough. That we get that, we get those, these, and that. Now, the curiosity I have is with these requests, I kind of want to have the idea of just be like, hey, just chuck this at this thing until it is full or whatever. I don't think we can really accomplish that the way I'm hoping. But we're going to see what we can do, because I would like the idea of being able to just keep firing the rocket at the platform with just whatever extra junk I've got on here that we want until it is full. Because I don't want, like, one material to be behind and it just sit there while everything else is just bulking up and not really doing what it needs to do. Alright, so meanwhile we can go here and say, Epoch, because I also forgot. I also want you to request blue, red, green circuit boards, and the low density frame. All right, hang on. Did I set up the other side for this yet? I don't think I did set up for blue circuit boards, did I? So, yeah, that's requesting that. And we don't use very many blue circuit boards over here. And it could end up being a thing if I import enough of the circuit boards where we're bringing these in. This goes from being an input to an output on the blue circuit boards. Why were you down there? Yeah, you've got 5 shots. Alright, open fire. You got like 15 shots. Let's do some damage. Alright, so it's just firing away. Cleaning out the nests. I'm surprised you still have rounds left. Okay, so you're done. Let's let that get into our gun range and do its whole thing and settle that down. And then we're gonna open up with the next artillery to just do some cleanup. Okay. Alright, got some work done on that one. So next contestant, you are sitting on another 15 rounds. So go for it. Yeah, if we can improve the throughput enough that we can just keep these firing, that's the dream. Because I found the fire rate on artillery was never really that important. The damage could be good, as long as, like, if you get it to one-shot things, it just saved you a lot of rounds. But then the range was another really good one because, you know, you could have the same artillery clear up much more. Can you reach that? You might actually be able to reach that. Cool. So we've got that one sorted. And they're cleaning all these nests up that are in range. It's like the more of this we're doing, the better off everything ends up being, because then that's that much more I don't have to worry about my my construction drones getting picked off. Okay, and that's you out of ammo. And those are all waiting to recoup. Okay. And everyone's still building all of this over here. We're doing fine on that. We did lose a bunch of construction drones in the middle of that. And we are actively getting a restock on this gun. What speed are they doing that? Are they keeping a good cadence on this thing? Because they're keeping a good cadence on this. We're out of explosives. What? Oh, it's logic drones trying to keep up. I say, because if we can keep a good cadence on this thing building, then very genuinely we could just keep them firing. Because this one's almost cleared out everything in its range. If we can get to, like, actually cleared out, I'm willing to leave it on, so that when a new group groups up, that it'll probably have enough ammo it could just take out whatever nest shows up. And you're already on your way back. Ready to restock us again. Yeah, so basically where I'm at right now is trying to decide when we start having the blue circuit boards delivered and all that, how I want to approach it. You're still being built. Epoch's just chilling, waiting for its time. Because I do want them to deliver the blue, the red, the green, and this stuff. Which we'll deal with in a moment. Oh, I'm glad we noticed that. Okay. So we've got our rocket pad. Alright. Automatic requests from space platforms. Okay. So now is when a lot of things are going to have some wild stuff happen. Because we are going to be feeding that in to produce the rockets. Oh, you know what? We do actually want to have these production modules here. Alright. We can make this happen. Give me a stack of those. Give me a stack of these. Give me a stack of these. Pretty sure I need more green. There's gonna be a hot minute. We'll craft these up so that as it tries to make these, it'll be good. Oh, you can write, you're still on the phone? Hey, Invasiplex. Good to see you again. Alright, so that is in the logistics network range. I believe it is supposed to automatically grab logistics. I could be wrong. You know what, I probably am wrong, but that's an easy thing to solve. We can go... And just like that, that'll be a thing that sorts itself out. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna have this producing rockets now to start putting stuff into space. What bugs on this planet? None. This one, it's the environment that's the threat, not some random hostile life form. It's basically a fairly lifeless planet with just awful. Okay, you're doing your thing. It's a trash planet, yes. So what I'm still trying to do is I'm gonna have red, green, and blue circuit boards. And I hadn't planned for those, and I probably should have. I'm just gonna make more train stops. Okay, I think that'll work. And I'll probably need to daisy chain that across. Just the amount of stuff we're getting from our remote locations is a whole big event. All right. This one place is going to be way too much. Okay, so that'll take care of that part of it. And then what we're gonna need is even more of these. So this will be green, red, blue. And just like before, I'm going to have to bring it around, which I probably should learn my lesson, but, you know, why would I do that? What's going on here? So we've got our 3. All right, yeah, we're fine. Okay. There's that one. Okay. So we've got the 3 going here. And that'll be the first conveyor belt the whole way around. Which leaves us with this one here. I'm trying to make that not as... There we are. As cursed. With needless undergrounds and all that all over the place because of trees. Okay. What are you not happy about? There we go. I cannot tell what's going on with that. I probably should have just gone through right from the beginning and done that. Okay, so that should be fine. The only thing I'm not sure about is this spot, what's going on with it. We'll have to check that when we get the RoboPort put up. But that should expand everything out here. And we're honestly far enough out here. Just go ahead and slap in a radar while you're at it. Okay, so with that, we'll end up having, again, like, the green circuit board, the red circuit board, and the blue circuit board being imported from the other location. So that should help as well. This is going to potentially be a problem just by the number of things we are going to be picking up and shipping out of here. But that might not be that big of an issue because this might have a bottleneck we'll be dealing with. In the meantime, let's head back over to Epoch. You are starting to get stuff on board. Interestingly, oh, because it gave me a full rocket's worth of each. Right. I was like, wait a second, that's way more than I have on the queue. Okay. Ooh, you're all backed up. What new material did you find? I see the problem here. There you go. All better. Let's see. So it's looking like green circuit boards is my problem. No shocker there. What will be interesting is what it's going to take to get a lot of this set up. All right. And that needs 1,000 to be happy. What would it take for me to get more of this going faster? You've got plenty of electrolyte. You do not have enough helium. And unfortunately with the helium situation, there isn't really a whole lot I could do. That's another one of those ones that I just have to keep scrapping until I get it. So the helium is likely going to be the bottleneck of how fast I can get this going. Now, granted, what it could be is what I've already got here. I just have to, you know, basically duplicate it to make more. Like, very genuine, that's very likely what I will have to do. To improve the throughput here, just get ourselves... I mean, yeah, because what I've got here, I would need another whole set of things. Like, if I could, like, build this out, I would basically need this much more of a lane. Like, I could probably put a lane over here on this side, shove it in here, but then this will start being the bottleneck. Okay, so we've got that already queued up. Yeah, so it'd be good to get ourselves the production modules going on. Just to save on resources, to put more resources into space versus other things. But yeah, so we're going to be loading this up, and once it's loaded up, it can start heading on to the next thing. I'm going to make sure it gets at least one of each order. But, really not sure where to go with a lot of that from there. I'm curious why, I'm assuming... Let's check here. Okay. Not enough to fill one rocket. There's literally none to spare. We've already got that on board, we've already got that on board. You need 1,000. I've only got about 500, so not enough for a rocket. You can carry 200, that's fine. You can carry 2,000 green circuits and 1,000 and 300. Yeah, so that's going to take a little bit of doing, but I'm curious why it's not loading the blue circuit board, because it does say automatically do it. Let's make sure I don't have something set wrong on Epoch. So Epoch here, it does have to request those and wait till all... Oh. Why is that grayed out? Let's try adding these up here and see what happens. Huh. Why are you grayed out? Is your factory has currently spawned its first serial killer train? You have one train that's killed you 4 separate times? Yeah. So that's what I'm not curious, like, I'm not sure about. Why this one is active, but that one's grayed out. Yes, music gives Terraria vibes, yeah. Because it doesn't have any type of thing import from. Import from. Ah, I see, I understand. Yeah, it's one of these things. I'm willing to bet there's probably some way on this side I could just be like, just keep importing this stuff, and then, you know, once you're full, like, you know, do the next thing. Yeah, literally they're just shoving circuit boards in there as fast as they can now. Alright, things are getting backed up because that right belt's getting too full again. Honestly, we'll make do with these two for right now. Just to have them all go. Yeah, because that's 4% and that's 6%. That's fine. So we'll be missing out about 4% between the two of them, but that's still fine. Meanwhile, what I'll go ahead and do is, for this stuff, we can go ahead and drop you in here. Drop the red one in there. Drop the green one in its respective box. We've already gotten everything out of the group. Trash all unrequested. So get this out of my inventory. Because it's looking like we're getting pretty close to getting our ride out of here. It is going to take a while for that to fill up the station, or fill this thing up and everything. But, yes, that'd be a stack of everything. We have... Oh, we must have gotten blue circuit boards back on the list. I was just like, wait, we finished research? What? Okay. So, let's probably start introducing some of these other ones that we got the new science for. Scrap recycling productivity. So that would make that faster. Processing unit productivity. That would also be good. Low density structure productivity. The mech armor. Oh my god, that's 5,000. Tesla weapons, 1,500. Energy shield Mark II. Personal drone port Mark II. Battery Mark II. Quality module. The problem is all of those are extremely expensive. You know what? We're going to approach this by, what is the next thing in order? We're just going to keep researching that. That's... Make another factory in the new world? You'll get off this world and promptly crash again? Let's see. You could elevate the track, put a safe crossing, build a... Oh, yeah. No, that's been going pretty smoothly. So, like, the things we definitely want to do is we definitely want to expand this. The issue right now is my superconductor production, which is waiting on green circuit boards. So I think, honestly, with this one, I might just tell it to take an unreasonable order size, and then just basically not give it enough time to satisfy it. So, like, basically say, like, just send me everything. And then just, you know, we only wait so long, and then we leave. And just whatever we can get up to. We are definitely going to want more rockets, though. That is going to be one catch here. Is just what it's going to take to make sure we get enough materials to keep the green circuits going. So what I probably could do is right now, we are getting enough materials that we could make the green circuits. Certainly that's not going to be a good use of our time, but I'm also looking at all the surplus materials going, you know what? It's fine. So clear your list. Clear that. Green circuits. Do that. Make 4 stacks. Because I do have a box of wire here. Somewhere. Somewhere. Do I not have the wire? How do I not have wire? Okay, we are getting wire. Yeah, so you can go ahead and burn up that wire because we're not going to use it for anything else. And just turn out circuit boards. It'll be logistically heavy, but at least that'll keep things going. Okay, so boom. Alright, you don't have productivity modules being made. Let's also get those on here. How do you not have power? Okay, I guess I will manually connect those. I don't know why they weren't connecting, but that's fine. Cool. Alright, well, they'll eventually get there. Let's see. Do you auto-produce the rocket cells? Travel to space platform, Epoch. Max 5 wires per pole with the auto-connect stuff. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know there was a cap to it. It makes sense just to keep it from being a thing. Like, now in hindsight, it's like, oh yeah, because otherwise, like, everything would be just spaghetti over top of it. Alright. So we are getting on our setup. And I have got it started to get what it needs to make another rocket silo. And then we just leave and all that. So what is happening right now is it is bringing this in. So I do think the way I'm going to handle this one is I'm going to say, hey, I would like 2,000 science, which is not going to happen. Hey, I would like 2,000 of this, which is probably not going to happen. Hey, I would like, how much is two rockets worth? I would like 1,000 of these. Cool, probably not going to happen. I would like 2,000 of these. Yup. I would like 20,000 blue science. Or circuits. I would like 20,000 red circuits. I would like 20,000 green circuits. Obviously, we're not getting that. I'm just saying, give me as much of this as you can shove in this thing. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna set it to have, let's see, all requests. So the big question here is I want to check our capacity. Okay, so I cannot connect a wire to these extra cargo things. I kind of want to just keep taking stuff until it's full. Full. Add interrupt. Any planet import 0. All requests satisfied. Any request not satisfied. Any request 0. Circuit condition. Damage taken. Passenger not present. Okay. circuit condition. And I can just check here, but I cannot check the inventory as being empty. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is like take crap until you're full, get back. Man, you're doing your thing. This is making its thing. You're getting your motors gradually. Serious, the rocket versus payload is just comically sized? Yep. Alright, obviously that's going to be a lot of time before that gets set up. But the idea is, there's so many goodies on this planet, I want it to be that we roll in, and it just fires up its 8 rockets, and we go home, and then we wait for it to get its next 8 rockets. So wait, do they auto-connect pulls and blueprints again? Is Haslam making separate? I don't know. Oh, you're not actually connected. There you go. Oh, wait, you're waiting for the construction bot. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So needless to say, it's going to take a long time. Not surprised at all to find our power grid cannot handle this. I would be more shocked if it didn't have a problem. So go ahead and grab all of you. Look, I just... want to grab this in chunks. And just squeeze more of these in wherever I can. Another rocket with circuit boards. Let's see, you can even copy and paste stuff and maintain the wire connections outside copy and paste selection? Yeah. Yep, and all these should be configured that literally as they build them, they should just come online and I shouldn't have to worry about it. But I'm mostly anticipating this planet basically being my major source for circuit boards. So, genuinely, I'm planning on trying to augment what we got here. Yeah, so you're in range, you're in range, you're in range. Needless to say, they are working on getting this all online. And then we'll make all of these item pickup when they're available. And it's gonna be a whole thing. Oh, wait, so we need 3 more of these. You are filtered for green circuits. You are filtered for red circuits. You are filtered for blue circuits. I also just realized I have yet another material here. And granted, it's primarily used for rockets. So this might be one that we might just do something a little cheeky. So 1, 2, 3. And you'll be set to that. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Because I'm not really using the low density frames or anything else, so if I feed those low density frames right back into this thing and just let the rocket keep building, its parts without demanding anything from the system, we might be good. It might be one of those things that I do need to go onto Epoch and not let it request nearly that many. I'm just kind of figuring I want it to carry as much as it can. You know what? I wonder if it prioritizes from left to right or how it goes about it. Here comes another 1,000 red circuit boards. Because that's a big thing I'm noticing with this situation, is very genuinely with all this, this planet can turn around some rockets. That seems to be like the big appeal of this planet, is it just straight up turns around rockets like no one's business. Which is why I'm building 4 of these. Because then my thought is we could just get blue, red, and green circuit boards and just other valuables and just ship them in bulk. You're betting the priority is based on the distance to the supplier chest required? I would think that, but then we should be getting the blue one first, not the red one first. Because the blue one is right here to there. The red one is here to there. So it is one of those ones that's like, I don't know. But at the same time, color blindness strikes you again? Yeah. It's a shame so many games don't handle that well. It might be the order requests. It didn't look like it was that either. Because we look at the order of requests from left to right. It's doing the red one here, and the blue one comes before it. So, like, genuinely, I'm just like, I don't really know what's the order it's deciding. So, you know, that's fine, I guess. Like, I'm fine with it skipping these ones. I'm like, those are far away. We don't have enough of the purple. We don't have enough of some of these other ones to do another rocket. Or it'll eventually hit an equilibrium where it'll take me more time to build the rocket than it, like... Sorry, we'll build the rockets fast so we can get the materials needed to deal with rocket stuff. Probably something silly like the first one a drone claimed in the game loop by the item idea in the back end. No idea. But that said, importing all of these red circuits is going to be a huge boon. Because that's what's been hurting us with getting our yellow sciences, like the red and blue circuits and all those things in the earlier parts of the phases. You notice blue circuits is weird in that they don't actually fill a rocket. 3 of them leaves it at 9. Oh, that's... Aw, man. That... Honestly, that's like a huge bummer if that's the case, because that's the big thing I'm excited about, is to launch that up. I'm hoping that was a bug and it's been fixed. Yeah, we're just deleting the red circuit boards as fast as we can. You haven't automated them, so you don't know if that's an issue or what. Yeah, we'll see. One thing that might occur with what I'm doing right now is maybe these never get done, just by the fact that we're just not getting enough green circuit boards through to get the launch pads made. We'll see. It really depends when we get our first one trying to send up the blue stuff. Be really nice if we get the pink science up here, but I'm just not producing on anything remotely reasonable rate. One thing we will do to help out with that, make as much of that as you can, make as much of this as you can. Yeah, all of you, just produce as much as you can. Man, we're still struggling on water. Granted, now the struggle is because of the ice. So honestly, I'd probably be better off replacing all these now. And no surprise, our power grid is now screaming in agony. And that's gonna take forever to make those. Yeah, it's got lightning rods in there. Oh, that's not gonna be in drone ranges. Oh, no, I guess it is. There. Cool. Next rocket, more red circuit boards. I'm not even upset about the fact that just launching red circuit boards after red circuit boards. The amount of those I need, it's like, you know what? That's fair. Like, that is going to save me an incredible amount of green circuit boards on the other side. I can live with this outcome. Question is where the drones pick up the items that were requested? Yeah, it's basically from which inventory they claimed. They stick to it, at least that's how it used to be. Gotcha, let's actually take a look at how much we are getting on Epoch. So, right now I am sitting on about 6,000. Let's put a hard limit on saying, like, don't take more than 10,000. Which is already a pretty obnoxious amount. Because at that point, like, do something else with it.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? How close are you to getting one? We're over halfway to getting our second launch pad. As there was once a drone displaying paths, but it was a mess. Yeah, alright, so let's check in the Aluminum Falcon. It's doing fine. That's part of the reason I'm not in a rush to get home, is with the Aluminum Falcon, I'd be ready to be like, go on to the next planet. Hope 1 is just doing Hope 1 things. Yeah, so it's just waiting on... Yeah, it's waiting on getting a little bit more science. Do we actually have that science? No. It's fine. Meanwhile, you're still building where we're going to be able to offload everything. It is still building rockets and sending those up. Yeah, so currently they're all unnamed. And that's good. How are we doing over here, by the way, with our artillery? Get change you to say 40. And while they figure that out, we're going to go down here. Because it looks like we're actually getting enough now that we could start potentially just leaving the guns on. So they can knock out the nests, so when more nests come, just knock them out more and more. Okay, so you only have the one left, so yeah, you're going on. He's gonna wipe out this nest, and there's no more nests in range. So that area will just stay clear from now on. Well, at least in theory. Ooh. Ah, we've got behemoth worms finally. Okay. So I believe that's literally the last enemy you can get on this planet. Those worms are pretty thick. Okay, so I don't think you're going to have enough shells to take this all down by yourself. Let's go ahead and let the auto-targeting do its thing. Okay. Just got 2 more shots. And so we'll see how fast they get more shots. Yeah, let's let these ones... Oh, they're gonna just trickle in and get killed? Yeah, that's fine. Alright, we're gonna leave you on auto-target. Yeah, so the intention is we're getting these shots fast enough. I think we will be able to just leave those guns on and just have them hammer any nests that show up as they show up. We'll see. I may or may not be able to do that. Okay. Cool, and you got one last nest in range down here. Okay, so you ran out of shots. Yep, so they are feeding ammo into all the guns, and they are firing on occasion. Ooh, they're doing a pretty good number there. They're doing... Oh, that's really bad. My tank is nowhere near there, is it? Our power grid is not holding up. Yeah, so stop firing. Don't auto-target. So the issue is because they're auto-targeting and firing again and again, it is just one of those things that they are just continuing to aggro them again and again by just hitting the nest, aggroing them, hitting the nest, aggroing them, which just means we strain the power grid really hard and don't give a chance to recover. So that's a lesson learned. Let them rebuild that area before we start opening more holes in all there. Oh wait, I don't... Oh, it's because their power is fluctuating. Let's also check out our nuclear, make sure nothing's gone wrong up here. Yeah, you're doing fine. So let's check out our actual grid. So our accumulators are dead, and our power grid itself is majorly struggling. It's partially also because our bot network is just absolutely trashing stuff. So very genuinely, we are not in a happy place right now. So what we can do, we don't have enough steam on this anymore. So these aren't running reliably anymore either. Let's go ahead and see if I can get away with adding more onto this. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried that'll break my power grid for a moment. How are things going back here? Okay, so you're almost there. We have got enough green circuits. We're sending up a rocket of green circuits. Blue circuits are still basically not getting loaded. Yep, you sent off the last of your cargo back down to here. Those are trying to empty out the supplies as fast as they can. We get faster research. Increases fire-based. I will skip that and we'll grab you because you're relatively inexpensive. Yeah, you are still waiting for more materials coming in. All right. Yeah, so pretty soon we're going to start getting that second rocket launcher up, or the rocket pad. Just need a couple more electric engines, and then once we've got that, we're good. And you're making rocket fuel. We have a pretty good amount of it. That will ultimately eventually be a problem. Alright, there's green circuits boards being delivered, and now we're back to red. And we're also working on expanding our power grid here. Lumina Falcon's doing things. How are you doing so far as recovering the wall? It's rebuilt. Ah, yeah, posture check. Okay. And you're getting all that built out, which is fine. Mostly done. We just got more conveyor belt to fill gaps in. Power is just... Genuinely, power is just not where it needs to be. There's not really another way to go around it. Power is just not where it needs to be. You did get connected. We are crashing temperature-wise. Alright, so this is the point where I need to get a second nuclear reactor online. It's been a long time coming, and it needs to happen. Now, if I remember correctly, literally I could just stamp out another one of these, get the fuel cells, and keep it hooked up to this, and we should be fine. So I should be able to go, like, literally right here. Alright. And then once I get the second nuclear reactor online... And what was the logic I gave you? It was you. Check the temperature, and if it's less than 600, do that. And same deal. If you are... Sorry, less than 800, you know, turn it on. Yeah, because we're slowly burning off heat. Trying to keep the steam up. Alright, so with that, what we should be able to do is get this back up to heat, get the steam going on, because that's a big thing that's hurting us, is our nuclear reactor. We've strained it to the point that it is exceeding the amount we can produce heat for. Versus it used to not be a problem when our solar kept up. Because when our solar kept up, it could just, you know, during the day, this would wind down and be able to build up a lot of heat. And then during the night, this would start burning off its heat to supplement the solar. Alright, how are you doing? About 40 more. And another... Oop, we got our first round of blue circuit boards coming in. So let's see if this actually works. Because, yeah, it's supposed to be 999 kilograms. Worst case is I go to this thing and I say, hey, don't worry about it, deliver the cargo anyways. But we'll see. I am hoping the game is smart enough that when it cannot, you know, it cannot actually fill a rocket with something, that it gets within 1 unit of it and does the send-off. Because that'll save a lot of issues. Alright, so you've almost got that set up. And you're starting to run into a problem due to low temperature. That's a real big problem. And all I could do right now is just wait. I should get out of here soon. I'm sitting on a giant mountain of circuit boards and everything. And other goodies. I just want to keep sending stuff till we're near full, or just a good amount. Or at least where this starts to really stall out. And you're doing fine. You are waiting on the research. Which is really nowhere near as far along. So set the research back down to 1,000. I wonder if I could check what the amount of stuff is on the ground for consideration. So item count, this is my cargo. Let's see. Yeah, and I was wondering if we could be able to look at the ground and be like, do you have enough to satisfy this? So like where we're looking at this kind of stuff down, sorry, this kind of stuff here where it's like available on planet. If we had available on planet here and check, hey, do you have enough available on planet to send me enough? If not, just let me go. Like don't make me wait. We could set on an inactivity timer and make it something significant, like 5 minutes. So like 300 seconds. Yeah, so what it could be... So how would I want to set this up? It would probably be all requests satisfied or inactive for 300 seconds. And that. Can I click and drag you down? Okay, so there we go. So basically, it's going... No, wait, that's not... I want it to be these two as the... Yeah, I want these two to be the or and that to be the and. I don't know how to... Can't click and drag that. Let's see. Are you planning on checking out State of Decay's new patch? The devs did some good quality of life. Last 3 patch is all quality of life. Honestly, probably not, because I did look at it, and while it looked fine, it didn't look like it really added. Yeah, this is not working the way I want it to. It's fine. But yeah, no, it's like they've cleaned it up, quality of life, all that good stuff. Thumbs up to all that. But genuinely speaking, it didn't seem like it. Like, it's just, you know, it's one of those things like, is there new content? And I don't think that really justifies me going back to it. Like, it's one of those things of, like, if I come up with a challenge or something like that, then that's a different animal, but that, you know, depends on us getting there. Come on, would you get the last 2 pieces of conveyor belt there, or 1, or whatever it is? Just give me that last little bit of conveyor belt so we can get our nuclear sorted out. Let's see, can you do 30 seconds of inactivity with 2 ands and then an or on the outside? Let's go look. So you're saying 0 series, but also got 1.0 if you're interested? Yeah. That's what I gotta figure out of what I'm doing with that. Alright, so that would be Hope 1. So they're saying, can you do 300 seconds of inactivity with 2 ands and then an or on the outside? So you're saying do inactivity. So it'd be inactivity on the 600 or 300 seconds. Inactivity 300 seconds. Meet these 2 conditions or these 2 conditions. Yeah, so I get it. So what I'd probably actually do here. Yes, let's do the 2 copies of 300 seconds real fast, and I'm gonna move the all requested satisfied. So you are an aura condition. Okay, so we've got I think that's right. And then we need to go here and say circuit condition. Ammo is over 700. And that's just a precaution to make sure I have enough ammo. Okay, so I think that's right. I think that's right there. So basically it says, hey, if you have enough ammo and everything's done, no problem, get out of here. If you have enough ammo, and you haven't gotten another delivery in a hot minute, get out of here. So what we can go ahead and do is I'll set that back to 2,000, and we can just let it sit there. And sooner or later we'll either finish that or whatever. Like, that might not be as efficient. Like, I'm gonna probably off stream at some point experiment with ways I can program that to be fine. Stop being out of power. I keep expanding this. Yeah, I've got the towers like everywhere. Even inside here, we've got a bunch of these towers. Let's see, I put one right there as well. And I am continuously just taking the accumulators and putting down more and more. It's fine. It's just causing some problems. So it does seem like it is launching at the 300, by the way, in case people are curious. Okay, 2 more electric motors, and that'll be another launch pad up and running. And I think pretty soon we'll be at the point where I don't think we'll be able to keep the launch pads continuously going. Or sorry, that we won't be able to keep building launch pads because we'll be taking all of our circuits and just hucking them into the rockets to go. I was kind of hoping to get a round of the pink science done, but it's okay if it does end up being one of the slower ones for right now. Like, it's waiting on the superconductors, which I've got going as fast as I can. On the good news is, even if that does end up being a thing, it just means like every other journey we get there. But once I get it set up, I'll start programming it to have kind of the same rules where it's like, okay, wait till it goes. Alright, more blue circuit boards on their way up. And we've got our next launch pad under construction. And just like that, all the red circuit boards are gone. And even more blue circuit boards are here. Okay. So we've just queued that up to be like even more lightning rods, even more power poles, even more everything, since power is struggling. We are getting our productivity modules here. Let's also go to here and say, hey, you know what? Bump that up to 20 since I do have 2 rockets going on it. And do the same for this one for when it's ready. Alright. Cool. So I've got these all set up. And we're going to be making more. Yeah, so the plan is to try and get 4 of these, and my hope is that between me, like, going back out and coming back, we will basically be able to queue up 4 rockets with another 4 right after it, so that when the pad arrives, it just fires off a bunch of rockets, and then we can get all that sorted. But yeah, so we are starting to decimate these, which does mean I am expecting to see a pretty substantial dip in the rate we're getting these things. Alright, so we'll let this next set of rockets go, and then we're probably just going to head out. I'm already staying here way longer than I should. I was just kind of hoping to grab some, like, pink science and some other stuff. But right now, we're sitting on a ton of materials. Let's actually check to see if they got those belts done. Oh, you don't have the inserter there yet. Come on, man. My power's struggling. Like, my power is major struggling. I just need to put that inserter down. And all those inserters are waiting as well. You know what I could do to maybe get around this problem temporarily is forget that inserter for a moment. That's fine. Actually, you know what? I bet you we have a higher quality one. It's just available right now. Yeah, it highlighted immediately. I keep forgetting I can't do it that way. So, I bet you, if we go down to our box down here, where we're making those. Did I stop making those equality? I bet you I had one in a box. I'm just gonna have to take my chance with it. I forgot. Okay, so you did keep your programming out. That's at least that much. Alright, well, that just means I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to do it myself. Okay, you're about to fill up. And you already sent off your other rocket? It's waiting for, like, one more blue circuit to get in here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Cool. Alright, so once Epoch receives that delivery, we're out of here. I'm sitting on a things. Let's see. Does the nuclear waste transfer through other reactor? I don't know. I've never tried it. Most buildings, they don't work. Like, labs are one of the only buildings that works for. It's not the only one, but is a very short list that they can transfer through one building to another. Quite a few more with liquids. Okay, so there we go. All right. So let's go to our conditions here and get this satisfied. So we're going to say inactivity if it is 300 seconds. See, all requests satisfied. Cool, so that one... Yeah, so it's all requests satisfied. Get this one out of here. Put in the control circuit. Check for the bullets. Because this should be one of those things that we should see this light up. Yep, so we have and the ore. Alright, so autopilot. It's just gonna get out of here. Weight condition, item count, green circuits equals 0. Item count, red circuits equals 0. Item count, blue circuits equals 0. Item count, the purple science equals 0. Item count. Where else do we have? We have the plates equals 0. Item count. We have where we got more of these components. The superconductors equals 0. Item count. The supercapacitors equals 0. And then item count Was there anything else there? I think that was it, right? So we got our science, we got... Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Nope, it's not. And you equals 0. Alright. So, interestingly enough, it doesn't seem to be moving. Why are we not moving? We have fuel and oxidizer. Neither of these are showing as literally doing anything. Okay. Right, so we are here. Get iron. Okay, so we've manually intervened to get moving. And people are fighting over the cost of winning Twitch the thing. As someone who has less than 50 hours in the base game, managing all this new stuff is insane to you. Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things that you get a little bit at a time, so it's really not that bad, all things considered. But there's definitely like the earlier dealing with it. So I am trying to deliberately not piss off the bugs right now by going back to deal with them for what they're doing there. But yeah, so what should happen is it should offload all the cargo, and then when it gets here, it should, you know, check to see if everything's satisfied or it's inactive. So that's fine. Which that won't happen. Let's adjust some of these values to be more reasonable. So let's say 10,000 on that. Probably 5,000 on this. Which is still pretty unreasonable. Okay, so the good news is we're getting a ride back home so we can fix our nuclear power plant. Luckily, we had finished what we were working on. So we just got to get back to where we're at. We have a pretty heavy weight here, so it's taking us a little while to accelerate and all that. But the plan with what we're going to do is we're going to get back to our main base. I'm going to fix our power. And I want to go to that east side where we've been dealing with the biters. And I would like to push our area, like our defense out, so our constructors don't keep dying by cutting across, because that's what this blinking down here is. It's our biters, or say it's our construction drones trying to get down here. When they go up and repair here and then cut down, they just get killed. So I want to go over there and deal with that. And then we need to expand our power grid is the first thing, because our defenses are useless without the power grid being stable. And that's just, we've slowly crept up on our consumption of stuff till we finally were slowly bleeding off power on our nuclear reactor little by little. Okay. So we're almost home. The gun turrets are indeed a lot better than the laser ones. Yeah, no, it seems like they nerfed the laser ones real hard. They're still kind of nice for what I've been dealing with at the home base so far as like where we just keep sprawling farther and farther. The alternative to me doing that is I gotta basically run a conveyor belt of ammo to those fronts, or, you know, get a train to stop near the front to drop off the ammo, and then when I move it, I gotta tear it all up and move it. Alright, so with that, we are looking for the button to get out of the ship. Drop to the planet. And we are going here. Okay. Oh, you still don't have your arms over here either. That might clog things up, but we can worry about that when we get there. So. Give me all this stuff back. I don't want that tank on me. Turn on or run fast legs. Now I don't have to worry about crappy not working solar. Alright, so the last time we accidentally had an issue where I ended up having all my blueprints moved out of there trying to get them put into my character storage, whatever you want to call it. So let's run over here, grab our blueprints out of storage, and then I need to go through and do some cleanup with all this. So here's our blueprints. Easy enough. And I want whatever the best inserter I see in here is. All right, we had some fast... Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Okay, so let's run up to the nuclear power plant, drop that thing up to get the other one online, and then I'll probably work on trying to expand it more. And then the hope between the two of them, there we go, that's what you want to see. A bajillion drones moving around with those, and then we'll also need to get the trains going once the inserters are all sorted. What are you doing here? Friend, why are you having difficulty right now? You're trying to go into that path. What? What is the issue going on here? Are we missing one signal somewhere? There you are. There's the problem. There we go. This one are too close to the edge, so it's not counting as a separate part of the network. There we go. So got that unstuck. All right. Let's see, for the turrets, I take blue chest and run into the same problem as lasers when servicing turrets with ammo. I've just been kind of feeding it some. What's going on with your power? There we go. We got that fixed. All right, but we're still back to getting up here and getting our nuclear power back online. Because we got plenty of fuel cells and all that. That's not the issue. The issue here is getting you working. So grab this. Alright. So I've got 2 nuclear reactors working. That should allow me to get more heat exchangers online. And with the more heat exchangers online, I should be able to get way more steam happening. Yeah, so little by little it's climbing. That should sort it out. Yeah, because we shouldn't be anywhere near the capacity of the water pump here. And what was I checking with this? You're reading the contents, but who was reading that? Yeah, so everything's running really slow right now. Nope, here is, as the heat builds up, these should start running better, so we should actually be seeing this. Yeah, slowly the steam turbines are building. Yeah, our power is building up gradually. What here is consuming so very much power? Fine, I'll research it. Alright, well that winds up. What is your deal down here? Yeah, you still don't have the inserters or anything, so we're just gonna leave you all offline. All the signals here appear to be happy. You know, what's likely to happen is we're likely to have this get backlogged. Yeah, so that's fully frozen up until we've got more inserters. Let's run down here and deal with those inserters. They made so much possible with the remote view. Oh yeah. Yeah, so let's get down here. Let's get 3 inserters. And I need to get those on the tracks that the... Actually, I'm going to need like 7 inserters. Because right now, our drop cargo whatever thing is getting backed up because I'm importing so much stuff from that platform that nothing's getting done. And so we should slowly have the power go up. Yes, the power is almost the point where we're going to start charging up our accumulators. But yeah, so we're going to have to go and, like, just up the size of our nuclear production. Okay, so let's see here. I need more inserters. $17 is more than enough. That'll work. Alright, so let's go back over to our launch pads, and like I said, I need to get the 7 get the 7 new materials we're bringing in. Get all those hooked up. For right now, our logic bots are just like, look, I'm gonna go grab it and take care of it. Which, fair enough, that's acceptable. Alright. What is all this going on? Oh no! It's overfilling and dumping the stuff on the ground around it. Thanks, man. That's great. Can you build recyclers on the main planet? No, I have to import them. Or actually... Yeah, so crafting, I have to craft them on the other planet and then bring them here. We'll definitely want to do that eventually. Right now, I just need to get this stuff out of here. And these don't have the inserters to do their job quite yet. Once we get the inserters on there, we'll be able to have the trains roll in and just deal with stuff. More than likely, I'm going to have to go through here and have a bunch of these belts, like, shuffle the things around to make sure they get through, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, let's run back up to our nuclear reactor. Actually, shouldn't need to run back up to it. Let's get back safe. And see what we can check out with a bunch of stuff. Alright, so there's good news. We are seeing our accumulators are charging. Slowly they're charging. I mean, there's 15.3 gigajoules of power there. So that's good news. It's all coming back online. We're all going to be in good shape. We just had problems where we slowly bled the heat off our nuclear reactor until it was barely functional, and then once that happened, everything started to shut down. Did I not mark my new iron? Okay, that's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. So we're still not getting any surplus of steam. despite adding another one of these, rather than like continuing to escalate on this one, let's go ahead and grab you and all of you. And you. Actually, you can do it this way. Grab this part of these. Oh, no, nope. Nope, okay. Let's see, the turbines have a higher priority than accumulators. They're gonna run... so they're gonna run at nighttime? Yeah. Well, the accumulators have run out, so, like, our Steam is just trying to keep things running. Which is the reason I'm doing such an aggressive, like, large expansion on this. So you're gonna let that build. I got a spot marked for that one. Okay. So my hope here is we're going to get these online, and when these get online, it's going to add to our Steam, and be able to work with that. Doesn't... Okay, it is pumping. It's just being weird for a moment. Alright. So we are starting to build up the temperature here. That is crashing our temperature really hard right now, because it is still coming online. Because it is hitting an equilibrium. Yeah, so now the temperature's coming back up. You don't seem to be working. Let's pick that up for a moment. I see. So I need that tile gone. I need a power pole that won't be around there. Alright. Let's see, you can wire your turbines to only kick in when the accumulators are low. That'll let you stockpile some steam. This is true. Just put an accumulator among them and then just have them read off the accumulator. Yes, the temperature's still building on those. And how are you doing? You're doing good. How are you doing? That's the planet, but that's fine. We've got 2 rockets on standby of each of them. Slowly building up materials to get another rocket launch going on. Epoch is currently still sitting over the home planet. because it hasn't been able to manage to drop off the last thing yet. Which is probably fair. I'm assuming it's just bottlenecked real hard. Oh, we didn't build that one. It's probably fine. They're actively emptying this thing out. Those look at some inserts. That's like, we can live with this being an issue. Like, they are taking it gradually out, little by little. It's inefficient, but it will work. Yeah, so our power is stable. The accumulators are going fine. How am I not getting more steam? Because those are connected. And I currently have 10 heat exchangers going. That's holding its temperature pretty close to 1,000. I'm guessing I don't have these built. Alright. So yeah, we can go ahead and do this. Yeah, they're struggling on the steam. That's what's so weird about this. We've literally doubled our capacity here. And that's not even moving. And it is connected. And these aren't connected doing anything yet, so we should just be in a massive surplus of steam. Yeah, because it should be producing 300 and 103 per second per each of those. And you should be consuming 60 per second. So 103... Oh, no, I guess I need even more heat exchangers. Right, so if it's 103 versus 60, each one of these powers about 2 turbines, so I've got 10. So that'd actually be right about the right amount. You know what? I'm down to get even more steam turbines going on here. Okay, so have all that. Where's our roboport? Okay, so that is in range of the roboport. Alright, so with that, I'm going to have 15 of those going. And that should be more than overkill. There is a chance we might push the limit of what our nuclear power plants can handle. But that should handle our steam situation. And that will all help with that. I don't remember these ratios being nearly this heavy on the heat exchangers. But I do know it did get mixed up. It's, like, not mixed up isn't wrong, but, like, changed at some point. So I don't really know what the rules are now. Alright, so it should help. Yeah, just gotta wait for that construction to happen. Meanwhile, you're still building your stuff. Our main tank is fine. Alright. How am I doing on time? Okay, so what I'm probably gonna do is, while that stabilizes real fast, I need to use the restroom real fast, and then we're going to go ahead and take our tank over to the east and start knocking out some of those nests in that area that I would like to clear. So you don't think the ratio of the heat exchanger and steam turbine has changed? I don't honestly know. I had people mentioning that the nuclear got a major adjustment, but I haven't messed with it yet. All right, we'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again so much for tuning in. We're nowhere near as good as an archer. Oh, good. Our person won. I was a little bit worried they were going to lose, and I'd be in this weird... My kill. I only lost one time the entire time I played the last time. Come on. I know I'm at 0%, but I'm right here. Aw, come on. I got over the hill, too. I was right there. I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Alright, and I am back. Okay, so where were we at? Did the power stabilize? It looks like it did. Did they get these put up? They probably did. Okay, looking at that, looking at that. Is Steam going up? Yes, Steam is going up. Steam is going excellent. So, before I make a horrific mistake, this many turbines is almost certainly going to be a problem. So, that's something I probably shouldn't do. But what I can do in the meantime... Oh, how's your temperatures going? Your temperatures are going down, but you did just get hooked up, and those temperatures going up. So I think we'll be okay. Let's give it a moment to stabilize, because this temperature is slowly climbing, and these are slowly going down. So I'm hoping they'll hit an equilibrium, and then when they do, it'll climb back up to where we want it. If not, we build another nuclear reactor. Yeah, that's almost stopped going down entirely. So I suspect pretty soon we'll see it start going back up. We're also at the point where we're not inserting more fuel cells right now because that... Oh, I made a mistake that needs to be addressed, and it is kind of a problem. Alright, hold up. And the mistake is, I don't have the fuel cells coming out of this thing. Alright, so I believe I have an uncommon one of these still floating around. So, we're just gonna go ahead and have you spit that out. And you're gonna go around this way. And under here. And hopefully that happens before this thing shuts off. Yeah, power temperature's going back up, we're fine. Right. I'm willing to bet we're getting pretty close to the limit of how many heat exchangers can run off that. And like I said, I don't think we're actually making turbines, so that should just stay that way. Yeah, and our power seems to be just fine. We do drain these pretty badly at night, but that's okay as long as they don't dip off. Right, so I believe I am holding these. Let me go drop them back into storage. So that way those bots can go fix that. Because I don't want to run over there and do it myself. I want to be lazy and not deal with these problems. Alright, so with that said, what we can do is real quick, let's pop in here. It's fully decked out and ready to rock and roll, and the intent is to go over here, clean up these nests. I don't know where we're pushing out to try and get a defensive line. Like, genuinely, I don't see a good spot for it. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make this at least kind of like this angle or better. Because if I don't do that, we're going to keep having them cut across here and dying. And that needs to stop. Because that's just a waste of resources replacing those bots constantly. Alright. Okay, power's still going up. We might lead in by just opening up with all the artillery. Just knock out whatever nests are in range and then cleaning up after that. Might as well be using the artillery we do have. It is kind of its purpose. Alright. Also, how are we doing on our next platform? The Aluminum Falcon is about 2/3 done. And then that'll be our one for taking us to the last of the starting 3 planets. At which point I'll need to, deal with all the crap that comes from that. Alright. Time to go, Starship Troopers. Yep, okay, so we're going to back off here for just a moment. I can go here and I'm going to say, hey, how much ammo you got? You got enough to ring in everything. So open fire, everything in range, which is only these 2 nests. Alright. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Let's keep an eye on the power grid when those lasers open up. Because those are going to start firing any second as that group hits here. Yeah. So honestly, it wasn't that bad. That was the spike from the lasers going off, and it held up pretty fine. Yeah, so far it's just holding up alright. Didn't even hit the accumulators. And with that, it's still got ammo, and there are no more nests in range, so satisfied with that one. Same deal with you. Start opening up on all your targets. And keeping them from being able to set up shop. Because that'll clear out all these nests along here. And then we'll just need to be able to move forward and all that. Okay. Yeah, one thing we should try to do is we should work on the artillery damage and range. Shooting speed I don't care about. I know we're nowhere near, like, even our normal hours, we're not We're not close to the end. And we've been going long almost every night since the Factorio DLC dropped. Hey, Hey Victus, thank you so much for the raid. I don't know, it's still showing as a red threat there. Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing? And hey, the Graceful Bard. Hope it's going well.
Thank you Vay_Victors for subscribing for 10 months. Yee buddy.
Hey, Hey Victus. First of all, thank you for the raid. Second of all, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and thank you so much for the raid. But what were we streaming tonight, and how did it go? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. So shout out for Vay Victus. According to Twitch, you've been playing some Project Zomboid. Been suffering in Project Zomboid? Gotcha. But I do hope everything's been going good. It's been good to see you. But welcome in, Raiders. We're playing ourselves a little bit of Factorio. Checking out the new DLC and all that stuff. Going full-on clown mode. I don't even know what that means. That turret deserved it. You don't need to know what it did. But yeah, so definitely check out Vay Victus. Drop a follow. If you enjoy Project Zomboid, been doing a bunch of that. Good times over there. Got to meet them at TwitchCon. Both this past year and the year before, and it was absolutely a blast getting to meet up and hang out and all that sort of stuff. Should probably be ready with the cannon when I'm trying to destroy bases. Alright, that's not a great start, but that's fine. But it's definitely worth checking out and all good stuff. Meanwhile, probably popping in, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch, including in the past I have played a lot of Project Zomboid. I don't play a whole lot right now, kind of in the Build 42 waiting room kind of situation. But at the moment, we're playing some Factorio, which is a factory automation game and all that good stuff. And just kind of working our way through that. We're doing the new DLC that came out last week, or was it the week before that? Recently. That's the important part. Where instead of being on just one planet, you now have multiple planets you deal with. And with that, we have already gone through the starting planet and 2 other planets. We just actually got back from the other one. Now I'm trying to shore up my defenses back at home. And it's been pretty wild, because each planet, it's almost like an entirely different mechanics of doing the game. So, like, sure, the machines and the inserters and all that. So, are you kind of those little jib-jabs? Yeah, we kite them a little bit. I got little lasers on here. I'm just watching because, well, generally speaking, a lot of these things aren't dangerous to me. The issue I run into is they do get to be dangerous if I get stuck on cliffs. Why are you not moving and getting absolutely decimated? I'm not a fan. But they've added a ton of mechanics to the game that are all extremely powerful. They've added new enemies, new things to like deal with. That's fine. Just letting my bot repair me real quick. But it's been pretty wild. Like you get to a new planet, it's like, all right, how the heck do I get my very basic materials? And like every planet has kind of their own twist in how you have to work the planet to get your stuff. So like the last planet we came from, we weren't even mining. We were picking up like garbage and then recycling it down into materials that it felt weird in so many ways. And I won't spoil it for those who want to check it out and, you know, experience it for the first time kind of thing. Alright, so I think I got all the worms from there. Yeah, so right now I'm trying to push these enemies back a little bit. They keep killing my drones as my drones are really dumb and fly over their bases and die. So I'm trying to get rid of those bases. Let me sneak around you. Thank you. Alright. And with that, that's those nests gone. Oh, missed one. Alright. Sometimes you gotta do it yourself. Yeah. They made a lot of adjustments to the game. The laser turrets used to be way stronger. And so I used to depend on them. They still work fine, that is what we're using. But they're not quite as good as they used to be. So we're kind of just making it work. But I am finding I'm pretty unenthused about the defensive lasers you can put on your tank and on your person. Yeah, the big thing is I gotta watch out for cliffs. Cliffs and water or other terrain I get stuck on are what make me dead. Because then I could just get swarmed. Alright. But the good news is we do a lot of damage these days. Could you stop all that, please? It's a lot of slowing effects you have that you didn't used to. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so I got that whole nest done. Get that whole one done. And I think we're honestly cleared down to just mop up. Alright. But yeah, so like on the channel we do play a wide range of games. We've done like lots of simulation, survival. We've done like Project Zomboid, RimWorld, City Builders Tycoon. We've done recently some factory automation games, which honestly has been more of a recent development. I personally have enjoyed these games a lot, but they're kind of games that just didn't perform well for me in the past. But with like Satisfactory having its 1.0 release, and then, you know, Factorio having its first like major DLC and all that, it's kind of like really got people interested in the category again, which has been really nice. Because they are a genre game I very much enjoy. Yeah, get some rest? No problem, Vay. Thank you again for the raid. You sleep well and all that good stuff. And again, if you like Project Zomboid, go check out Vay. Vay Victus is fantastic. Let's actually check our ammo before we go engage the next one. I got like 800 rounds, we're good. Only takes me like 50 to 100 to deal with a nest most of the time. Saw through some trees so I can actually maneuver. All right. See, Lurking Man is off tonight. So are you streaming Friday? Why am I streaming tonight? I mean, honestly, I just really wanted to play the game and continue this playthrough. And I didn't want to do it off stream where people would miss it because that's, you know, good content. I mentioned that earlier on the stream, but yeah. No, very much I've been really enjoying this game, and when I'm not playing it, like, between, it's like, man, I want to play some Factorio. I'm pretty bad about not actually taking a lot of my time off lately. Like, Thursdays I've been pretty good about. But the other days have been pretty bad about. Fridays, that's the other day. The singular other day. Alright. Luckily, where I got stuck at that cliff is just a little bit. I didn't get, like, wedged in on it. That's always the problem with fighting at night. And it's one of those things that I like the night vision when it's working, but it toggles on and off a lot, even when your power is good. And I find the toggle on and off like a mini flashbang. And it's just, really not a fan. Like, genuinely, I've debated just turning the brightness up in the game and being like, hey, I unlocked the night vision. This is me giving myself the night vision. Alright, so how are we looking so far as clearing the area? Because I don't need to full clear it. Alright, so I do need to clear that area too. There's just no good angle for locking this area off. Because I'm doing this to be able to protect my construction drones. Because the drones are dumb and you can't, like, give them an area and say, don't go there. Which I wish we could. Or, like, stay near your towers or whatever. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. Alright. Also, game music, where did you go? I miss you. There we go. I'll probably turn our music on again. We've been turning the game music back on when we check out the new planets since they have their own new soundtracks. But, like, you know, the game does a good job of having kind of, like, invasive music. That's usually really nice for just, like, chilling and enjoying. But it is those things that it's the kind of music that once you've heard it for a lot of hours, you know, you're eventually like, you know, I want a little bit more than this. Alright, let's pop down here and finish this hive off. Ooh, don't hit the big ones like that. That does a lot of damage. All right. You know, turn the music off too? Yeah, it's like, it's good music. But it's honestly true of most games that, like, you know, once you've been listening to the same music for like 5, 6, 7, 800 hours, there's definitely a point where you're like, no. Good or not, I'm ready for a break. I'm ready for something that isn't this track. Alright, so let's try and get this last nest down here. Gonna go around this way. This might be a mistake, but... yeah, it was fine. I was worried about not having maneuvering room and just all that acid slowing me down so much I got in, like, lots of trouble. Oh, no, there's another nest south of this one, too. Alright, so we've almost cleared out all the nests that have been causing us grief. Alright, just gotta mop up the worms. Alright. So that repair, check our ammo. We got about 400 rounds left. So let's take a look at what we've got now. I'm trying to do things, enemy. Okay. Yeah, this is just a real crappy place. Because like I said, I need to make the base kind of a box shape. Because if I don't do that, our minions will run across here. And I see you're keeping them from setting up a new nest. Thank you. It might even be that I need to put some focus specifically on upgrading our artillery range. And that upgrading our artillery range could be our solution, that if we just make it large enough of an area, then I don't have to worry about it. Okay. Alright, and I think we just have a couple more up this way, and we push them back a lot. It's always bad to fight when you have poor visibility in games. Okay, I did get the last of that nest. Alright, pretty soon we'll be gonna be low on ammo and need to back off. Alright. But yeah, no, if I increase the artillery damage and range, there's a good chance I could get the range wide enough that anytime they do start going through the area the drones will hit, we could just keep peppering them with artillery. It is one of those things that is effectively an infinite upgrade in the game, that you can just keep upgrading your range more and more and more, and it just keeps scaling up nearly indefinitely. It just, the cost just gets higher and higher and higher till it's not practical. Okay, so I got about 200-ish more rounds. Alright. So I gotta watch this one because it got some cliffs around it. I say as I immediately bang into one. Alright. And there's a lot of upgrades in this game that are effectively infinite. Like, there is one for, like, how fast your ore drills pull up stuff. You can keep upgrading it. It just gets more and more expensive until it's like, okay, I can upgrade it more. But, like, the cost of the upgrade is so astronomically high. You're doing it just because you can, not because it makes sense. Oh, hi, artillery. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, so I push them back a lot. But even then, like, if I was to wall this off to, like, keep the drone safe, I would just have to wall that whole area off. And that's fine eventually. But that's a tremendous amount of investment right now. And I don't really want to do it. I think I might put some focus on giving myself some more artillery range and damage. And just trying to get the area the drones are going through, or the drones are going through some covering fire so that there isn't really a chance for the nest to build up that bad. Because now that we've got it where we're feeding the artillery shells in there at a fast enough rate to keep the pressure up, I just need to get more and more coverage. And that's so I can mix in with everything else. It's not really the priority right now, but it's something worth doing. Do you not have a drone port in range here? You don't. Ooh, and there's none nearby. That's fine. I'll work at that in a minute. Okay, so we've got you. Yeah, so if I wanted... Oh, yeah, that's 1,000, though. So I really want those, but it's still 1,000. We'll just go through it till we get our stuff. It's fine. That clearing them should have beaten them back enough that we shouldn't have to deal with them for a good long while. Now I'm also probably gonna need to go to my drone port coverage and try and fill in some gaps. You're not getting power? But you're getting power. Ah, this tower up and down isn't connected to the other ones. Right, I see. Alright, well they... Hey, let me get into position before you try and all bring me stuff here. I'm getting over here real quick. Gonna do a little drive around the giant solar panel area. And we'll set that up and we'll check out a bunch of different stuff going on, see how we're doing so far as getting the inserters all in place, see how our power grid is holding up, check to see how our ride for the next planet is going, make sure our previous planets are still running smoothly and all that. Alright. Yeah, so you can just park over here real quick. Okay, but first of all, I'm going in here, going into the music in here. That's it just wants to take a nap, confirm, do this, go here, get some music playing. Alright. How is the scrapping? Probably scrapping pretty good. Another thing we could do... Ooh, we have an uncommon quality one. Where do I want to put the uncommon quality artillery? So, I could put it down along the far east wall. The only reason I have reservations with that is that is going to really promote the bots going across this area I mentioned as a problem. So let's go and put our artillery down here. Yeah, we just put it in the middle of this wall, it should be good. So let's go ahead and real fast say, hey, I would like my uncommon quality artillery gun here. I'm gonna get this chest, put down an inserter, drop the power, and then you accept a small army worth of rounds. And then that can start clearing this area out, giving us more breathing room. How is our power grid doing? It's doing A-okay. Love to see it. And how are these doing? They're all waiting on their inserters. What is the deal with our inserters? Other than I queued up to replace like 1,300 of them. Which, I mean, fair enough that that's not getting done with that large of a queue. But you know what? I would still rather it was. Yeah, so you're waiting on green circuit boards. That's fair. Which a lot of that does need to be sorted out, and we are working on it. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our different ships. So we have... Hope is currently stopped over the volcano planet. It must have just arrived, because it really hasn't received any cargo. Let's pop down at the surface and see what's going on there. Gotcha. It's just arrived, and it's simultaneously getting 3 rockets launched off to it. And it'll get the next 3 launched off to it. That wasn't within logistics range, only construction range? Which was? Those are all in... Oh! Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, the artillery. It's a little bit of a waste, but it's fine. Yeah, so Volcanus is doing fine. Yeah, it looks like it's struggling with blue circuit boards, which, fair enough, I guess. Yeah, so wait up to 5 minutes, and then I'll head back. And how are you doing? Bulgora, we've got 2 rockets, well, 4 rockets ready and primed. This is stalled out at just like three more electric motors, and then we'll get our 3rd pad up. Our scrap is going well. We've got more than enough blue circuit boards. The red is struggling. The green is doing all right. And everything else is running smoothly, like we like to see it. We do have enough pink science for you to do that. Hey, Soul Adams, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Do appreciate it. Let's see, could you set up a dedicated factory to juice up your inserter production? Yes. Right now, the issue is the green circuit boards are a bottleneck. And so what I'd actually want to do is increase the green circuit board production, which would then in turn, by giving it the materials it's lacking, speed up the next part of the process. And with this, we're about to get another rocket pad going. And Epoch is currently sitting above this planet, still trying to get rid of the low density stuff. Okay. Let's check to make sure you're working fine, because I'd expect that to be done by now. You still are trying to empty red circuit boards, and you're still missing the inserter. Let's just manually deal with the inserter real fast. You're mine. We're gonna run over here and get that inserter put in place, and then hopefully that'll resolve that. Is it possible to build an entire mega factory on the space platform? Not really. There are certain things that require to be built in gravity or require to be built on, you know, one specific planet or another. So the space platform by design has somewhat limited things it can do. And that's because like the win condition of the game now is effectively to get the platform sorted out where, you know, it can go on for near indefinitely. Alright, so I need to belt balance these a little bit, because they are filling up one side, and that does mean when they back up. You aren't requesting IDs. Ah, there we go. Alright, so I'll take care of that one. So that should get those to belt balance a bit. Yeah, so with that now... Yeah, so Epoch is on its way back. Ooh, you're not in range. We can fix you up real quick. And producing those, right? I don't think we are. We can fix that. Make the drone port. Okay. Because I need the drone port because apparently this rocket's not in range. Can you build ships? Can you build ships material from the same planet to the same planet? Can you ship materials from the same planet to the same planet? Yeah, but it would serve no purpose. Because these rockets are fairly expensive to launch up. And, like, you could have it where you launch it up on one side of your factory and drop it on the other, but just a cheaper way of doing it that honestly probably even be faster would be just use a train. Like, if you're gonna do train things, just use a train. That's kind of what it's here for. With like rocket cost and payload size? Yeah, and that's the other thing, is it takes a while to load up the rocket, takes a while to launch it, have it come down onto the station up top, and then it has to put it back up and come back down. So there's a travel time to there. But also you gotta build the rocket, and that ends up being the whole thing. Alright. Meanwhile, let's turn on our drone coverage. Because we got a lot of these things that very genuinely aren't getting done because they're outside of drone range. Okay, so I'll take care of that one. You're not drone range either, so let's go ahead and get you sorted. Okay, so I'll take care of that spot. Basically, a lot of these ones that aren't getting upgraded, they're not getting upgraded because the drones can't reach them. That's fine. Yeah, and you're in drone range, you're in drone range. You, I'm just gonna let... Oh, you're actually getting ready to be torn down. Okay. There's also networking cables everywhere. Alright, so that should let me tear down that spot when it's done. We've got all that stuff covered. The coal we're going to want to put in range because I'm going to be tearing that down soon enough. It's not quite enough to cover that whole area. That'll probably be enough. What's the biggest miner available? There is like one larger miner than there was in vanilla. I have to make it on the volcano plan and ship it in though. And while it's cool and all that, it's not been in any way urgent. My anticipation is whatever the next plan or last plan is, like basically whatever comes next in the whole setup here. Turn it that way so we also have the power tower that way. My anticipation is that I will need, you know, a little bit of everything from every planet we've gone to deal with that when we get there. Because that's just a typical behavior for pretty much any of those games you you build up to having the planet that has like just about everything you need. Like every past skill or whatever you learned. Is it just bigger range? It's got bigger range. I think it drills a bit faster. Like, it might be a lot faster, but it just drills faster. I believe. Yeah, trying to cover all the areas where I've got those construction ones set up. So let that work its way through, because that's even more on the power grid we're dealing with, and more expansion, all that. Yeah, so we've got all that sorted. We've got these going on. These, I believe, are still just waiting on the claws to happen. That said, where this used to say, like, 1,300, it's quickly dropping... Oh, never mind. Or 13,000. Yeah, it's like... Sorry, 1,300. It's like, nope, actually, it still has a really large number of inserters. And now it's putting a whole bunch of the other stuff on there. Okay, so let's pick up where we left off. So we told it to... Yeah, that's fine. You're still doing your thing here. And you're good? Yeah, you're just waiting until you're needed. So I'm looking for is a bunch of these stops were for ore and are no longer, there's no longer ore there for them. If there's one around, oh, I think we may have already picked up the one around here. That we had an iron vein that we stripped. Because that's what I'm looking for now is like, we got our stone up here. We got that iron up there. We got this iron up here. We got stone over there. We used to have iron there. That said, so we got this iron over here that's almost depleted. That iron over there that's almost depleted. We apparently didn't mark the other iron that we got set up. Yeah, that's you. So let's pin you. Cool. So I've got those going. Yeah, I've got the stone there. Where's my copper and how's it doing? Yeah, so we still got 4.6 million on the copper. Alright, so it might be getting to the point where we're going to need to set up another mine. I've got copper over here, I've got stone there, I've got more iron over here. So we definitely have options to expand into a lot of this area and make it happen. So I can put a pickup, or I can put a spot to pick up more right here, drop down a mine, and we'll go there. That'd probably be good. Do that for the iron and the coppers. Oh yeah, no, the copper, we have the thing we can destroy our cliffs now. Yeah, so if we put this around here. And I need to fix these signals. Wait, those are wrong signals to fix. Yeah, that signal's fine. All right. Okay, so we've got that set up. I don't know what's up there. I'm gonna be pretty disappointed if I missed an enemy this whole time. Yep, and all I'm doing is putting down track and all that. Trying to get ready for like the next time I need to expand my ore production. Alright. And this is the one Chad has been begging me for ages. They're like, when are you going to do this? When are you going to go and get your atomic bomb? We'd like to see the atomic bomb. Where's the atomic bomb? We are starting it. It is 5,000 of all of those different types of sciences for. So just be aware, yes, we have started it. It also takes for absolutely ever. Alright. So we're getting you all set up. And they're just upgrading it, sir. No sleep until nukes. We'll see. Because one good news is we are shipping in blue circuits. How does the new miner look? Here, I can actually show you one. The bigger miner is those ones up here. So you see, like, it actually has this giant coverage everywhere, but it's this giant thing. So it just like rolls around and drills down. So it's like on a track. I'm gonna probably need to get you on there because you're getting a little bit low. Alright, so we've got you sorted. We got the rockets going one after the other, just like we want them. You're out of power. Why are you out of power? You should not be out of power. Them's against the rules. Okay. You wouldn't happen to have solar panels on you, would you? You do actually have some extra solar panels. That's probably a terrible idea. Go ahead and rip that up real fast. They're full of speed mods and high efficiency. Well, yeah, but I wanted the speed mods because they're having problems keeping up with the ammo production when things really got the... Yeah, and Fulgorus Floor sucks. You should still have more... Oh, we don't have more ground for it to be on. That's fine. There we go. There, that should stabilize a little better. The blue circuit boards on this flight. Can't say much about the rest of that going on. But that flight's certainly gonna get blue circuit boards in here. And all three of these are producing rockets as fast as they can. To keep Epoch getting topped off. Like that's what I'm excited for. Is just suddenly bringing back like 5,000 blue circuits and just being like, yep, you know that blue circuit bottleneck we've been running into doesn't exist. And just sending more and more and more. That's gonna be a really nice delivery. Meanwhile, where are you heading to right now? Which way are you going? Okay, you're on your way out. That's what I was just double checking. When I saw you didn't have hardly anything. And the aluminum falcon is... It appears up and running. Oh, well, no. Why are you not grabby handsing? Should you not be grabbing those? You should have power. You have power. Oh, right. They don't have the inserters. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with, is just inserters, which is green circuit boards, the issue. And unfortunately, it's every step of the way. Like the first tier, the second tier, the third tier, all have circuit board requirements. I miss when we had a huge surplus of those. Before, I basically murdered the throughput of my mall to make it like this grid out thing. Oh, you're actually hurting for iron plates. I mean, you're hurting on iron plates and all that. You're not doing anything down there in that one. Uranium cannon shell recipe. So piercing damage 2200. And then we have the uranium rounds magazine. That's probably not a bad idea and all that. What I wanted to check was some of the more exotic stuff we had available that we got from the art planet, like what I could actually make of those. I guess we haven't unlocked any of them. That's fine. We should be getting our first shipment of the other science in pretty soon, I think. If we don't already have it. Yes, we're missing... You're missing whatever comes in on this one. And this one. Oh, and you know what I'm willing to bet? One of those... Oh, that one's somewhere already having delivered. Yeah, so we're just waiting for this to get dropped. It's fine. The red circuit boards being that backed up is a whole thing. Which, as soon as we get the inserters, that'll be sorted out. But that's where we're at, is just the sheer number of inserters and all that. What can I do to help it the most? It's green circuits. Let me just grab a giant pile of green circuits personally, run back over here and chuck them in there. All right. Then go over to where these are all trying to stack in. I'm just going to stand there and absorb a bunch of green circuit boards. And once I've absorbed those green circuit boards, we can go ahead and drop those on in the inserters manually so they can just churn through them. Yeah, no, it's definitely a mistake for me to be like, yeah, just build these all. Like, upgrade literally the entire factory. Because that's what we did, is I was just like, upgrade literally everything and just go for it. Alright, so we just grabbed just shy of 5 stacks of circuit boards. So I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to drop them all in on the bulk inserters and just let it go. Because that should mean every single time we get something for them, they'll run through. If we end up way ahead, I might go to like the next inserter down and try and getting close to those trains. Might try and do the next thing. All right. Do inserters stop working while upgrading? No. Honestly, I've seen almost no things do that anymore. There used to be a bunch of them that, like, once you started the upgrade. Hey, don't trash the stuff that doesn't belong in here. Okay. Doing its best. Okay, so that should go the whole way up. So basically it's just choking on gears, but it is making a bunch of inserters. Let's see, how is the Rain of Death raining? It's probably going fine. Like, the thing is there's not much in range, so they are killing it as it does get in range. And then this isn't doing anything because it's waiting on the inserter to work. We just need it to keep doing its thing. Yes, they are grabbing one like every little bit. So those take a little bit of time. We also have the conveyor belts going. Oh, we also have the problem with this is just not enough throughput to support all the gears we're making. What do I need to do to improve that? We put some like speed module and production modules in there. But that said, this isn't fully saturated anyway, so I wouldn't sweat it too much there. Output priority the mall? I could, but that is going to starve the rest of the factory. So I'm down to just let this ride. Because it is one thing going on is right now the mall is just making a whole bunch of other things. And they aren't getting that sorted. So you don't need all this distance. That's repair kits. Hey, have a stack. Have a stack. There is no rest of the factory being built without the mall. Yeah, no, I gotcha. But the whole point is I don't want all of my science to stop, because on the other side of what could happen is if we research stuff like the drills going a little bit faster, steel production going a little faster. In a lot of ways, that can actually make up a lot of time and whatnot. And how is our nuclear power going? No, we could go ahead and turn that off. Yeah, so you're all holding good temperatures. That's fine. We'll want to get some of those turbines up, but they're not a priority. Our power's okay, so it's not an issue. But yeah, so we are getting those bulk inserters made now at a decent speed. It's just, I've requested 1,100 of them. So that is an issue. Yeah, the bigger issue we have is really I shouldn't have logistic drones needing to run around and deal with this. But we are slowly knocking down the number of blue conveyor belts we need to do. That'll, shave off a bunch of gears. Most of the other things there aren't being produced, or they're being produced super slow. So it's basically just the blue conveyor belts now, and then the bulk inserters. And we've got all those sitting here, which is for higher quality stuff. Looks like you need to order some greens into. Yeah, those are a mistake, but I don't know where they are. All right. I don't remember what I was going to even make with you. Okay. That also reminds me, we did unlock some higher tier stuff. That could potentially be good. No, I think we're already making that. Because this was something I made as a one-off, and then I disabled it because I didn't need more of it. Legendary power armor? I can't quite get legendary armor suit, yet. But I should be able to do it very soon. Yeah, so we got the quality. So yeah, so we're gonna start getting our tier 3 modules. This is when we get our tier 3 belt. And yeah, you get the ideas. We got a bunch of these unlocks down here. Yeah, energy shield MK2, which looks pretty snazzy. The Tesla weapons that basically hit an area of effect. I feel like that's gonna be the idea of later on, is where we have our weapons outside here on the edge. I'll probably end up getting rid of the lasers and doing something that hits hard, and then having the Teslas in between. We've also got the lightning collector, which I'm assuming is just implies it's a better generator. Is that a new suit? Yeah, so the MK2 is better, but there's also a mech one. I'll probably worry about the mech one before that. Yeah, so all these gears going in here. And literally this is gobbling them up as fast as we get them. Oh, I got a full stack of productivity modules. Let me just deal with this in this way. Because that'll give us a bit more output without impacting the input at all. Yeah, because that gives us a little penalty to speed, but a bit of a bonus to productivity. And productivity just gives you an extra one every so many cycles. Meanwhile, it does seem like genuinely I need to just be expanding this. My concern at the moment is I only have the one rail stop for the ore. I don't think... Yeah, no, I can't fit in another one without tearing some of this down, which is fine, honestly. Or I could literally just make an entirely separate area to produce this, which isn't the worst possibility. Just make a second ore smelting location. Yeah, with one in, one out. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I would need to massively up my ore production, which we are working on actively down here. Omni smelter? Do you mean multiple types? Because generally, you'd never want to mix. Means have one massive one that takes all the ores and splits and plates out. Yeah, now generally you don't want to mix stuff. As like just a general rule. Okay, so that'll help out with that. I'm still curious what that is supposed to be up there. Okay, we're working on getting that, which is going to be more ore input. That train is never leaving there. And you're waiting on yellow again, which shouldn't be too much of a problem soon. Like pretty soon this thing should be happy. We are bringing in entirely too much of everything. But it does make... Okay, we are actually getting the science in this payload. So we definitely want to make sure that payload gets here. Yeah, so we are shipping over as much as we can. As I'm shipping this over. Yeah, I'm curious about some of the stuff. I'm shipping the superconductor over. That might be something that doesn't need to be done. No, it probably does. There's, it looks like there's gonna be another planet that has, like, cryogenic or whatever. What might end up happening with that one is that might be one of those ones where you take it over. Ooh. Are you out of that material? You shouldn't be. Alright, Cerise, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, here goes the science. Yeah, we're gonna have to upgrade the production on a lot of these. Yeah, I'm looking at this, and it does seem like a lot of the really good stuff that this takes. It might be a mistake for me to continue shipping this superconductor. Let's chill on the superconductor shipping after this one. It's fine for now, but I am kind of thinking we're gonna run into a situation where it's like, no, really, I don't need more. So let's go ahead and we'll keep it on the roster, but we'll set it to 0. And the rest we can kind of keep the way it is. And you're still doing your thing. And you're waiting for blue circuits. And you finally exhausted your green circuit boards, that's fine. Because we are still replacing conveyor belts and all sorts of stuff. Alright. So the other problem I'm going to run into is if I do try to duplicate my smelter, that's going to immediately be another thing demanding a really large number of inserters. Which puts me back into a strain on my gears and all that. So this is kind of one of those things where it's like, all right, just chill, let it sort itself out. It is actively working on it. We'll get there. As this is going on, it is gradually ticking down those things. Yeah, because you're waiting on the copper wire. You got a bunch of stuff that gets delivered. Time for shipping gears? No, really what I need to do is I need to just plug these gears in. But honestly, with the logistics I have, I don't really need it. They are getting the gears out of here as fast as I'm making them. I need to get more iron plates in here, and that's where I was kind of going back. You know what? Actually, are you all upgraded to rare yet? You are not. We can improve this. Let's take a quick peek at how many of the rare, I have 22 rare and a ridiculous number of, like, the uncommon ones. Alright, fair enough. Well, we can fix this. Let's go ahead and... What's killing what? Are you kidding me? How far away is that? Ah, might as well be on the moon? Alright, so I gotta run way over there. Actually, you know what? Maybe I don't. Where's the nearest artillery? Right here? Hey, you're now on manual fire. And I would like you to manual fire on its face. I have no idea if that's working. It's not set to auto-targeting. I have to right-click. Okay. It's like, just quit it. Okay, so we can go ahead and this will also require inserters. That's right. Everything I was going, like, I'm trying to do, it's like, we could do that. Oh, wait, that requires inserters. Oh, wait, we could do that. Oh, wait, that requires inserters. That's where we're at. We're just, like, waiting for that. Oh, anyways, back to what I was doing before I noticed the drones are getting killed. We do have 22 of these that are of a higher grade or quality. So let's see, 22, so that's what? 5, 10, 15. So that should be about 20. Then grab you, grab the uncommon ones. Okay, those already seem like they're upgraded. Okay, so the top two rows weren't already upgraded, but the bottom ones were. Meanwhile, give us even more production. Can't you upgrade plan that? The problem is if I tell it to all upgrade plan it, I won't know the correct numbers kind of thing. Like if I say upgrade them all to rare and I only have 22, it won't get through them all because there's not enough. So I just wanted to tell it to replace what it could. Alright. Like I basically don't have what it needs, and it might be a very long time till I do. Alright, so let's check our consumption and all that. So we are producing more iron ore than we're consuming. We're producing and consuming about the same amount of plate, of iron plate. The copper appears to be just fine. Copper wire, we're basically neck and neck. Coal, we are consuming more than we are producing, which is part of why I was checking that. And unfortunately, to fix that, I need inserters. But like I said, we should be getting a pretty big payload. All right, well, actually, I mean, it took the green circuits we have. What's going on? Are these green circuits doing fine up here? Yeah, those are producing as fast as I can get them to go. Let's go ahead. There we go. We'll have that. You're gonna turn that way. Because then this is gonna insert on that side. With the pause atomic bomb, it's eating all your greens. I mean, yes. I can. I mean, I could just pause like the actual science labs. Let's see here. So from here, we want to go like this. That's not even remotely right. So I'll get that through there. And then we can go down here. Actually, go this way. Oh! It's they're blowing up the cliff. It's like, why is this exploding? Right. They're clearing the cliff out of the way. Yeah, so that should all be there. So once they get that going, which shouldn't be backlogged, everything will get fixed there. So you're having a moment pause there. Yeah, and I can pause my research. Sure. But realistically, that's going to stall out anyways. And the reason it's going to stall out is the yellow research over here. Sorry, where's our yellow science? Over here. Like, it's just gonna sit here waiting for blue circuits anyways. Yeah, like, it's already shut down. So, that shouldn't matter. It'll finish using up what the yellow we've got here, which shouldn't be that much. Where are you at, yellow? That's orange, that's white. Yeah, so I'm actually out of yellow. Yeah, this is the yellow here. Yeah, so genuinely, our science isn't running, so it's actually not consuming anything right now. It'll wait until we get, you know, all that wired up, which will be waiting on the inserters, and then it'll kick back in. So it's just sitting here doing nothing. Do we have inserters to build that? Probably not. I don't remember what it was that I just added. Right. Yeah, so I don't actually have the inserters. We should have these and all that. That's the situation with everything. Like, no, we don't have the inserters. Or the circuits to do the inserters. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, it's slowly catching up with all that. Like, that's the thing. For as much as we're kind of sitting here, like, stalled on stuff, I am watching as the belt count slowly goes down. I am watching as some of the other counts slowly go down. We are having Epoch run over here. And each time it comes back, it's bringing me a giant mountain of circuit boards and science and all that kind of stuff. So it is just kind of one of those things that when it arrives, we're just good. And you're going to get more. Like, when it comes back, you can grab, like, the giant mountain of circuit boards and just feed them into the system. And just bump a whole bunch of these going. What another thing we'll watch is as these mining areas start going down, we'll suddenly get a huge influx of inserts from tearing them down. Yeah, because once we start getting some of these inserts, we're actually getting some of these inserters on. We'll be able to start bringing the trains through and have that work. But we're not quite there yet. I do have these. It's not going to be a lot of circuit boards. About not quite a stack. Yeah, so once these start coming in, we're just going to be dropping in so much. Well, the blue, red, and green ones pop in, which all will reduce our consumption of the green ones. But yeah, and that's me neglecting stuff because I was out dealing with the other planets that this kind of sat and rotted. And I got all those. And I mean, honestly, let's see. On the epoch, isn't the last coordinate condition backwards? The last condition on epoch. No. It's if it has... Oh, actually, you're right. There we go. Yep. So it was trying to check to see if it didn't have enough ammo. There we go. So it should be on its way back for another drop-off that'll overwhelm everything. Meanwhile, we could pop over to you and say, hey, there's circuit boards, make some arms. I'm going to actually grab those, and I'm going to prioritize putting them on the green circuit boards over here. And just try and get one of the things for both the front and the back cart going. Because if I can at least get that much, it'll work. Because even if it slowly empties, that's still fine. With the way we have so much redundancy in our trains. Okay. There's the first one. There's the second one. Alright, so you are green circuits. And then we will set you to be on the network. Because it's got enough claws it can do both the front and the back. The only issue is if it starts putting ones here and not there. Then we'll have problems. And that's the only reason I've been setting them all and just leaving them that way. Because then I have a bunch of trains get stuck and have all sorts of issues, and that's probably fine. Okay, so let's pop in here. So you're on your way. You're about halfway here. Meanwhile, we could go and check down here. Because we've got the power run down here. Right, and the reason I had set this up is, again, inserters. And I want to wait to get our current stuff set up so I don't have a whole bunch of half-finished projects. I get one proper finished. Why are you okay? It's fine. Okay, looking at the way the stations are built, blueprints without parameters. Yeah, no, I haven't done a whole lot of parameter blueprint stuff. That's stuff I should figure out at some point, but right now it's just not the urgent situation. Oh, and we're not getting the green circuit boards on this at all because of that. That's a bummer. The good news is it did upgrade that, so we should have a much higher throughput on our iron plates. I wonder what changed that our iron plates went from just being in overabundance to suddenly it wasn't. Nice to have versus, oh my god, it's on fire. Yeah. I do think once we have the inserters, we'll probably build a second smelting location. Right, here's Epoch delivering its first science delivery. We stand here, we should see those belts start to fill up. Yep, there we go. There's the pink science coming in. Love to see it. And then we've got whatever the heck that is. That's our green circuit boards. Those are starting to come in. Large volumes of it as well. So it should happen then is it's gonna fill up all these lanes, but these ones will start filling it in. And that should cue the train to come. And there's the red ones coming in, and then we've got more of the whatever they were, electromagnetics or whatever. There's the blue circuit boards coming in. Alright, so that's going to be a lot of circuit boards popping in. And that should call the train. And the train will mostly support like the blue and red circuit boards and other ancillary things out in the distance. But that is still going to be the reduce of the consumption of our green circuit boards, which will help. And it's same with the red and the blue once those are available. Alright. Space GC. I don't know what you mean by GC on that one. Saving the day for the inserters, yeah. Yeah, so you should have a... Oh, so you're still stocking that up enough. Green circuits? Yeah. Well, that's what I was figuring is, like, looking at that stop, I'm like, holy crap, there's so much there. And you're all on your way for something. Which is now it's here, because those aren't passive providers. Oh, they're running over here to snag these things out of here. So the logistic drones are just grabbing the blue circuit boards and the red circuit boards and doing that as much as they can to bring them back, which is fine. That still saves me green circuit boards that would otherwise need to be upgraded. Okay, we're getting pretty close to finishing up with the conveyors, because those were at like 900 and they're now showing us down to like 200 something. And when that happens, it's going to massively reduce the consumption of our gears, because when you look at some of these, this it's not going to say it here. Here, I can actually show it here. Like, that's 10 gears, that's 5 gears, that's another gear. If we go back up here though, the underground thing, actually that one's fine, but this underground thing is like 40 gears. That one's 80 gears. So just one of those things that they do consume just a large volume of gears over time. But with each of those starting to tick down, it's already gone down almost 100 since we were watching it. It all helps. Okay, so it's about to trigger for the train to come pick it up. It actually didn't have enough for the train to pick it up. That's fine. I'm just going to manually feed. So yeah, so we'll just go here and say, hey. Grab a couple stacks from each of those. And feed that in manually. Hopefully we get these inserters done soon. Like, there's a lot of them. The question is the mall importing them? So the mall is importing a lot of materials that are made with those green green circuit boards. So the point is, by having those there, even if they don't end up in the mall directly, they'll still indirectly prevent the consumption of the green circuit boards at the mall. So, because they won't be consumed by making the red circuit boards and the blue circuit boards and a bunch of the productivity modules and all of those other things, it'll help divvy that out a bit better. So now if we go over here to you, we can drop that in there. Drop this in here. Drop this in here. So that should take care of that. Okay, so now it's just stuck in the gears. So unfortunately, there's none of these that's getting a backlog in the gear front. There we go. You fell asleep again? That do be a thing. One thing would also help with the gears. If I could snag one inserter. Got it. This is sitting here. It's set up to make gears and is doing nothing. Oh, it's also gonna keep doing nothing because this is eating up all the gears. That's fine, whatever. We gotta improve the throughput here. We actually have productivity modules going into all of these still. So like I said, okay, so this is starting to see an issue with the ore coming in. That the ore coming in is starting to get depleted. Not all of these are running now. So you see like these ones over here kind of in the middle are not running. All right. Excuse me? Why do you not have coal? So we've got our coal vein up here. Oh, that's the coal pickup. Yeah, I got the coal vein up here. So it doesn't have quite enough for a pickup. I think, honestly, we're probably just getting low on coal and need to get a new coal. Yeah, it's just our last coal area and it's getting a little low. Not enough trains? No, I need to get more drills and all that set up. So, like, I need to expand our coal and our copper and our iron. And it's just, again, I did that massive sweeping upgrade everything. Which, again, was absolutely a mistake. But it's one I chose to do anyways. Oh, wait, I do have turbines. Why are you not getting added? Oh, they're not in a provider chest. Well, let's leave that alone because that's gonna break everything. It's just a mess of different things now. Oh, here, actually. You shouldn't be there. I'm pretty sure I have a requester chest for those. Upgrade thing is not good. Yeah, no, it's just because it's trying to upgrade all at once. There, go burn some wood for a while. That's actually what I could do for you. So you request wherever I find it, wood. By the time I get wood, just chuck it in here. Cool, and we just got delivery of coal. So I'll bring that all back online. So let it burn some wood for a while. That'll, like, supplement the coal for a little bit. And that will gradually filter out all the stuff that's kind of extra. Because these are the ones that are replacing conveyor belts that are bringing back the old belts. And then those old belts are getting shipped over here to be put in here for upgrading to our better belts. There's spoilage in the storage? Yeah. We pulled up some fish and they've rotted. Yeah, look at a lot of these. We are getting some of these ones that we were doing those upgrades done. There's still a lot of them aren't, but we are getting a bunch of them done. Yeah, so like the conveyor belts are done now. So what should happen with the conveyor belts being done is they're going to do their last little bit here to like restock. And then once this is fully restocked, they should be done. Well, at least it looks like it's done. There's probably some more straggling ones. But yeah, so they are restocking it, and then it should be gone. And they also are still working on our production modules. But the point being is we are getting down to this being all through. Do I have that set to restock me? Alright, then take it. Let me give a little nudge there. Kind of same with you. Yeah, they're definitely getting these set up. They're just not quite done enough. That's what we like to see. There you go. So cancel that, and put that all back on the grid. I don't need 5 of those. But yeah, so we've got a total of 8 rockets we can launch off. Like one after the other after the other. And how are we doing so far as the light frames? Those getting bogged down by chance? Yes. Okay, so let's start going to Epoch here. And we're going to go ahead and set a rule here. You do not grab more than like 1,000 of those on any given trip. Alright, so we're getting our upgrade modules done. The bulk of those things don't even matter. They're not doing anything one way or the other. So we should start getting these things where they top off, and then all the gears just go to here. Actually, that's doing pretty okay on those. Okay, give me these. I'm gonna shove those in there. Keep it going. Yeah, that's already fully upgraded now. There you go. There's one of the ones that's wrong. Okay, just blue. There's got a couple of places I accidentally made it green. Alright. Yeah, basically I've got one splitter, one underground, and one straight shot, so there's somewhere I overlapped it that is still marked. I'll have to clean that up, but I gotta find it first. which will most likely be waiting until, you know, this is pretty close to done. Alright, so you are hanging out here. And right now you don't have a whole lot in there. And you are struggling on power again. But do you think you can go straight to it if you scroll in the list of the ones waiting for material? Probably. Yes, we're getting plenty of salvage. I don't think we can really add more to this. It's basically a saturated belt. And they're dumping stuff through and then reprocessing it again. Which is getting us a lot of just junk materials right now. Whereas what we really want is more circuit boards. So we kind of have hit a point where the circuit boards just take a little bit to get the amount they need to do anything. Alright. Yeah, so it's just gonna sit here and like slowly build up its supplies. And you're still waiting. Alright. But if we can't run over, just grab more green circuit boards. Try and get that sorted. Because as these fix, they should improve throughput a lot of stuff. The big things that they end up going to stuff that supports the circuit board production. So like, if we grab these and they end up going to the inserters up here, then that would increase our throughput on the green circuit boards and all that. You've got plenty of stuff coming from the lava planet, that's just fine. Okay, grabbed what was there. Right, I'm gonna take 2 seconds while we're on this ad break real fast. I'm gonna grab myself a drink and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in a moment. I'm gonna have failed this like at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Great Architect, excellent news. The wonder has been built, completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Great Architect, excellent news. You did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Glorious Empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great Architect, the Empire, I regret to inform you you have been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay, I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent. Perfect. Okay, just had to use the restroom real fast. Alright, so we have the green circuit boards on us. We're gonna go and get more inserters made. Just getting it all sorted out. Yeah, that was definitely bold of me, because to be clear, I started this upgrade before we left, like when we left the planet to go to the lightning planet. That's when I started it. It's been doing it this whole time. Granted, it's got really far, but still. Alright, so let's go here. Drop those in there. Drop a stack of you in here. Drop a stack of you in here. And you're still good. Okay, so we're getting a bunch. So at least when we have those, we get a ton of those out real quick. And that does help a lot. Like, it would be interesting to actually see the real count of where we're at. I'm also noticing stuff like the production modules going up because I just have too many things queued for it to do. Yeah, because it makes like one or two and then they get grabbed, and makes one or two and then they get grabbed. Do I have a bunch of you by chance? You know what we're doing? Hey, you take a moment. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to put these all down to make it functional. And then after I put them all down to make it functional, I'm going to go ahead and turn around from there and tell it to upgrade them to the green ones. Just to get it up and running so that we're getting like all those blue circuit boards and all the other stuff on there. Because it should cut down on a lot of our costs on a bunch of that stuff. Do I want to do it that way? Let's approach this by going up to the green circuit board production. No. So the thing I'm debating here is like where I want to go and use these. Because I don't need to be doing the science right now. If we put up the green circuit board production up here, it might help. It could also help if I took it to set up that new drill location. Honestly, probably genuinely. Let's just throw it. Let's just throw it in with the surge because I'm thinking, oh, it's just gonna cannibalize all the circuit boards and gears now to make the fast inserters I just stole. But if I put them all into the bulk inserters, it should just keep going. One thing I will do is I will take those inserters, the lower level ones. I'm gonna go to where you just have like how many stacks it can have, and I'm gonna make that smaller, because that should help. I keep wanting to like make it go faster. It's just kind of one of those things I'm like, all right, but no, really. Most of the stuff I'm gonna do to try and make it go faster is actually gonna make things worse. So yeah, so for you, you only keep one stack. All right, and then you can have those in here. Give me these. Yeah, the thing is it takes so many green circuit boards for each of those. Oh, good. That's full. I don't know what changed, but that's full now. That's good. Oh, you know what I bet you it was full from? Or what changed? I bet you it's not a problem because you're done making them. So that's all of that cost for gears and that gone. And then meanwhile, this is just churning away. It's going to pretty soon end, and that'll be steel production down, which consumes the iron plates. And then you're also making gears now. Not a particularly good rate because of all that going on, but you get the idea. Oh, you're actually full on gears. Just go. Just make gears. Alright, so we're 100% stuck in circuit boards. Like, everything else is going smoothly, but circuit boards are a problem. One thing I might be able to do to get away with this. Do I actually deliver the circuit boards directly here? I don't think we do. No, but we probably should. That's going to require more inserters. That's fine, we'll queue that up. I can't make the recycler here, because that'd be an interesting way of getting a bunch of those. And you're over here still collecting stuff. You don't have any green ones on here. You're struggling on ammo, which is the reason you haven't left yet, but that's fine. The whole time you're hovering here, you're restocking up the stuff as able. We're just not getting hardly any of the green circuit boards because we're gobbling up all the blue and all that, which is, I still think, the right option. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so you're just going as fast as you can and being gobbled up. And that's just for the mall. What else here in the mall? Okay, so you're fine. You're producing stuff there, but you don't use the circuit boards. You are taking circuit boards here, but you're right about to max out from that. You're taking circuit boards. Okay, so a lot of these are about to max out their circuit boards, and we're not producing more of them right now. So that should help, where it'll start dedicating more and more and more of the circuit boards just to the arm. And that's because of probably upgrading all of these to the yellow tier. That's just another project we did that's just the same issue. Alright. Okay, and you're being consumed to make you. Well, you're already topped off. Okay, music. Let's go ahead and skip that track. Alright, so I'm having like a weird issue with the let me try refreshing our music. And if that doesn't work, I'll just turn the game music back on. Because it'd play and then it was pausing and then playing and then pausing and then playing and then pausing. Yeah, this is a problem, isn't it? Hey, stop with that row. Fine. I do need that iron to actually get to the gears, or the, circuit boards. Make both those buffer. Alright. Oh, you're still making the blue circuit boards this way. Pretty soon that should drop off. Yeah, we did have all of these queued up and all that. Most of them we've stopped producing them entirely. Because these are all quality things. We never did get one of these made, which is low density frames is actually what you're missing. Which we do have lots of. Okay, did we ever get the arm for you down here? No. That's fine. It's gonna turn on and all hell's gonna break loose for a little while. Alright, well I think I'm gonna make the bad decision. Just so I have something going on. We are gonna go ahead and choose our production stuff. Get our drill set up. We're gonna start trying to get this online. And the reason I want to do this is just so we have all this sorted out. But the part that is like, this is the bad part, is I'm going to put down a train station, which is going to be more inserters being consumed. But the idea being, the moment that gets online, then hopefully that's more of an input and it'll be good. Alright, so let's shift it back here a bit. Yeah, so this is in down here. Okay, that's in. Alright, we're turning back on the in-game music. Whatever reason, the music player is being weird tonight. Even though the Our Planet music is where the real party's at. Okay, so put you here. You there. You here. You there. Alright, so we've got all that squared away. Alright, so you've got 6 lanes here. Start off this way. Okay. That takes care of that one. So that's got down to 3. Go like this. Alright, so they should be able to try and get that whole thing online. Are you fully covered? Yes, you are. Yeah, so that will ultimately work once I get that set up. We can just go here and say... iron or pickup? Or no, it's item pickup, that's right. Item pickup, and you are set to iron ore if you have at least 4,000. So that's probably not going to do anything for a good while, because it is yet another burden on my inserters. But it's those things that we are starting to hurt on our iron ore. Just not how much we've got left, but our throughput. So that'll help alleviate that, which should keep the inserters going quickly. The copper seems to be doing fine. Oh, you're back down? Yeah, that's fine. And have you gotten back over here yet? No, you're probably still hovering up there. Yeah, it's just really struggling on that ammo front for some reason. Which it's got the production rate it needs to keep that. There's just enough asteroids choking on, like, making its ammo struggle. You're probably getting close to done as well. Artillery probably keeping that all covered. Yeah, so we're getting all that built. And the only place they'll struggle with this one is when they get down towards the end of it with the inserters. That's where it will hang for a little bit. And that's fine. And that's all our construction bots zipping around. Alright, let's also take a quick peek to see how we're doing on these supplies. Yeah, this is starting to get pretty full. We just haven't been using as much artillery because there's been nothing in range. That'll change the moment we extend the artillery range, because suddenly there'll be like 30 nests in range. And that'll be a whole big mess, because then it'll start opening fire and just draining our power when it comes to defending. Alright. Yeah, getting so close, like right at the fence of being back over 700. We're just getting that steady feed of asteroids that are just keeping it. And the reason I have that is just so if we get to 700, that's enough ammo that I feel comfortable I can just go and not have to worry about it. That's alright, because what it's also doing in the meantime is it is giving this a chance to get itself like 1,000 of this. What are you waiting on? Super capacitors, which waiting on green circuit boards, which have completely stopped because we are consuming all of the circuit boards. Let's go and have Epoch maybe tone down how aggressively it's getting all those boards. We'll say 5,000 limit on that as well. You currently have 3,000 of that. We'll lower you to 2,500. And you currently have 400 on there. Honestly, let's drop it down to that. And then the green circuit boards, we've got to basically take as many as it wants. Drop that down to 1,000. 1 rocket's worth. These we're not getting at all. We've canceled those, and those are waiting on science. It'll eventually figure its crap out. Yeah, so we did consume a bunch of the conveyors, so those are going to take a minute to restock. Yeah, as you can see, it is getting itself set up. It just takes a minute. And they'll get its power on, get all those converters in there. Alright, and how are we doing way up here? Yeah, you're still waiting for your inserter / the upgrades. We're not getting enough copper up here either. What's your setting? Anytime you drop below 8,000? We're running into this again. That's fine. We're gonna up it even more. So the problem is I'm running into is these two inserters are too slow, so this is getting full up Y. Let's see, you know, anyone know why your train isn't snapping to the rail in Volgora? It seems aligned with, aligned weird and red won't snap to rail. Don't know. I haven't had any problems getting the trains to snap so far. Alright. Yeah, the moment we start making all those conveyor belts, our gears are just forfeit. That's because these undergrounds are stuff like 80 each and all that. It just takes a minute to catch up. Interesting that you haven't grabbed that. It's been sitting here this whole time. Gotcha. So they are grabbing those conveyors one by one, building this out. Okay. They're also making the mining drills, which we used to have a big surplus of. At some point, they finally caught up. Honestly, for you, I don't need that many. Right, and it's trying to top off the materials, so it's got enough for the more production. Are you back yet? Okay, so you have enough, you're just waiting for the inactivity, and then you should be back. No green circuits this time, but all this crap. Really surprised we don't have any pink science coming. Because 1,000... Oh, right, the pink science was stalling because of us consuming all of the circuit boards. Right. So you can go to Epoch, and honestly... Let's drop this down to like 300 blue circuit boards for a little while, and then 1,000, which I believe is one delivery each. Basically, I'm trying to massively reduce the amount it's grabbing, so that hopefully we can recover those there. I'm just being too greedy in how much of the blue and red I'm taking that the greens have stopped production. Because being able to just grab easily several, like, tens of thousands of green boards is pretty helpful. Okay, so you're on your way back. Yeah, I wonder with the uncommon ones, if I can just... Well, no, because that guarantees you an uncommon result. Okay, so it looks like the gears are mostly catching up. That should get us back to producing those circuit boards. And those are all on now. They're all producing. And we upgraded most of them, so that's good news as well. Yes, it's about to put down the last of the power poles, and then it'll be just the inserters. A handful of other stuff. Like, part of me's wondering if I should, like, literally just grab a bunch of materials and start handcrafting this or something. We could do that, and what I might even do is let's go grab to where the, some of the places that the green circuits get dropped off, and just hijack a bunch of green circuits from their thing. That'll hurt us in the long-term production so far as our sciences and all that. I'm just trying to do what we can to, like, bootstrap our inserters to go up faster. Oh, you know what I could do? None of you are being used anymore, are you? I'll pick up these few higher quality spots. Yeah, so you're done here. So go ahead and yank all of this. That's fine, we can stop with that. That's just got the inserters. So grab all our inserters from here. That spot's done. That'll be a little bit more boosted. You're getting close to fully consumed. There we go. Let's make bad choices. I'm going to literally put a box that just goes into our bulk inserter and just feeds it that giant monolithic amount of circuit boards so that it can just sit there and continuously produce, you know, just getting the gear shipped in and try and speed that up. Because I need that to get done. And I'm also producing another stack out of my inventory just because I can. Alright, so. We're going to go here. It doesn't matter the box. Yeah, I can fit you right there. Give me that. Ooh, honestly, you have production modules available? Let's put some production modules in there. So that one, it gets a bit more time to get what we want out of it. Never mind, it can't be used as intermediate products. That's fine. Alright, so that puts us back at the point where they're using the gears to keep it up. That's okay. It does look like I'm getting one every couple seconds now. Alright. And you're getting pretty close to done. Not counting the inserters, which are still a problem. So that's a fast splitter. Ah, this is still not the upgraded pattern. That's fine. Because that's going to be a problem, because we're going to be running out of those red belts, and I'd rather keep us on the blue. And this is also one that's going to be a high throughput one. Makes even more of an issue. Okay, so officially all the drills are connected. They don't quite have their conveyors all that set up yet. Oh, weirdly, I must have positioned those ones wrong. It's fine. It'll still work. And then that should feed into here. Meanwhile, we got logic drones going over this way. Ah, right, that goes underneath. And then this is missing anything it can do to put that away. Does he pick up the excess belts on the iron spot? I probably should do that too, yeah. Yeah, trying to see where else we had ore to... There was a copper... Oh, I think the copper node was over here, and we already depleted that one. There's a couple more places we had nodes that... pretty much done. Yeah, just waiting for that to deplete, that we can yank that spot up. Yeah, this iron is getting really close to finished. The uranium is going fine, we just don't use enough for it to matter. This iron is all but done. This iron's getting pretty low. That stone's got a long ways to go. Kind of the catch of some of these is like going back and trying to see the spot. Oh, we're out of storage containers. Alright, 1 second. That's an easy one. We got plenty of those on standby. Well, it's weird that they're saying... There should be plenty of space. I don't know what you're unhappy about. Why was there one? One that had slightly a higher quality. Have I missed some quality modules? No, it doesn't look like it. I mean, I guess you just figure it out. Because they're complaining about storage. Are you disconnected? Did I accidentally pull up part of the network and you're like on your own network? Is that what's happening right now? Maybe. Oh yeah, that might actually be exactly what's happened. Yeah, so it looks like we got gaps in here on both sides. So that should fix that. So that's what I just keep playing. They're basically cut off in their own little segments. So I just gotta bridge it again. Probably actually pulled it up when it was ripping a bunch of the other stuff up. Alright. We've already gone through almost 1,000 more green circuits or so. It was more than 1,000, but an entire trains were the green circuits I grabbed and manually fed into that thing. It probably made a ton of the bulk inserters, but I was really expecting more progress than that. With that, we do have more here, but unfortunately none of that's going to matter right there. I am seeing a lot more of the individual claws set up throughout this area. How are we doing on Epoch? So Epoch here is just waiting for its ammo to recover. It's already dropped everything off. Alright, give me that back. I'll toss it in here. Oh, I actually even still have more of those. Drop some iron plates in here. Put that in the trash, that in the trash, and this in the trash. Okay. Well, at least we are seeing the green inserter count go down. Not as fast as I'd like, but it is going down. We're also seeing one of the other things that's consuming our green circuits is our production modules. That was at almost 100, and it's down to about 11. It just needs to go faster. I keep trying to think, it's like, where can I cut some costs on that? But honestly, like, mostly be just going places like this that are running out of ore and being like, okay, when you're done, rip up that train station. One thing I could do as a means of helping it, and I probably shouldn't, we're going to go through and start being smart about these ones. This one here doesn't need the good inserters there. It does need it for the train side, but not the other side. I'm going to try and stick this to the temporary stuff. Oh, good. That's already getting its inserters over here. or anything that's low volume. So these are all low volume here, so we can go ahead and get rid of the upgraded ones on the ones loading it. We can actually probably go through most of these stops. Yeah, so you can go low volume here. The motors will be low volume. Railroad tracks loading them will be low volume. The production modules don't need to be that. Probably your electric smelters. So basically, I'm canceling a bunch of these upgrades and downgrading stuff to try and just get this to unstick. Yeah, you're probably okay. It's gonna be stuff like the ore that I don't want to do that to. That'll be the same thing, but on the drop-off side. And most of us will want to have that. Let's see, is there ever enough ore being supplied? Yeah, no, definitely. It doesn't last forever. Yeah, so all our smelters, we want to leave those there. Very genuinely, this one doesn't need to be upgraded in any capacity. Like, I probably literally never will need military science again. I mean, unless we play, like, super late game kind of thing. And producing stone block, that's one we'll eventually scale up. And you are motors. Because also doing this way, I'm canceling a whole lot of the ones it wants to upgrade. So by canceling those ones, I'm taking them both off the queue and then giving those bulk inserters to other places. Yeah, you're almost done. It'll be the same thing where it'll be the out part, because even if we have train after train after train pull up, they will not outrun these. Okay, so let's that settle. So that took at least 300 of the bugsters. Whoa, what do we have there? Okay, so we actually, I think we're down to the point where we could see all of the things on our list of stuff to do. So we did cut that way the heck down. That's at least some good news. And so what should be happening is our bot should run out there, grab those. I do see that we have a couple that I have gotten accidentally upgraded to the next tier higher after that, which we don't have yet. Unfortunately, it doesn't really let me see what got upgraded where. Like, not like specifically which ones. Okay. Cool. Yes, we're just basically working on it. We could probably run over to our blue circuits over here. Most likely they're going to have a bunch of green circuit boards I could steal. And we could use that to try and, again, knock off like 100 or 200 or something. And try and keep that moving as best we can. Actually, don't you also take green circuits? Yes, you do. Hey, buddy. I need these. Alright. Yeah, so we're just trying to get her and serve stuff. So the lesson is, don't upgrade everything. Which we joked it was a bad idea at the time, but you know, it didn't stop me. I still did it. And now, you know, I've got my consequences. Of just nothing getting done because the entire system is like currently frozen. What are, oh, yeah, that's to put that on network, that's fine. So we go back up here again. I'm gonna put this box right here. Drop all those in there. Grab one stack. Shove it in there. Grab those. Have that. And put this back. Alright, so those should be being produced rapidly now. Yeah, and every one of those we make, it should just be watching that that number just tick down one by one. And the more of those we fix, the more of those stations that are kind of not finished and not able to be turned on will be done. Alright, so in the meantime, let's go pop down, check on you. So yeah, so this is coming along. Now you do see this does have the problem of, you know, it doesn't know what to do right now because none of the ore has reached this. So it doesn't get the interrupt to the next stop, so it's just kind of sitting here waiting. That's fine. Even if it just gets one piece of ore, it just means it'll go to that spot. And then the other ones we cared about were these ones. Which should be getting close to being able to do stuff. That's where a lot of this is missing. Like, our science one is coming along pretty well. We got these plates which we're not using, those which we're not really using. Yeah, so good news we got enough stuff here that we're no longer having anything back up there. Epoch is chillin', it's got some science, it got some other things. The big thing we're kind of hoping is I did cut back in its ability to do that so that way we can get some more green circuit boards. We just gotta wait for it to restock up. Yeah, it's starting to get all those. It'll be fine. And what do you drop off? You are steel. That might be high enough throughput. You don't need to be that high of throughput. So we can go here and say, hey. Don't worry about it. Cool. Alright. So that helps a little bit more. So we're down to 700 and some change. That's probably needs to be upgraded. Lets you hit the underground twice. Okay, we could check that. Not you. Yep. The underground I do want to be blue. That's fine. Makes you wonder if I accidentally downgrade a bunch of other undergrounds. It's fine. Okay, so you're still going at a really good rate. It's good to see. How are we doing on getting this all sorted? We are getting our better arms on this side all finished. Still more to be done there. So you have to manually hit both sides. Yellow doesn't connect. Transit upgrade. Let's see here. It doesn't. I usually am not messing with this tool that much, so it's usually not that big a deal. This is another one we can probably just say, you know what? Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, how was your stream? Welcome in. And thank you for bringing the raid. Let me go ahead and do a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer. And what were you playing today and all that stuff? Playing RimWorld, I'm guessing. Let's see, first time playing today? You learned how to automate iron plates. Let me know if you want a bad seek. Yeah, no, that's good. It's a fun game. It's definitely one of those games that it starts off with just a little bit and it just gets a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more until you're dealing with an absolute monstrosity. And hey, Lex, how's it going? Good seeing you as well. But yeah, for those who don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely fantastic creator, plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. So definitely worth checking out if you are into that, been playing some Factorio and lots of... Let's see. It's interesting how it... Let's see. Isn't it how it diverges from Satisfactory, which is your reference at this point? Yeah, that's, it is one of those things. That's one of the reasons why when a lot of people are like, what's the better game, Satisfactory or Factorio? I'm like, you are asking, like, what's the better first-person shooter? You know, like, I'm trying to get, like, BioShock or Fallout, and you're like, okay, first of all, those are very different games. The factory must grow? Yeah. Always gotta grow the factory. But it's just one of those things where, like, they're the same genre, but, like, they're very different games. Because for those who haven't compared the two, let's see, what's better to drink, Scotch or whiskey? Let's see, what's the best card? Ford or Holden? Actually, it's a mini. Yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things that there's just, like, all that. It's just too different. Because, like, Satisfactory, exploration is very big in the game. Like, it's a main thing. The world is very gorgeous. You do all that stuff. And Factorio doesn't do those things. The thing they share is they both craft at having consistent background music for streams. Yeah. Satisfactory and Motion Sickness Simulator. I know a lot of people who have struggled with that. I actually know people who have problems with Factorio as well, that from what I've heard is there are people that the conveyor belts animation really starts to screw with them after a while. That said, I know way more that have problems with Satisfactory. But that's inherent. 3D is usually more prone to issues than otherwise. Alright. So we got those. Okay, so that big grab of green circuits knocked down the number of inserters I needed made by 300, because he made the mistake of doing a major upgrade, and it's kind of ground a lot of other projects to a halt, while all of my resources are going into the... Ah, that explains why that wasn't working. I was wondering why that didn't make any progress. There, we can just plunk you right there, and I'll take care of that. Okay, so I want to go down to where my blue circuit boards are, because we're going to steal all our green circuit boards, because we've been having problems with that. But we are trying to fix... Or actually, it looks like you got a restock. Thanks, man. I like not having to walk as far because I just steal all your circuit boards. You're using mainly one-app trains? Yeah. Yeah, no, if we look at the train network I've got 144 train stations, and then 34 trains zipping between them that are split up into two groups. Basically, the groups boil down to all of cargo trains, and then I think I have two sciences that I haven't switched over just because they've got cargo in there, and then fluid ones. But anything that is not a fluid train in those two sciences I haven't quite got sorted out. Every one of them follows the same rule set that I don't... They're all basically the same train, so far as their instructions. They've just been set up so they can easily pivot to whatever I need them to do without me intervening in any way. It's pretty fun stuff. Just trains with like 16 engines on either side. That would be honestly pretty awful. Okay, so you can drop all these circuit boards in here. So just kick that into high gear. So that hopefully we can get this. So do we have this spot down here hooked up enough to work? No. It is collecting the ore, but not enough to put it in the train, because we're still waiting for those. The green circuit boards are getting close. We're starting to get some of these up here. That pretty soon we'll start being able to get the other side producing as well. What about our spaceport? The green circuit boards on the spaceport should be fully functional now. It looks like the reds, if not there, is really close as well. Honestly, the spaceports look like it's getting pretty close to being able to operate. You are still waiting here, so let's go ahead and... You don't need to be upgraded. We already did this side, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Should have said 1 to 2 of it. You wonder if Rual will go for Big Bertha or not? Do you just mean like a giant train? What do you mean by Big Bertha? Oh, good. Our artillery gun finally came online. Yes, this artillery gun down here is just going to keep on firing until the nests are gone. 64, 120. That would be a cannon. Yeah, that's what it's like. It's like, okay, I guess we're talking an artillery thing. Yeah, so what that artillery is going to do, it's just going to keep clearing all the nests in range so they're all gone. That's been a long time coming. Yeah, we've gotten to the point, it's been firing this whole time, it's just waiting for logistics to bring in its next couple rounds to keep whittling down all the nests in range. Now, downside with that, where it fires like 1 or 2 shots here and there, is you do run into the problem where, it tends to just do just enough to aggro a group of, biters, and it doesn't get the next shot off for a little while. That's another nest done. We got another attack coming in. How's the power grid holding up with all those lasers going? It's doing fine. It's definitely eating into our accumulators. But we are basically in a barrage situation where we're just putting all our stuff. You can make it wait for the... Yeah, there's a couple ways you can do. You can use combinators. You can also use a light that you, when it hits 10, you turn the light on, and you have another logic that turns the light off. So you use the light as a means of storing, like, a bit. To say, like, gun on, turn this light on, gun off. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to do it. I haven't set them up, but I do need to. Like, honestly, our artillery production's fast enough now. I can just let them go. You can also use a fish on a circular belt. Just have it as like a pulse or a timer or a clock speed where it just goes around, you just keep checking out as it passes. That's cursed and I love it. Because it would 100% work just fine. Yeah, none of those guns are being used for anything at all. They were back when that was the outside perimeter of my base. Well, I don't want to bring you in range, because then you're going to upgrade everything of that. I'll just leave that alone. We're going to let our current upgrades get done, and then we'll worry about the next thing. Oh, you're so close. Literally, if we get that one right there, and that... Yeah, just that one right there, and that's another green circuit online. Meanwhile, let's check how Epoch is doing. Epoch has some blue and red circuit boards. We are waiting not so patiently to get pink science going in here. We've actually got some there. So that would imply I'm actually getting green circuit boards again. Which imply these are getting kind of full. Because we have delayed the rate these fire. Yeah, fish decay now. Yup. Hope is on its way home. It's got a bunch of goodies for me. The aluminum falcon is still under construction. It needs its inserters, and then it will be ready to arm up and start on its journey to the next system we're trying to go to. Oh, wow. I just realized what time it is. Snooze. It's getting a little late. It's getting a little late. Not an expansion. Time to play for another 5 minutes. Oh man, I don't think we've had a stream in like the last week I haven't ended going at least 2, if not like 4 or 5 hours long. It's been a whole thing. Just 5 more hours? I'm not even supposed to be streaming today. I was just like, I want to play the game. I want to play the game. Let's go ahead and do our inventory on all our drills and then make sure we're still in good shape. So those two are getting low. Ooh, that's enough that we're starting to see that not quite keep up. So let's just go ahead and grab you all and say, what if? Plugged you down like that. Same here. You are missing conveyor belts between you. Go get you. Alright, that should get those back online. Are you in range? You're not in range. You know what? Shove it right in that gap. That was in range for you, right? Yeah. Okay, so we've got that one. You're out of ore. You're not plugged in. You don't work very well if I don't plug you in. And you're starting to get pretty low. It won't be long until it's time that I've got to kill another worm to start moving on to... Where's the next tungsten location? We got another good one nearby. Oh man, those are... We literally don't know where there's another one yet. That sucks. Alright, so that's definitely going to be one of the things that we're going to have to do the next stream, is we'll have to go over here. We'll have to go back here, find a, There's missing another belt in the top lane. Thank you. We're missing so many. Well, that's going to fix that problem right there. Helps if it's actually hooked up right. But yeah, so we'll have to go over here and find some more tungsten. Which does mean, first, locating it, and then B... I'm going to have to murder some worms. And unfortunately, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty big number because we're already like a second layer out and I'm not seeing it. So we'll figure that out when we get there. Fulgora is just doing Fulgora things. I can just leave that alone. It's fine. And honestly, this is getting pretty close. We're down to 300 more inserters. But with all that said, chat, I did snooze as much as I can. I realized I'm already like an hour over when I normally end up streaming. So I'm going to try to not go, like, super long tonight. I've been doing that, like, every night, and this is normally a night off. But, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is I will be wrapping up here in a minute and going and raiding out to find someone for us to check out and all that good stuff. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I do stream normally 5 days a week, every day but Thursdays and Fridays from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. But that said, I have had a completely cursed schedule all week, which is part of the reason I'm going to sleep, is I did not sleep well last night. I'm like playing catch up. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because there's no rating on YouTube. But for everyone here, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find for, raid. This is absolutely one of those games that you're playing